right? And then you're going to need a dope-ass fucking laser beam.
Sure. Yep.
I told him, hit me off with like a $500,000, $750,000. We'll fucking do this shit up. He's greedy though. He's trying to make money off of this.
Hmm.
He's trying to put his money up to gamble, like bet someone they can't prove Earth with an arbiter or an escrow account and all this bullshit. Goofy shit. It's people like that where I almost hope society collapses. All them millions you got sitting in the bank ain't gonna be worth nothing. I'm not hating that he's got millions, but fucking do something with it.
Who are you talking about? Ah, okay.
All these elite rich motherfuckers, Bezos, Bill Gates type
What should they do?
motherfuckers, they ain't like, where's our Batman at? You know what I'm saying? These people could be doing wild ass shit helping humanity and they don't really do nothing.
Well, actually, who was it? Was it Musk, Elon, who said that he will get rid of world hunger when someone told him to? It was a good one. Yeah, Jeremy, are you in any crypto Discord servers?
Yeah, a whole bunch. I get free coins rained on me while I talk to you guys in like at least 20
Because
different rooms.
I got the I have the crypto.com account, and I went to Decentraland yesterday, the day before that, and I got to take the MetaMask wallet, so I have that now.
Well,
Just
let me know when
wondering
you
if
want
there's
to.
any good.
And you go, what?
When I want to what?
What are you looking for? One of those interest yield farming places?
Yeah, something where I can just fuck with them. The like invest little if I want to, or just get free coins or something like that.
I can show you a bunch of places to invest in. I don't know about, like, I can show you places to get free coins, but it's like pennies, not even pennies a day. So,
I mean, sure, but they can gain value.
yeah. I mean, you could do, I got a couple free things, but uh,
Can
you
you
could just
DM
put
me
like
something?
yeah, you can just put like $100 into one of the things that makes money and you'll make like, 100 times more than you would clicking all day or something. I got a thing I put on my phone. It's I'll send you some links.
Yeah, I can check them out and we can discuss them sometime. Not here, but somewhere.
I'll give you an easy one to start off with.
Yeah, I still don't know shit about these things, but I'm learning as I go.
The market has dipped a little bit.
Yeah. I bought some weird ass coins, but now I have it's the crypto.com coin. That's seems to be a good one now.
No, I like that coin. I would have bought that back in the day. How much is it now?
Just a sec, I'm gonna check.
See, I live in New York, and they for some reason they hate crypto in New York, so I could never sign up for a crypto.com account. I wish I had one right now because I'm trying to get on this Chronos chain on MetaMask, and I can't even do it because there's no like bridge or nothing, and you need the crypto.com app or account. Like all the other chains have like normal bridges where you go to a website and your dApp send the money through and it shows up on that chain. But Chronos, you need a crypto.com account, and they got wild good interest, like 2-3%. There was 3 Chronos places on the list today that I just fucking can't get into. This group I'm in comes out with a list of the top 5 yield farming spots every fucking day on Telegram. It's awesome. Yeah, I was holding baby swap today. That shit went through the fucking roof. I only made like $1,700. I sold it a little early. It's still going up. I got more.
The crypto.com is 49 euro cents.
Oh, that went up a lot. What's that, like $1 then US?
It's like 56 cents right now.
American? So that went up a little bit still. I remember when it was like, I don't know what it was, 15, 20 cents or something. That's pretty good. I knew that was going to be good. I knew that was going to be good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I bought some loop ring and that went up quite good.
I heard somebody talking about that loop ring thing the other day.
I'm looking at Solana now.
Oh, I just got it. Oh, I can't get on Solana. I downloaded it.
I have that too.
That one is part of the controllers networks.
Okay,
So
I don't care.
Yeah.
I downloaded the Solana wallet.
I don't care. It makes me money.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying the karma with that one has that involved.
If it makes
yeah,
money,
you guys
I don't care.
you're asking for it. You're asking for it, bro.
I mean, you're basically you're then like funding their side, quote unquote, if that's your thing. Because
Perfect.
I mean,
That's my goal.
That it probably is for you. I imagine it would be.
He's on their side.
Exactly. Yeah. I wouldn't be that surprised.
What are some other ones that help fund the man?
Oh, you want me to give you all of them? Maybe I shouldn't, because then you'll go help him out. Maybe I shouldn't reveal which ones I think are and are not, because I mean, in crypto right now, it's basically 50. It's not even 50-50 is the amount, but it's just split. There's either legit decentralized blockchains, and even within that, some of them are not as legit as others. But let's just say there are ones that are actually like the people actually doing them, and then there's whatever we want to call them, the controllers, the whatever the name would be. Then there's all of their networks, and the fiat dollar, the Federal Reserve note, is right now, well, they've been using that for leverage to control humanity and the devaluation of it. But now with crypto existing, now there's a battle with the fiat dollar between essentially Bitcoin and their networks. So they're already co-opting blockchain technologies and already co-opting them like crazy and trying to get all the resources to their end. But we now have an opportunity to actually shift that the other way.
I'm telling you guys, look at that coin baby swap. I was holding that earlier today. That shit bubbled. That's one of my passive income spots. Like, that shit be happening all the time.
Jeremy, did you get the FIBO or the Oreo?
No, I didn't get that yet.
That one seems legit to me. That one seems
I'm
like
definitely getting it.
Yeah, that one doesn't seem like it's owned by the controllers. Yeah, the FIBO, all the networks that you've talked about, FE, the ones, those are authentic in that way. I haven't looked into those fully, but it's FIBO and Oreo, you said?
Yeah.
Put in just enough.
I'm telling you, man, like they have AMAs all the time with the owner. He's an Italian guy. He I don't know if he's a flat earther. He's a truther. Like, he is just all about autonomy, decentralize everything, no control. Everyone's, your money, you do what you want with it. He's a real guy. I promise you, as much as I can, anyway.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But that's the thing about, like, in the cryptocurrency world, like, there's definitely the elites doing their thing, and that is kind of scary what they could do with that in terms of, like, I mean, who knows? You're gonna have to have your injection deal to even have your whole digital system or whatever. Like, so they're going that direction. It's just in terms of that.
Look, I'll give you an idea. A lot of the holders are saying, "Oh, why don't we list the coin? Why don't we list it on like the centralized exchanges? Why don't we list it on the centralized exchanges?" He said, because as soon as you and people are saying, "Oh, why don't you set it up so that we can buy with fiat currency?" And he said, you don't understand. Once you get into the centralized system, particularly if you want to start handling credit cards and fiat payments, you become a checks. You become a centralized exchange, not a decentralized exchange. And he said, what you guys don't understand is once I do that, they own me. And I can't do what I want to do for you. He said, my life changes. I'm not interested. I become part of that banking system. And he said, I will never do it. I promise you, I'll never, ever do it. Because he said, then I lose autonomy over me and our business.
So how do you make it? How do you make it decentralized but functional?
But
You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's decentralized because the way that the FibSwap DEX works, Jeremy, is the transactions take place in your wallet, whereas through the decentralized, you give your money to them, they do the swap, and then fingers crossed they give you back what you've ordered through them, either your own money or another token, another coin, or whatever. But through FibSwap, the transaction, the coin never leaves your wallet. The transaction takes place in your wallet. So in your
you said they had,
MetaMask, in your
hold on, they got staking right on their website, right?
yeah.
Yeah, they're holding it on their website. Then I know you can get the reflections in your MetaMask, but in order to stake it, you got to put it on their website, which I have no problem with. Right? You got it staking?
Yeah. Now, what I was more pointing out was
My bad.
the Binance, the Ethereum, like into what's the ETH exchange?
Uniswap or ERC20?
Uniswap, yeah, Uni. They're saying, oh, why don't we list on Binance? Why don't we list in Uni? Why don't we list in Coinbase? All these things. And he's saying, I'll never do it. I'll never do it because, and particularly a lot of people in the Telegram are saying, oh, why don't you make it so we can get a credit card facility so we can buy this stuff with fiat? And he said, I'll never do it because he said, I then have to enter into their system and they'll control me. It's a central banking system. In order to deal with fiat money, which is credit card money, same thing, he said, I won't do it. He said, because it compromises me.
Plus, I heard Binance charges a shit ton to list your coin on their site.
Yeah.
Binance
The other thing he said is that you have to provide. He said you have to provide them with liquidity, whatever it is, and he said they can then pump and dump your coin. They get the reflections, not the holders. He said it's just a screwed up system. That he said I'll never do it to you guys because you'll be the ones who suffer. He said I'll make a lot of money out of it, but he said you guys won't.
I think you got to have like $1 million in liquidity or something crazy to get on, like some outrageous number to
You
get on
provide
Binance.
it to them, yeah, exactly. And he said then they can manipulate your coin, and the holders got it ceases to become organic at that point. Like it gets manipulated even more. I mean, whales can do it now, Jeremy, as you know, but then the checks can do it to you as well. Like the exchange can manipulate your coin.
Oh yeah, it's all right now manipulated by you know who. Yeah, they're able to control all the prices. Not completely, because actually people who own a lot of these coins can actually sort of like fight back against whatever price manipulation that the controllers are doing. But yeah, they do have the capacity simply because they have infinite fiat money, so they can buy up. They basically own all of the crypto that we don't. And when I say we, I just mean the rest of the people. So the actual people, hardworking people, whatever it may be, that might own any amount of crypto, we are the only ones that actually own it other than, them, basically. They own the rest of it.
We've been fighting back though. I mean, even in their system, look what they did to GameStop. We should be doing one of those GameStop things every month or something. Just get all of the normal people to buy one stock. That's not illegal, is it?
Well, so you're saying that the idea that you think that was authentic, or like who do you think did that in your mind?
I don't know, but a lot of people got they were the bank, all the big financial institutions had options to sell.
Yeah.
I forgot what they call it, put options. And that fucked them big time by making it go up. Like they lost a lot of money like that. A lot of these big places.
A lot of average Joes, didn't they?
No, the average Joes got paid out. They were the ones buying the shit low.
No, that was some average Joes. There was the organic people who weren't following, who got screwed over. It's just choosing, who's in the club.
Well, I'm just saying we should start a big club of all just Americans, all of humanity is in the club, and then we fucking buy something, we pick something, and then just everyone buys it, and the price is going to fucking skyrocket. Just like GameStop did. They do that with coins now, though, so, I mean, sometimes it's a pump and dump, sometimes it's organic.
Are there any good flat Earth crypto coins?
No, I
There
had
was
one
a
before.
there was a scam for one with the, what was it, Squid Game? There was a Squid, whatever it was, the movie.
Yeah, the series, the Squid Game.
Was that what a Squid Game? Whatever. There was a Squid Game coin that turned out to be a scam.
I don't know if it's a scam. I don't know if I have the right one. I'm staking $100 worth of that squid token on one of my spots right now. I get $1 a day off it.
I don't know that it's that one, because the one that I'm talking about that's a scam, they had a bunch of people invest in it, and then they cashed everything out and delisted the coin, and nobody knows
Yeah,
who
this
the
ain't
owners are.
this ain't. I got one of the legit ones or something. I never go
But I
in too
mean,
heavy on
what you
anything.
doing
Like,
a rug pull like that, man? Jeremy, there's 100 of them a day. That
yeah.
one just had publicity because of the name of it. But dude, like rug pulls and slow rugs and honey pots and all, there's 100 of them every day of the week. That's why you just got to be, you got to be careful and do research before you throw money at anything. Unless I tell you it's safe, and then it's safe.
I do no research when I get in on a coin, that because I go in real super light. Like I'll go in for $100.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're going to throw $40 or $100, no big deal. But if you're going to invest something in it, then don't just do it because some guy said it's a good idea.
Yeah,
The penny
my
stocks are
strategy
good.
is. Yeah, that's what I
So you
do.
could just
I
put
do that.
€1 or something like that. And I mean, if you lose, you lose. But if you gain, you gain.
That's what I do. I buy the cheap ones. I got this real nice one right now, Sphinx Swap. Baby Swap. There's a ton of them that are like under $1 that are good. I like the little 5, 10, 15 cent ones. The Sphinx Swap ones, you just got staking on their site. Their coin's like 2 cents or something. Got potential.
So that Squid Game, which one? Because there's one called Squid Game. SQUID. That one is actually the scam one.
The one I have right now is worth 20 cents. Let me see.
That's the scam one.
Yeah, I got the scam one.
Yes.
It's all good. I only put $100 in it.
There, I posted 2 different links, but the second one there, it literally has a little thing at the top that says, "This has been reported as a scam."
I don't think the website idea would have this coin on it if it was a scam, because his website idea was pretty legit. So,
Well,
I'm not saying it's impossible, but
I thought they had delisted it, but some sites I think still trade it, and it maybe if you still get it through like Pancake Swap or somewhere like that, you can still get it. But I don't think you can get it through any of the actual exchanges.
that Baby Swap site is dope, though. They got a lot of spots a lot of places inside that site that has over 0.5% a day.
So yeah, that Squid Game that's 20 cents, Jeremy, on October.
Bro, if you're gonna unmute me, at least do it fucking respectfully. Fuck's sake.
The 20-cent Squid Game was trading at $600 back on the first, like October 31st and November 1st. It spiked from 30 cents to $600 in one day.
Yeah, they get pumped up. People that own them usually do that, and they try to get as many people to, like I was saying before, the fiat dollar is like the main balancer, and then Bitcoin and cryptos are right in the middle. So when they do that, they're basically dumping essentially a huge amount of fiat into it, meaning they're sort of risking that when they do that. Yeah, and then that's usually why those run up, I think. And then if they do that, and then other people jump on it, or more people buy in as it goes up. I think that's what in the game that those guys are doing in those cases, like when they're pumped up like that. And yeah, like Effie was saying earlier, I think definitely these exchanges do that, especially Binance, which is like the biggest one. And it's a dead giveaway. The logo for Binance is the all-seeing eye. Same shit they put on all the news outlets, and it's their demonic eye thing that they put everywhere. Also, Qcoin has the same all-seeing eye logo as well. So those are dead giveaways of who they are. So Extremis, were you serious before? Like, you actually want to support them? Like, if you knew coins that actually are in, that network, like Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, you actually would purposely want to support them?
I wouldn't do it for that reason. My reason would be solely because I think that the project will go up and make money. Has nothing to do. What's in it for me? I don't care what other people are doing. What is in it for me? What can I get out of it?
I got
Yeah,
you.
he just wants to see money. He was just fucking with you.
Yeah. Well, I think that's how they think as well. Yeah, it's just a self-centered. They just want what they want for themselves. That's why they screw the rest of us over.
So basically, he's a speculator. He's making an investment and speculate that it will go up and he'll get out. He knows the game is corrupt, but he wants to speculate just like every other business does.
Isn't it a bit like asking Geo that if you keep your money in the bank, why are you feeding the system?
You can't beat them. You might as well join them.
Yeah.
Oh man.
God, it's
You guys
so
actually
fucking
think that?
unreal.
Yeah, you actually think that?
Well, I don't necessarily mean like in terms of their mentality or their political views or whatever, but in terms of making money.
That's
If
why I
you can't
say
bring them
talk
down-
do what the fuck you want on any server. Because if you don't comply, you don't comply. If you comply, you fucking comply.
If you can't bring them down, you might as well join them and make money, even if you don't share their same viewpoint.
Right. Well, the only thing at this point, though, I mean, I'm not trying to say you personally, but in general, is that what they're vying for now, in my opinion, is for everybody to keep buying into like their fiat system and then ultimately into their digital currency system that they're building. So that's the thing. Like, I guess if you want that like New World Order thing, then I guess that's what you want or whatever.
Right?
So
Like not speaking about something we shouldn't speak about.
yeah, people are.
Hang on, guys. If Stacy
Same
hot
shit.
micing,
I'm just saying, same shit, y'all.
is Stacy hot
Same
micing?
shit.
I think she's trying to have the conversation. I think.
I'm trying to have a conversation about complying. You see, you said one thing, but then you turn around and do another thing. You're not listening to yourself.
Yeah, whatever that means.
See, on my server, when we run, we talk what we want to talk about. We do what we want to do. And you shut us down,
Well-
you shut us down. For any fucking
Yeah,
reason. I don't give a fuck
Yeah, I
what
like it over here.
take me
I
out.
like it over here.
It's bullshit.
I like it.
You're gonna say don't comply because you're not
Thanks for the
you're giving it to the system, then you have to do that on every fucking thing, or you're just like them. Stop the bullshit. Stop the games.
I like the server. Thank you, Geo, for the server.
No, the server's great, and I've said that. But don't act like you're not complying when you don't sit there and say, I can't talk about fucking vaccines. I can't talk about the shit that I do every single day for activism because we cannot comply.
So how do you tell which of the crypto coins or whatever are part of the New World Order?
Right? What's New World Order? Right? He just said don't do New World Order, but then let's comply to New World Order. You guys don't fucking hear it. You're stupid as shit. Wake the fuck up, you truthers. What, talk shit? You sit and talk shit every day, and then you comply. You're just like the rest of them. Stop talking shit. Stand up. You fucking weak-ass people. I don't give a fuck you ban me. You're not activists. You're not out here doing shit. You're talking shit and you comply. Shut up. Shut the fuck up or shut up. Seriously.
Thank you. Now, Geo, you there?
Yeah, give me a second.
The question I asked earlier was actually kind of directed at you.
Yeah, he asked you, how do you know if which crypto, or if crypto's correct and who's correcting it, and if that's the New World Order?
Yeah, how do you know which ones are legit versus part of the New World Order?
Why don't you just put the stock market in there too? What stock market is legit and which is corrupt? It's okay if I buy Coca-Cola, but it's not okay if I buy Big Pharma. What do you got a line? Is it okay if I buy Netflix, but not okay if I buy Philip Morris? What is it? We
I
all
guess
want
you
to
can
make
buy-
money. We're investors. We buy stocks. We make money. We don't need to worry about the world order.
Yeah.
We know we can even verify that.
This squid token I got, Extremistus, it peaked at like 60 cents, 59 cents or something. So that's not the one that I got.
Okay, well, I looked at the history for the last month history, and the squid, it's called Squid Game, and it's at 22 cents right now. But back the first of the month, 1st of November, it went from 20 cents to 600 to 20 cents, like over a 2-day period.
Oh yeah, that's a straight fucking. They jacked them. Yeah, mine's legit. Like I said, the website this is on that I use the squid token on is legit. They wouldn't even be fucking with nothing like that. So, is mine is just called Squid Token. That's all.
Okay, that may be different.
Yeah, it's like 8 cents right now. I refresh that chart. Like I said, I only got $100 worth of it. If that shit flops, whatever. That's why I go in light on shit because it's 7 cents. That's why I don't go in too heavy on anything. Cause like you really don't need to. You throw $100 at something. Like if it bubbles, if it does what it should, or for me, then good. If not, then no harm, no foul. I can still sleep at night. You can't go in crazy at one thing. You got to have risk management. That's like a huge part of investing is risk management.
I agree. Diversification.
Yeah, risk management, diversification, absolutely.
Well, Extremistus, yeah. I mean, at this point, I would say, just for lack of a better term, the kind of Illuminati control structure, the controllers, whatever term one would want to use, Jesuit, Freemason, these family lines, all that. Yeah, you were saying like how to tell which of the blockchains are theirs and which aren't.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
So, for instance, how do you say Solana is part of the New World Order or whatever, the Illuminati? How do you know that?
Are you supposing that?
That's what I'm asking him.
Well, Solana is part of Solana came out a little bit later on the scene. They're part of a network of a bunch of other blockchains. They're not really. They're like a clone of other blockchains, is what I'm saying, and they came a little bit late in the game.
Okay.
So I think one way is to see which of these networks is connected to which other networks. So I would say that's like one foundational thing to be on the lookout for. See which ones are connected. Like Ethereum, for example, there's like the ERC20 tokens. So anything that's an ERC20 is built on the Ethereum network. It doesn't mean that the person who created an ERC token, is actually sort of like they may be just a regular human, as it were, like just like a regular person. But then it's like, well, then what is the Ethereum blockchain? Because that's what that's what they're depending on.
I mean, that's been around a long time.
Yep,
So,
Ethereum. Well, Ethereum was That, to me, that's the core of the co-opt, because Bitcoin came out and then very quickly Ethereum was the second, follower. So I think that's a big giveaway. And they instantly started building this like huge network and all these apps that you can build on. So it's pretty obvious to my mind that that's definitely, the NWO dudes, the Ethereum, 100%.
So the fact that it's a big network and they built a bunch of apps. So basically, you're describing Apple.
They are part of Apple, part of Google. Yep, it's the same dudes. Yeah.
So anything that's big is basically what you're saying.
No, not necessarily. I'm just giving some things to look at that I look at.
I'm trying to figure out what your reasoning is. How do you separate? Like, so far you've named a bunch of big ones that are part of it. So name what is a big company that is not part of it. And how do you make one that isn't? Well, sorry. And how do you? So if a big company is not part of it, how do you make the distinction?
Yeah, I'm going to just for fun, I'm going to go pull up the list of like the top 100 on CoinMarketCap while we're talking, just to.
Okay.
We'll go by ranking. Yeah, so the top like 10 are all them. Bitcoin is not. That one is authentic. They can't control it, is what it is. It's pitting off against the fiat dollar and they can't control it. So that's the Bitcoin beast. Ethereum definitely is. Binance definitely is, because the whole Binance chain is they own and run. USD Tether, I don't know. That's kind of irrelevant. Solana, number 5. So they've worked that one up. And like I said, that's fairly new and it's linked in with a bunch of other networks. But yeah, so that one is number 5. Cardano definitely is. That's been a big network from the beginning. Let's see. XRP, Polkadot is for sure. XRP is like 50-50, but they've kind of given up on that project. That one's kind of changed ownership and been a couple different things, because there was Ripple and XRP. So that one's a little bit of a in the middle guy. Polkadot definitely is. Dogecoin is 100%. Shiba is. So I'm trying to see like what the top one that isn't.
Besides Bitcoin.
I would say for myself though, like if in terms of how I decipher, there are things I look for, like like I'm saying, like some of these things I'm saying in terms of who they're linked with, who they're connected with, their position in the field, the technology they're building, how linked in are they with other networks like Ethereum and dependent on these other networks and so on. So I do look at a lot of those things. But I also, for myself, because I don't have any other way to know, like I can't, go in and audit who owns them, or, I can't do anything like that. I can't go take pictures of who's running the things or, anything like that. All I can do is look at their websites, look at what they're putting out and their technology and their white papers and stuff. So I think it'd be difficult to be able to prove that, just like it's in some ways difficult to prove a lot of things like that, like who really runs, NASA and all that kind of stuff. So I think for me, my own personal is a direct energetic resonance. So I actually do a process within myself where I'm able to tune into the actual coin and the technology directly. And basically through its vibration, I'm able to tell what it's associated with and what its energy is. So to me, that's how I do that on the core level, is how I'm able to decipher them.
That USDT, the Tether coin, I heard very bad things about them. Whoever's running that fucking show.
Yeah. There has been a bunch of sketchy shit with them.
Which is scary because it's the most popular stable coin out there that a lot of places use. They got liquidity in USDT and shit. So it's like.
Exactly. That's all part of the plan. Yeah, the first 4, or it's like you got Bitcoin, but then you got Ethereum, BNB, USD Tether, Solana. Yeah, it's right in there. Yeah, if they pulled the rug on that, I bet that's one of their backup moves. If they have to, they'll pull it, and just take
billions. That would crash that would fucking crash I don't know. That would hurt.
There's
Yeah. Do you know how many markets are USDT markets? Exactly.
That
like
would hurt, bro.
tons
Yeah.
of them because they use that. Yeah, it's bad.
There's probably more Tether traded than all of the other combined.
I haven't looked at those numbers. I mean, there's a lot of Tether markets, and you're right.
Oh.
There are. Well, yeah, there are a lot. I mean,
if you pulled up the coin market cap, if you just look at it and look at the volume, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. 81, what is that, billion? 81 billion traded in 24 hours. Second place is 38 billion with Bitcoin. Third place is 20 billion. And then after that, it drops off to 5. So 81 billion Tether, and probably the next 50 combined are probably 80 billion.
yeah, it's sketchy as hell. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, well, extremists. I don't know what your viewpoints are. Some of the guys that believe in the globe and are really into that, like, also like question a lot of other things. So, I mean, are you like aware of the Federal Reserve scam? Like, do you understand in terms of what's going on there? Like, do you agree that they control the money? Like, so would you see it in a sense that they have like infinite dollars to buy up these cryptos and control them? Unfortunately, like, do you see it that way?
I don't care. None of that has any effect on me. It's not going to change my life one way or the other, whether the Federal Reserve does that or does whatever they do.
About to buy some more of this Jaws token right now. It's really nice on Auto Shark. Dot finance. I got way too much USDT now. I'm looking at my shit and it's like, oh. I'm trying to stack some cash up though for if something silly happens, but I may put it. I'm gonna
Yeah,
wait
that
till
is
tomorrow.
interesting though. That is interesting, the USDT situation. Like, because they tried to do that with Bitcoin Cash. They tried to basically take over Bitcoin with Bitcoin Cash. This was back like
When that fork happened, that was great, bro. I got like
Yeah.
I got like 9 free Bitcoin Cash coins.
Yep, I got a lot on that fork because that was a cool fork.
Yeah,
'Cause
they
you
broke us off.
Yeah, you just got the equivalent in Bitcoin Cash of what you had at that point. They just it's like doubled.
Yeah.
But that was crazy. Yeah, after that fork happened, they definitely tried to take over Bitcoin. There was a run up, like this was after Bitcoin had hit 20,000. There was a period where they must have been dumping millions, billions, trillions. I don't know how much into it, but they just created it just so it was just running up nonstop. And then it seemed like they tried like tanking Bitcoin at that same time, and they were trying to get it to flip, the other way, but they couldn't do it. They couldn't overcome the power of Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin has a strength of that I think the angelic beings are supporting. So the evil can't get it down ultimately. And I think that's why it's going to help us transition to a better future ultimately.
Damn, Gio, that's some hippie shit.
I know, Gio. You're going along and talking, and I'm really listening. And then what I call out there, you say something like that, and I go, "What?"
Well, do you think there's angels, Howard? Do you think those exist?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, and I say that with a little regret because I did used to, and I don't anymore.
Okay, so is your feeling that you're just a physical being in a Big Bang universe, and when you die, it's just the lights turn off, and then that's the end of everything?
Yes, but and me and my girlfriend talk about this, and she holds on to her faith for the sake of the meaning, I think. But I really don't have an issue with feeling small and insignificant. I mean, we're here is the reality. I'm here. I do what I can to be a good person and make people's lives better if I can, whatever way I can. And then I find satisfaction in that I've, even if I haven't done anything necessarily good today, I haven't done anything bad today. So I don't have any regret when I lay down and go to sleep. And ultimately, I think the hell is laying on your deathbed with regret. So I do the best I can while I'm here.
Okay, I got you. So you would say there is no spirit world then in your mind?
I can't answer that absolutely because I do hold the idea when I think about biology and how it works and the complexity of just DNA, DNA replication in that process and how complex and intricate that is that, I get the idea that it had to have been designed because it couldn't have just happened, So, and if it was created, what is the spirit world? Is it spirits or other dimensional beings? That not necessarily spirits, but something else.
Yeah, well, I would say my understanding of people who have experienced it and or can navigate there freely or have been able to access that level refer to it as it's not necessarily like a different world than this one. It's actually the foundational reality to this one. So it's actually the backdrop, as it were, like the actual gears, or the microchip in the computer. Like it's the actual sort of consciousness state and reality state that precedes the physical world. So it encompasses the entire physical world and actually precedes it. But can appear invisible to folks who are fully in the human mode, fully just in ordinary human consciousness in that sense. And I don't mean ordinary in any bad way. I just mean, there's just like a being in the physical world and in a physical body form of consciousness.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. That we're a product of that rather than anything else.
Yeah, and that's our home, perhaps where we came from and where we go back to. Like that's the foundational reality. This is just a created reality to experience within, like, well, I guess it goes down to like what's primary. Is the physical world primary? Like, because you were saying you do think there's a creator, so that's interesting. So you do, so you do think there's a creator, but you're just not spiritual or religious.
I think a creator is possible, but I don't have an image or vision or idea of what that means, or what that is.
A creator is absolutely necessary, not just possible.
That's kind of like deism. Are you like a deist?
I wouldn't say that. Like a deity.
No, deism. It's essentially that there is a creator and that it logically makes sense that there is, but you don't really have any defined of what that is.
Isn't that
I guess so.
agnosticism? I thought deism was that the creators like left, that he created it and left. That notion.
Theism is the position where you believe in God, but you don't believe that it or he or whatever has anything to do with what goes on in the world.
Well, and think about that. To me, really, I mean, to think about it logically, why is it? And this idea lends to my disbelief.
Which idea? The globe?
Why would there be a creator and we can't know him? I mean, as far as communicating with him or know him, his presence or whatever, until we die. You're going to have to die to meet God, and that's kind of trickery to me. That, and I think about the Bible written as a political book in an effort, with these elites write these books and we're going to control these people and you better act this way and you'll have everlasting life. And if you don't act that way, you're going to go to hell and burn forever. So it's, positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement.
It's
just a way to control,
Well, that's a demonic control matrix system. Yeah, I would say that's not divine origin.
Well, let me just say it's a test to measure your free will and the decisions you make to see if you do good or do bad, to see where you basically go in the afterlife, right? Now, if he made his existence known to you, that would tip the scales. That would give you a bias. You would no longer have free will. If you knew God exists, you would you would have that imperative to do good so that you could be in heaven, because that God exists and heaven and hell exist and everything. So you're not really testing your free will. It's not a neutral test. It's not a fair test. You have an advantage in that case.
Mm-hmm. But I found it interesting. Somebody said a minute ago that the creator created this and left. And that's what it seems to be. If there was a creator that created all this, where did he go?
See, that was my kind of I guess misconceived notion of what deism was, that like they created it and everything's on auto cycle basically, and then they left. But I guess deism is that they created it and then they didn't interfere anymore, or like they're not kind of like interfering with your life whatsoever.
Yeah.
Think when we run a simulation, we don't like interfere with it or fuck around. That shit runs in like a nanosecond, and then we view the results. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like that could be what happened. That's why they might be able. That's why they can get away with saying, in my mind, they can get away with saying, God's this all-knowing, all-being. He's impervious to time or whatever, because the shit's already over in his view. You know what I'm saying? Everything already happened. He knows everything that's going to happen. I mean,
Yeah. Good way of thinking of it.
Yeah, the deistic God is basically a deadbeat dad. Think of it that way.
A what?
A deadbeat dad. A dad who just leaves.
I think that's a bad way of putting it.
Or a deadbeat mom.
I think that's because your deadbeat dad or mom only created you and nothing else, whereas with the deistic God, they created absolutely everything.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure, but it's just a stupid analogy I came up with.
Well, I'm going to read this deism concept. Howard, you can tell me what you think of this. I'm going to actually just read right off from Wikipedia here. It's the philosophical position and rationalistic theology that rejects revelation as a source of divine knowledge and asserts that empirical reason and observation of the natural world are exclusively logical, reliable, and sufficient to determine the existence of a supreme being as the creator of the universe. Deism is also defined as the belief in the existence of God solely based on rational thought, without any reliance on revealed religions or religious authority. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. That was kind of what I thought it was, which is essentially, it's sort of like a rationalistic, like just like it said there, that there's, empirical reason through observation, through logical, reliable, etc., to be able to determine like logically that there is perhaps a God or supreme being. But so in terms of like based on rational thought, like there, kind of the idea of like there must be. However, it doesn't rely on any particular like, divinity or religious ideas or worship or channeling or, it doesn't necessarily have any of that. It's just sort of that logical concept of it, if that makes sense.
Thank you for reading that out, Gio. I just realized that I'm deist.
Yeah, I was kind of resonating with it too. So it's kind of just exactly what I said about biology and the complexity of biology and how it just, it doesn't seem logical that could have recurred spontaneous, that someone had to design that.
Even if it did occur spontaneously, it had to start somehow, right? The initial energy had to come from something. So it always goes back, like even before the Big Bang, where the energy of the Big Bang and all that kind of stuff come from. It had to come from an uncaused cause,
Even if you bring it,
supernatural entity.
even if you bring it back to the Big Bang, like you got other problems now. Like where'd you get DNA from? You got inanimate matter creating animate matter that doesn't even register.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm 100% on board with that. The logical necessary antecedent for creation is a creator. And, if you have the law of causality, the logical necessary antecedent for creation in that paradigm is an uncaused cause that's causing the rest.
I'm telling you, Left Lane, you should watch QE's presentations he does on evidence for a creator, or atheism versus creationism and shit. It's some good stuff. I know you guys don't really like QE, but
no, the only thing about that is, and this is something I don't even like to say. I hate that son of a bitch.
Still though,
Put
you
that
should
right
watch.
in his ear. QE ear.
You should watch.
I mean, if there's a place in hell for him, because he is no Christian.
Tell us how you really feel about him. No, but seriously, he's done some good work on the creator argument, and there's a lot. It's some good shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Howard, like if there is a creator, well, if you were going to say something, go ahead on that, because I was going to.
No, it was not important. Yeah, it's not important. If you can't say something good, I've tried. So yeah, I've said everything I need to about QE.
Yeah. Well, I think I'd prefer just overall not to talk about people that aren't here and whatnot. I mean, I've talked to him, in my own ways and things, and yeah, he's definitely quite a character. That is for sure. I mean, he's You got to admit though, like even from the perspective of like on a positive side, like I will say this, like, and I've joked with him about this, like even like as like from like a comedian standpoint, you know how there's certain comedians that do that stuff and they do a lot of like swearing and kind of, and it's funny, like because the way that it's such a caricature of it that it's actually entertaining.
Like
so,
yeah,
it is.
Yeah,
it's almost like a performance or something. It's not. I'm not saying he does comedy, but I'm saying like it. I don't know. I've just laughed with him about that, just the way he strings together a lot of those phrases and stuff. It's funny.
Like Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah.
A character.
But well, so Howard, in terms of the idea of there being a creator, so if you're open to the idea that something created this entire realm, all the physical world, the natural world, animals, plants, humans, emotions, the whole 9 yards created this. Do you think that it's limited at just creating this? Or do you think if it has this capacity, it would have who knows what infinite other capacities to create other worlds, so many other states of consciousness? Like in your mind, does it seem like it would be limited at just what's here? Or is there then possibly more? And if so, how do you contextualize that into the whole situation?
Yeah, that's fun stuff to think about, isn't it?
Because it kind of leads me back to the spirit world thing, like in terms of, like I guess like what is actually within the layers of the creation in terms of like of that. So like if this physical world is possible, what else is as well, or what's even foundational to this one? Like if we're experiencing this now, then what precedes this or comes after it, and then what precedes the thing that precedes the thing that precedes this?
Right. sort of an infinite regression.
Does it just resolve back to some infinite light that is just infinite, has infinite capacity, infinite bliss, love, knowledge, creativity, clarity of mind, of creation? Like, does it go back to just some core like vibrational light, do you think? Or would it go back to that, like at the core level?
Boy, I don't know. I don't know. There's like 6 branches come off of what you just said. 6 different branches of thought. And it's a little overwhelming to think about. What are all the possibilities in reality? But I mean, from my perspective, I'm thinking of this universe as big as it's said to be, and all the other planets and all the other solar systems, and how many other opportunities there are for a place like this, however that is, whatever like this is, and it's overwhelming to think about that. What else could be out there? And why would we be the only ones?
We are the only ones. You don't create something as good as this and then only make one of them. Right? We would never do that. Imagine if humans could make something like this. We would be making a fucking zillion of them.
Yeah,
and exploiting the shit out of it.
God only created one of me.
Boom.
Sure.
And for whatever reason, what I think about, what that makes me think about, is the world that we live in, and what our reality is, regardless of all that other stuff. And I really think we went wrong. I mean, technology is great, and I love being able to sit here and talk to you guys from all around the world, and it's really cool. It's really neat. But at some point, we went wrong as far as how we treat our planet. And what I envision would be, and I've seen this on maybe some sci-fi show or something, but our homes built of dirt, nice homes, but built of the dirt, and not chopping down trees to build our homes, and communities, and everyone's wears like smocks, and just kind of a peaceful, more peaceful existence, I guess, so to speak. No cars, we ride horses, no pollution. And I wonder if we would have had some sort of insight, and I say we as humanity, if we would have had some sort of insight of what industry would take us in technology, where it would take us, if we would have stopped and realized that we need to not develop this stuff, and live a more simple life in harmony with nature. So that kind of takes the conversation in a whole different direction, I guess.
Yeah, I think we should all aspire to like that last
Path
part of
is
what you
off.
said.
What's up?
I mean, it would seem that, like logically, that whatever's creating this world is doing it with ease. Just manifesting oceans and fucking the earth and the sun, moon, and stars just moving perfectly all the time in their cycles. Everything's correlated and connected. Everything's interconnected. Nature. Now, there's also a lot of suffering and trauma and pain as well, but I think, that's part of the whole creation as well. But I'm just saying, on a grand scale, it seems to be doing it with ease, and has for who knows how many eons of time. So if it's able to do that with such ease, wouldn't any world be able to be created with ease as well? Like some other world where you might have giants, or, limitless other types of beings, other types of lands, other types of just worlds in general that could be created with physical matter, or even with other types of.
But Geo, I totally get that. But won't they be still made by the same con that made us?
Yeah, that's what
Like
like
if
a
there
lot of
is
faiths
if there
believe.
is if there is a person or if there is something out there that can create us, and we talk about these other worlds that could be created, logically it will be the same person who created us that will create them, right?
Yep. And that's what a lot of faiths believe. Like the 7 earths, 7 heavens, 7 hells.
I mean, it's weird, dude. Like one day, I try to think of the word for hell in my language, and I couldn't. I literally could not come up with a word for hell
In Urdu?
in Hindi.
Yeah, I don't know.
Could I ask Howard a question? So,
Is
how
there
you
is
doing,
there
guys?
a word in Urdu?
No.
Well, Google Translate is telling me narak.
Narak.
Go ahead, Allie. Allie, go ahead.
Ellie B.
I don't
How you
know.
doing? Hi, Howard. How you, mate?
Good, good.
It's always it's always fascinated me about this. Do you tell your kids they're insignificant?
No, my kids are
Right, but
Hell
the
no.
most important things in the world.
right. Yep. So the next question, follow-up question, obviously, why do you tell yourself that? Do you think that's healthy to, like, have this thing that's telling you you're insignificant all the time in the back of your brain?
I don't feel that. I don't feel
But
insignificant.
but you do. But you'll live your life accordingly to that belief, because it's quite a big belief. You know, as I say, it would affect a child. So there's no reason why it wouldn't affect you, and perhaps it affects you in ways that you don't realise. If you believe in God, right? I'm personally, I'm not a religious person. More spiritual, or like accepting the fact that I don't really know what's going on, but I don't believe the Big Bang. But just like for yourself there, you know, if God created you, you must be special. You can't just be insignificant, because if you were, he wouldn't have created you in the first place, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. You should maybe come away from that, right? Because the point of that is that gets indoctrinated. And just imagine now that kids get told that at school, and we are told that constantly. I don't mean stop believing you're not part of the Big Bang, but stop having that mentality, because it's not healthy. It's not healthy. Your thoughts affect you. You can think yourself stressed or ill. You can make yourself ill. You know, that's a fact. That's a scientific fact. You can make yourself ill just by worrying, by getting stressed. So imagine that you're...
Ali B, here's
Well,
the
one
question.
sec.
Right? I do get what you're saying, right? But when you talk about these notions of self-being and how they make you feel, the crux of what you're saying is we live in a society where, you know, we have a need to stroke our egos, right? And that is something that's pretty new.
Only if you've got one. Only if you've got one.
No,
If you've got...
what I'm
If
trying
you,
to say is that's pretty new in society today. Like most of us that are living society today are in the society where we need to stroke our egos, right?
no, you don't need to do anything. You choose to do that. You don't need to. You choose to do that. Don't put it onto someone else. You look. You're born with choices, and you make we all choose our own. When we wake up in the morning, we choose what path we take. Do we go to work? Do I stay the day? If I go to work, my day is going to be totally different than if I stay at home. And that's the secret. We do have a choice, and we do actually have control of our life.
LED, when you say you have a choice to do
Yep.
it, and we have a choice, right? You see, that's kind of where I'm a little bit questioning what you're trying to say. I mean, me personally, the way I see it is, we're living in a world where we have a clear path of what it means to be a person in society, if you want, the way we should be living, right? And in order for us to potentially want to live in ways that people were a long time ago, right? It just won't work, would it? When I say ways that won't work, I'm talking about fulfillment by, if you want communal living. Communal living in today's society is totally frowned upon. Communal living places are always called cults.
Is that how you look at them?
Are they cults? Is
No,
communal living
they're communes.
such a bad thing? Like I personally, if you really think about, again, I'm a little bit different to you guys because I do believe in I'm not reincarnation. I believe in reincarnation, but I also believe in hereditary evolution, right? And if we consider the animals we came from,
Reincarnation and evolution.
yeah,
Branch?
all that shit, bro.
You're popping.
You know all of it.
You're rocking them both. You're just double fisting it, huh? You got one.
Gio, don't go
You
there.
got
what I'm trying to say.
You're just carrying them both. You're like, I'm gonna reincarnate and I'm gonna evolve from monkeys, like both.
Well, I believe all animals are one, and I'm not sure what the fucking point you're trying to make is, Gio. But why cannot every animal be as
Well,
important?
because evolution says that we came, like that we're just like materialistic beings that, or materialistic sort of animals that came out of, the ocean, the Big Bang, the random molecules that all pop together, and then and then a planet formed, and then a sea slug came out of the ocean, and then et cetera, et cetera.
It also, Gio, it also says we're all related. Every animal is related. They're all our, great, whatever the fuck it is, siblings, right?
Yeah, but the way it's different than reincarnation is just that reincarnation is more of a where you actually can incarnate in multiple bodies throughout multiple timelines.
All right, I'll be back, bro. I'll be back. 1 second.
Where you wouldn't just be an evolved, animal, but something much more eternal.
What's your logic behind believing in evolution? If you've obviously you must have seen the same stuff that everybody, all the arguments against it, the for it, how the science is flawed, carbon dating, all that plethora of stuff that puts doubt onto whether this theory is true or the Big Bang's true or quantum physics is true. All this doubt that's flung onto everything. What makes you choose to go with that, to brush all that aside, all these people that come out and say, hey, by the way, this is wrong. I'm a qualified person. I went to MIT. I've come out. I'm a professor, teach at Stanford, Yale, or whatever. I'm saying the exact opposite of what the mainstream's saying, but they still get to teach and stuff like that. What makes you listen to the other people rather than the person that goes against it? Goes against the mainstream. What's your thought process in that? What do you do? How do you reach your decision? Sorry, that was long-winded. Yeah, how do you reach your decision to believe one thing over the other? That's to the guy that believes in reincarnation. Have I went?
Branch stepped away for a minute, I think.
All right, good, Howard. Excellent. I want to go back to what we were talking about. It kind of went off in another branch, shall we say. But what I was saying about, believing that you are, insignificant. Howard.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of talk about insignificance and things. I really don't have any part of my being feels insignificant.
But you said it. You said you knew you were insignificant. You actually said it just 5 minutes ago. That's why I wanted to, because I love this conversation, because I think it's how religious people believe that when God specifically created you guys. That's, well, you believe that he's specific. So how can you be insignificant? That's what
No, you must have misunderstood me, Ali. I didn't say I felt insignificant. I don't feel insignificant.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay,
Yeah,
my misunderstanding.
yeah. No, I feel as an important being. I take care of myself and my household and a couple of others, you know, and those people need me, and you know, my community and things I've done throughout my life. And yeah, I do. I've done some good things, and I've not been perfect, but I certainly, I really do not feel insignificant. It's, you know, and
No,
in regard to, I don't feel like I need to believe in a God to be significant to humanity, you know, and my family.
right. It's just because a lot of when these astrophysicists and all, how do you feel like when Richard Krauss or deGrasse Tyson or Richard Feynman or whoever, Steinhardt or whatever these things, physicists, every single one of them says we're insignificant. Is that a good thing? Because remember, these guys are teaching children. You know, I've seen Brian Cox give lectures to children, telling them how insignificant they are. Do you think,
Yeah,
is that a good way? Is that a good way to teach children?
from a psychological twist, yes, I don't think it's good to give, especially a child, the impression that they're insignificant, and it could have negative, lasting effects.
Oh, good
You
for
know,
you.
and yeah, I
That's what makes me
don't.
angry. That's what makes me angry. But I don't just leave it to thinking about children. I think about it that they're telling grown people as well. They're telling everybody this. That they go out and they tell everybody. Now, you've already admitted doesn't matter what age you are, you can still get psychologically affected by words, gestures, actions. There's books written on it, man, how to manipulate people to make them change their beliefs or, you know, change their opinions or to win arguments and stuff like that. And these guys are specifically, go watch them, see the way that they interact. And to me, that's worrying then, right? To me, that's like a poison. That's not a way to pass on information, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's my big beef with the science thing. I just discovered this, man. You know, it was just before I got into flat earth, it was just something about science. I started looking into it. I thought, what? I says, I can't believe I believed all this shit. Because I know the model, I know the Big Bang model, I know about all this, what do you call it, quantum fields and all the black hole, everything, because I was always interested, but I'd done a lot of reading when I kind of, about 6 or 7 years ago, when I finally realised that it's just made up. It's just a made up story. You've got a choice whether you believe it or not, but it certainly affects the way people carry out their lives, where they think they come from and all this. Because you get told it as a kid, from a child, so you'll take all that programming, because even with child psychology from the ages of 0 to 8, up to 8 years old, by the time you're 8-year-old, you've kind of got a grip of your, like, not full world view, but certainly way you look at things, you know. And that's a fact. That's science. Well, that's if I choose to believe, pick and choose, I suppose. You know, and we get told that as kids. And I got told I was a tiny speck on a spinning ball, man. When I was a kid, I was in fear of the fact that it might stop spinning. When I was like, you know, like 3-4 year old, when I got told it was spinning, I used to go about shit. I know it's funny when I think about it, but I thought, wait a minute, I was a kid, you know. And if I had them thoughts, right, I'm everybody's special, but you know, there's an overall thing there that I wouldn't have been the only person. Maybe not about the spinning, but about zooming through space and what happens if the sun goes out. We're all going to die. You know, I wouldn't. You know, there'll be kids that have that kind of thought. I don't think it's a very good way of introducing kids to science. To me, it's more of a programming to get people, to kids to get look at it and make decisions. You know, you base your decisions on what you believe reality is. So it does affect, it affects everybody. It affects me. It still affects me today. The programming is deep. But yeah, that's just my opinion. That's what I see. Have you always been a Christian, Left Lane? Or believed in God?
Oh yeah, I was raised in the Nazarene Church.
What's that?
And
What's that? What's that kind of?
It's just it's a denomination of, I call it a cross between Pentecost and Baptist, and they're a little more staunch than the Baptists. Like my grandmother, she wouldn't even eat food that was cooked in sherry. You know, I mean, alcohol was of the devil, and you couldn't even have cookie sherry in the house, kind of thing.
I mean,
But
that is kind of true, though.
Yeah, exactly. I was actually going to say, actually, well, all them things are of the devil. If you want to take, I've read a lot of the Bible, and I get the philosophy behind all the, a lot of the parable, not all the philosophy, but the parables and all the.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, right, and it does say specifically, say, I used to tell my friends, would be sitting watching the television, right? I learned this 16, 17, when I first started smoking hash. I remember sitting with about 7 or 8 of my friends up in the room watching the telly, just a kid. And I was sat in it, I looked around and everybody was like staring at the telly, the television. I had no thoughts on it, and I was like, ah. And I just walked over and I switched it off. I said, and I was never religious. I said, that's the devil's tool there, man. Because I sat and watched these guys, sat there, eyes glazed over, watching some shit on the telly. I kind of seen it from the observer's point of view, from the, shall I say, and then it made me think, well, drinks that, anything that your body's a temple, anything you put into your body is of the devil, it's poison. Even music, that's what made me laugh. Now you've got bands that are critic. Anything that takes away your worship to the Lord or thoughts away from God is, and what do you call it, is the devil. Not that I believe in the devil or anything like that. I've got a weird thing on that, but is of the devil, you know. So music, and they've got bands in the like Pentecostal churches will have bands and are always music. They're using the devil's tools from the beginning. Big churches are designed around sounds. It's based on all sound, right? So it gets that. So all that's the devil's side, and that's what I always laughed about. I look at people that say they're Christians. I'm like, well, that's not. I'm a good. I try to be like you, Howard. Like you, I go about my life. I try to help people, or I try to have certain morals. Sure, nobody's perfect, man, but I fight against the what do you call it? Shall we say the temptations? Not fight against them. I kind of push them to the side gently, or whatever, because they'll always be there. But if someone annoys you, you get angry at them or think they're idiots. But you can push them thoughts aside. But as I say, I don't see anybody that says that they believe in God not participating like the devil's product, no matter whether it be smoking weed or drinking. And then they'll go about telling everybody, how bad they're doing, and it's like, you shouldn't be, you've got bad morals as they're swigging on a can, or your body is a temple, man. There's lots of saying.
Yeah, I do hear you on that. I think I would say that I don't think cannabis in any way is bad at all. In fact, I think it's very beautiful, very healthy, and
me too. But I think smoking it's wrong. I think. You can eat it, digest it, but I think smoking it's wrong. I don't think we're meant to smoke. But anyway, sorry, Gio.
Well, and I think too, like with alcohol, what I was going to say is that the reason I think it is demonic in nature is because it's actually made from grains, and these grains are actually they're all genetically modified. They all have they're modified to carry these certain genetics that these people and entities have bred into them. So they create like inflammation and they actually can maintain like possession states. Like if somebody has like a mild sort of demonic energy, if they consume a lot of grains or alcohol, because alcohol is like, concentrated grains, then it can bring out those demonic entities. And those entities know that, and they function through that. Now, if you were to make it from something that isn't grains, that's a different story. Like if you make and that could still be somewhat toxic, because all alcohol is somewhat toxic, but you can actually make like a natural wine, for example, from just the grapes and ferment it. And if you ferment it correctly, you can get a wine that's just made from organic grapes ultimately. And that is a totally different thing. Still a little bit toxic because it's alcohol, but that wouldn't have these kind of demonic things that I'm referring to. So to me, it's not really that it's an inebriant that's the problem. It's that it's actually made from those. But not only that, in today's world, it's made from grains, but also like corn and all the genetically modified corn, and then all these like, corn syrup and high fructose corn syrup. Like, so the alcohol products in today's world are like usually multiple types of grain products that are, and yeah, it definitely, I think, can activate that in people. And that's why some people that have really like issues with alcohol, or when they drink, they become really, either rageful or aggressive or whatever it may be, because it's literally bringing that out. And there's a reason that alcohol can bring it out. And usually cannabis does the opposite. Usually cannabis pushes away demons for people, which is why it helps with depression and a lot of those types of things. So they're kind of has the opposite effect.
I kind of go. That's interesting. You talking about the demon part of it, but it actually activates, but it activates from inside. What made me think that these things they're not natural, because we don't live in a natural world. I believe, because I believe in the programming part of from when we're children, we're constantly under programming. Kind of thing. I think these things are introduced into us. They actually dwell within our little pocket of consciousness. They've been put in there to specifically mess with them in the alcohol and whatever music or images or whatever is like the catalyst. They're like latent, and then when this gets put into it, this side of the personality hidden, because with alcohol's the worst one. You can get the nicest person, and then they, after about 6 or 7 beers, they turn into raging lunatics, man. But I just believe they're internal and they're inside.
We saw it tonight.
Yeah, we had. Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, there was quite a. Yeah, it is amazing how alcohol can do that. I've seen it. Well, alcohol, and there's some other drugs as well that do this. But yeah, I'm sure we all probably know someone that when they're sober, they're generally very kind and sweet, and well, at least just in their sober state, and even often rational and everything. And then when they drink, like, boom, complete change. And different people have different types of changes. But
yeah, man, my girlfriend, dude.
Oh yeah, I think you had mentioned that. Yeah, that's a thing with her? You said, or?
Oh yeah. She's completely crazy. Well, she's crazy all the time, but she gets drunk and she does, all sorts of stuff. Like she doesn't, like I'm saying, like she loses her entire things that she ordinarily would think was definitely wrong to do and mean. She doesn't care what she's drinking. She does the brutest, meanest things.
I think it's people that do that mad flip, because I had a girlfriend like that as well, Kosho. Actually, the mother of my kids, really kind-hearted, brilliant, intelligent thing. But when she got drunk, man, it was like it was crazy. It was like a crazy woman I had in front of me, and like what you said, things that she normally would think were bad doing. But I see that as they're allergic. It's causing allergy. I look at it as an allergy. When people drink and it affects them specifically like that, that they shouldn't be drinking, and not. It's an allergy. It has there's a chemical imbalance mixed in, I suppose, with the causes. But I think there's a chemical imbalance there that you could just stake out. I've always looked at. I learned that off my ex. I thought, nah, this can't happen. And I've had loads of mates that have done the same, but it was specifically when I had my, I was with my girlfriend's, my daughter's mum. It was specifically, I got thinking about it. I don't know what it was, but I was like, and then it just kind of, you know.
Yeah, it really is amazing how that changes. There was a guy I knew like years ago. We were friends for a little while. And we'd hung out several times and so on. And yeah, like when he was in his sober state, he was so just, he was a big guy. Like he, you know, huge, like, you know, 6'5", 6'6", like just a huge type guy, just size wise. And he, but he was so gentle. He was like a gentle giant when he was sober. But once he would start drinking, it was just like his eyes turned black, you know, it was meaning it was just sort of like, he was like, his soul was gone and there was some other like energy there. And yeah, sometimes he would get aggressive. There was one time where we went out together and he drove. So I was in like his car because we went out like, it was to a bar, although we were just like having like a little bit of, we weren't like drinking hardcore, but yeah, we were there. He was drinking, but I was just chilling. But anyways, and then he ended up like drinking, and then he was like I had his car keys because, you know, he knew that he would probably drink, and he's like, yeah, dude, don't let me drink and drive. And I was like, yeah, for sure. And then like after he started drinking, he was just like, it was a crazy night. He was like, he was like out on the street, like yelling, like, give me my car keys. And I was just like, it was like, what do I do right there? You know, like, do I just give it to him? So I pretty much like didn't give it to him. And then like finally, like he got the keys, and then like we actually drove, and I was in the car with him, and he was going like 80 miles an hour down a 20-mile-an-hour road and shit. And I was literally just hanging on for dear life. I was like, wow, I hope this that I'm safe at the end of this.
Keep hanging out with him?
No, he was someone like I used to go. This was years ago, but I used to go to this like coffee shop in this town, and so we like met there, and so we only kind of knew each other for like a couple of weeks. So it wasn't like a longtime friend. It was just someone, and we had met up there, and then yeah, that one time he had drove. So yeah, it was many years ago. But
how did he get the keys? Did he wrestle them from you?
Well, see, actually, that's the thing. He was yelling and screaming, literally, like, give me my keys, give me my keys. Yeah, making a major scene. And I just, like, stood there. I was trying to do, like, almost like a Zen meditation, you know what I mean? I was just kind of looking him in the eye, like, sending him love and just being like, I was just literally, like, you know, sometimes they say, like, when you're in, like, an extreme situation, sometimes the answer is really just to kind of do nothing, just, like, sit still. So that's what I was doing. And he wasn't, like, attacking me or anything, like, physically. He was just yelling and screaming. And then actually other people on the street started saying, give him his keys. Just give him his fucking keys.
Yeah, fuck this shit. But I'm surprised you got in the car afterwards.
Yeah, it was.
You needed a ride, huh?
Not necessarily. No, I wouldn't have necessarily needed. I wouldn't have really needed a ride, but I think he had like sobered up to some degree at that point, and so that's what happened. Like we waited long enough to where I thought perhaps he sobered up enough, which I think he
only got more drunk at that point. It was, you know, getting into a system even more slowly.
Well, no, I think it actually did work out that way to where he like. I think it did sober up enough to where, even though he still was driving like a maniac. Yeah, that was like one time in my life where I was like, wow, this is like because I usually don't get into anything like that type of situation. But I was just like praying at that point.
If he did sober up, then, you know, that might have been the smartest decision you ever made. Like, it could have been the difference between life and death. Like, if he sobered up a little bit because of you just standing there and kind of like being, you know, calm.
Wait, what are you saying?
I'm saying, like, if he did sober up, like, in that time that you were kind of standing there and being calm and stuff like that, then that might have been the smartest thing you ever did, because, you know, it might have been the difference between life and death.
Oh, yeah.
Right away, and, you know.
I think that can happen, but it's got to happen when they're sober. Like, for people when they're in that drunk state, I don't think much is going in. Like, I don't think they're like. I like to think that too. Like, maybe this is touching you on a deeper level. But then you see them the next day and they straight up just do not remember the night before. They're like, how did I get home? You're like, oh, fuck.
I
I think
personally
you got to
think
have a
that
chat with
like
them when they're sober.
I think that people that change that much, they're just weak, like weak personality.
Well, but he actually like he had depression and stuff. Like he had some like those type issues, and so he was on like some, you know, those antidepressant stuff. Like I don't even know what he was on, but yeah, he did take those, and so I think it was probably a combination. Like when people who take certain pharmaceuticals and alcohol, it's just like even more severe. Like whatever that effect is of changing personas or whatever, I think can even be more dramatic. And
Yeah.
it was like the first
It's
time I
way
ever
harder
saw
to
that.
predict how much to have.
What?
It's way harder to predict how much is going to get you drunk.
Yeah, there's
Like,
drugs
so
about
they'll be like,
and
oh, I'll
drugs.
just match my mate drink for drink, not realizing their brain is already like on multiple chemicals, so the drinks won't affect them in the same way.
Well, the thing
It
about it
only
for me is
happens-
that like because I had met him, like I said, we used to always go to this coffee shop and hang out. So I like met him there. We hung out several times there, talking, you know, late nights, you know, afterwards, like after the shop would close, we'd like smoke a joint and hang out on the street, talk and look up at the stars. And yeah, he was very like spiritual. We had great conversations, but I had never seen that part of him. And then at one of those times, he's like, "Hey, dude, you want to go out tonight?" And I'm like, "All right, cool." So like he ended up driving, and then we went to a bar, and like I think he only had like 2 or 3 beers, like it wasn't even that many. And that's when it happened. It was the first time I ever like experienced it, you know, that part of him. So that's why I was even more just like, whoa, is this happening right now? Like it was wild. It's just 100% shift. And he couldn't even rationalize. Like he wasn't even able to in that moment.
Did you talk to him at all after?
Yep. Yeah, and after he's like, dude, he's like, I'm so sorry, man. He like gave me a hug. He's like, dude, I'm so sorry. Yeah, he just said like that when he drinks, it's like he kind of explains it. He was explaining it like it's almost like he blacks out, and his ordinary like impulses are just like gone, and then he just is in like in that. So
Yeah. I have a friend that's kind of the same. Well, more than one actually, but I think we all have like that one kind of unpredictable, like off balance type friend.
I've had a few girlfriends the same way Coach Show was talking about.
That goes without
Where,
saying.
yeah, just like something about it where they're not happy if they only have a couple drinks. They have to get to that point where they're blackout in a state of like complete sloppy drunk. And what sucks is that, first of all, if there is anything meaningful about that night where they're actually emotional and being like, expressing like, deep love for you or whatever else, like that's also artificial in a way because like they don't even remember saying that, like it's like the good is also, you could chalk it off because all the bad things they do, they don't remember and you can't blame them for it. So you can't really give them any credit for the good things they do when they're drunk. So it's like both of them get kind of negated by that spirit taking over.
Yeah, that could, that could fuck you with your emotions. Like a girl telling you a bunch of shit when she's drunk and stuff, and you don't know what's real and what's not if you're not like well versed in it.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
yeah, I had a bit of that. Like the girl that I was with, like dated pretty much all through college or a lot of my college years. Yeah, she like I didn't really drink that much. I mean, back in college, of course, I would like just for fun and whatnot, but I wasn't super into it. But yeah, she was much more a drinker. Yeah, and actually, that's kind of like when we separated. That was kind of part of we were just different in that way. But yeah, she wouldn't really like black out per se, but she would definitely do things when drunk and then when sober, like not be able to recognize what happened fully.
And you can't blame her for it. That's the worst thing. It's like you don't remember it, so how am I supposed to hold a grudge, right?
No, you blame her for drinking that much in the first place.
Right, but it gets to the point,
Yeah,
I think,
but
with
for
some
the individual
people.
action, yeah, you can't really.
Yeah, what sucks is that it has to be all or nothing for a lot of people. They can't experiment. At some point, they have to just go the other direction, and then if you go to like the whole AA, like grant me my serenity type mantras and stuff like that, then it becomes kind of disgusting in another way. For me, at least, where it's like if you have to go all or nothing with something, then then you're obsessed with not drinking rather than drinking, and that's even worse almost.
It's just interesting how it can like change the personality. So like it can change the memory system, and it changes like in some people like the moral, base, like the moral line of just kind of what they're doing or what's going on. Like for some people it can trigger a lot of different mental states, especially like I said, if it's mixed with some kind of pill, pharmaceutical, that seems to be the most intense.
Well, here's a question, because I don't know who was speaking just before you, Gio, but they said like the good things that she was saying were artificial. Now,
That's
when
me,
someone's
new
drunk-
perspective, Dave.
Yeah, so when someone's drunk and they lack the inhibitions, right? Does that make them more themselves or less themselves?
I think it's difficult because it's hard to hold them to either. So
I think that's a
certainly
fair
think
question.
that it reveals your true self, but they will like. How do you know?
Yeah, like
how
is
can
it
you? How can
revealing
they
your
know
true
for
self, or is it
themselves?
kind of hiding your true self because your true self is when you're sober? Who knows?
Well, but
Well, I certainly think we're much more reserved. Our inhibitions are much greater. So you'll fancy somebody while you're sober, but you'll make a pass at them while you're drunk.
Right, but isn't it? I mean, have you guys have probably known people that have this where when they drink, there's a certain type of behavior, but when they come back into their like sober self, it's sort of like, oh, you're back, you know, like meaning,
Yeah.
like they're back, and then they're able to be completely like that guy that I mentioned, like, yeah, when he was sober, like the next day, like I said, he was like, dude, I am so sorry. And he was like giving me a hug, and he was just like, he's like apologizing profusely, and he was back to that gentle persona. So
Yeah, I'm that guy a bit when I'm drunk. I mean, I don't drive cars drunk or get abusive, but
Just motorcycles.
I'll
Okay.
oh no, I have once done that. But yeah, we'll have to be like, oh god, sorry, I was a dick last night.
Yeah, it's more of like a philosophical question than anything.
yeah, you've
Yeah,
gotten a
but I
bit
do
wild in
think
here,
maybe-
Harry. You've gotten a bit wild in here when drinking. Like that's when
Yeah.
you'll get really feisty and you'll say things that you probably normally wouldn't, and
Yeah.
the monologuing's maybe a little more, and then you'll get super like upset with people. Yeah.
Oh, is that when he ad libs and stuff? Is that him? Is that you when you're drunk, Harry?
What do you mean when I'm ad libbing?
When you're like just like muttering under your breath, saying stuff.
No,
like,
that
like,
for
while
me is
people that
just
you don't agree with are
funny.
talking.
It's typically just with people like Jin who like will talk over you. So I'm like, well, I can try and talk over you, but it's going to become toxic for everybody. So I'll just amusingly
So
speak
it's your
under
social
you,
self.
but like offer these like funny little asides or things that I think are funny little asides
Harry,
to like
Harry,
undermine what you're saying.
yeah, it's quite an explosive combo. Harry with like a bottle of wine, and then Jin when he's really fired up. Like you put those two together, it could be a wild. It's wild.
Let's make a show out of it. Make some money.
Yeah, basically like Riding just sips on wine, and then everybody has to keep guessing how many glasses he's had.
Jen comes in with the wheatgrass, and he's all hyped up and ready to go.
And we tell Jin, okay, Jin, you get to just talk nonstop, okay? So don't worry about ever stop talking, and then just let
No,
Harry
but
entertain him.
the entertaining part of Jin is how he's trying to overtalk everyone. That's part of the magic, you know.
My favorite is when because I've got one recording of him doing it really extremely, but when he goes like, excuse me, I'm trying to talk, and like nobody else is talking. Like he's had the floor for a minute now, and then we're like, excuse me, I'm trying to talk. And you're like, nobody else is saying anything.
I
Like,
think it's the delay. The delay sometimes makes that happen.
Yeah, I've never been
is
there.
it?
when
But
that
it's like
happens.
sometimes it's not even near when anybody else is speaking, and he's like angry, like somebody's interrupted him.
Well, there is actually a major delay on Jen's system. I don't know whether it's because he's in Japan or like whether they're running it through some other optical whatever, like
There's a delay on
cabling,
his system, but I think we're talking about a different system.
or whether it's his internet or whether it's his actual like phone. You know, whether he has an old flip phone from the 90s. I don't know, but there is a major delay.
Major delay reporting for duty, sir.
I don't know why I think of Jin having an old flip phone from the 90s, but that's what came to my mind. I just feel like Jin would be the kind of guy to be like, oh, I've never replaced it. It works great.
Yeah.
A razor.
Well, it might be like, I don't know, maybe in Japan, like maybe
BlackBerry.
since there's so much tech there, maybe there is like some delay like in their internet system. Maybe I don't know.
Little bit.
Because he does have like a solid 4-second delay usually.
Oh, 4 second. Okay. There's a chance if it's a 4 second delay, then maybe it is what I'm talking about. It just seems longer than any delay I've ever like known of.
No, it's like a solid 2 to 4 seconds. Yeah, to where it's long enough to where he literally thought he had the floor, and then he's just he doesn't get it when someone else is talking, but the other person started talking like 3 or 4 seconds ago.
Because for me, that yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong about it, but I just thought it was like him. It's just
No, I think it's silly. But can I bring this back to the conversation you were having before, which I wanted to jump in on, but it kind of relates when you were saying that's a philosophical question about how much percentage you were saying that, like, it's a philosophical question, how much of yourself you are when you're inebriated, or, you know, and I think Gio's talked a lot about like the spirit world and tapping into these kind of like structures that are natural, organic substances that kind of lead you into a metaphysical state that you can learn from. And I think that the same way with alcohol or any substance, that it almost has its own like organic intention that you know, combined with other things or whatever, you're kind of like entering a I don't know, a state that is like all combined with all of everything in a way. And like what I was trying to get at was with the discussion about God and whether God exists or not, as opposed to flat Earth, or related to flat Earth, and how the conspiracy, it seems like, might be partly that they want to give us two choices, that either there is a God or there is not a God. And you're, you know, atheistic and you think that evolution's real and blah, 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 or you think that there's like this supreme omnipotent being that controls everything and makes decisions and judges whether you're going to have afterlife or not. And I think there's a third option that I always like to bring up when this topic gets discussed, because I think that we have to consider all things since we don't know for sure. But pantheism, if you don't know what that is, it's like, you know, the idea that God is everything, that God is within everything, and God is both evil and good. And it's like we are the creation, but not necessarily created by something outside of ourselves. And if there could be like even a slight conspiracy in that they're giving us two choices, because you know, they want to make it so that they can have like this one indivisible being that they can then make the rules about and tell you what this God says, or what this God approves or doesn't approve, and then control you in that way. And then the other way is, you know, to control you with the heliocentric, you know, you're insignificant thing. And it's like those two options aren't good. I think that maybe the part of the conspiracy is to get us to think of God as something outside of ourselves, so then we can be controlled by it and they can dictate what that God does or doesn't want from us. So and maybe the key is to consider that we're all one, and that God is within all, and that we all have, you know, a goal that can be, you know, beneficial for all if we saw ourselves as connected in the way that we really are. Because I think even if you try to ask an atheist, does he think that everyone's individually, you know, of themselves and not connected to the rest of the universe in any way? I think even an atheist would disagree with that, because it seems to be like an inherent feeling within us all that we're connected in some way. You know, whether it means we came from the same source, or that there's a universal consciousness, or whatever it is. And
yeah,
so, you know, it's
I
like,
pretty much agree with that. I think that that's pretty close to my view on it, which is because I think that's what DNA is, right? Even though we eat other animals, we have a sense. Like when you look at a dog, you go, I get that we are similar in some way. I get that you experience pain or fear or excitement in a pretty similar way to me. And so I think that you could look at DNA as this like force that runs through everything, that brings life to everything, that we are all made of the same thing, and in an extended way, we are all a family. And I want for it to thrive. I think that trees are cooler than rocks, and I think that frogs are cooler than trees, and I think that humans are cooler than frogs. But I still want trees and frogs to survive. So I will do what I can to propagate them, and that we all operate by similar rules. And there is a kind of, even if it's not set in stone or objective, there is a moral code to which we can choose to adhere, which will drive us forward to more and more pleasure and joy and cool things existing.
Yeah, and that's like almost common sense. Like we all have that common way of looking at things naturally, and it's like they want to make it so that If you don't believe in the one creator outside of this whole system that's looking down on you and judging you, then you're an atheist. When really we're all kind of inherently believe in a universal consciousness because we kind of sense it. You know, we kind of sense that there's some kind of similarity. And there are no atheists, you know, because that's belief in its own, right? Yeah.
No,
but the idea that
the only question for me is it
that even
natural or supernatural?
Hold up, no. So my point is like, and it's kind of, I guess, speaks to your point too, with that question writing. But basically, there are no atheists. There truly are no atheists, because even if you hold the position that God doesn't exist and that the universe was eternal, that breaks the law of causality, and the natural law of causality, which says that things shows us that things begin and end. So if the universe is therefore above this natural law, it's supernatural. You've made the universe your God, which speaks to pantheism.
Then it's a bad law. If you have
isn't atheism just isn't atheism ultimately just a mind state? It's a mind state of there is no creator. It doesn't mean that there is no creator. It means that in my mind, the creator is creating a mind state that is one of which there is no creator.
Well, the argument I bring up when this comes up,
there's no entity, no deity, no deity, I should say.
Well, if you're talking about like the natural, if you think the natural law is that things begin and end, what about the law that nothing can be created or destroyed? Like, if by that law of thermodynamics, that means that everything that is here was always here and always will be in some form or another.
As much as I see what you're saying, percentage, to try to invoke God from that, you have to, like, if you say I invoke the law of causality to prove there's a God, then you say, well, what caused God to exist? And you go, well, this is the thing outside of that law of causality. Then you go, all you're saying is this law of causality is in fact not a law. So it doesn't. That's not a compelling argument.
No.
There's some life force thrumming through us that appears to be, like universal, that might have morals, yes, but that it comes from outside nature, no. I don't think that particular case you made is good, because it makes a rule in one breath to break it in the next breath.
Okay, I would say that that's one way to interpret it, and I would say it's the wrong way to interpret it. So you could interpret it as it not being a law because it's been broken, or you can interpret it as it being a law for all of us, except for, the supernatural, the entity that is above the law, because he created the law.
Why would there be an entity? Why would there be a law if it's not adhered to? Like, how could you say,
because
I've
God
this
can
law?
create
I'm
laws.
not even sure that law exists.
Listen,
But
God,
how can you
the
invoke-
creator, created the laws. Why would they be beholden to the laws that they create? That's nonsensical.
Well, wait a minute.
No, you're presupposing the existence of a God. Like, all I'm saying is, if the law is that everything that exists had to have been caused to exist, I'm not sure I agree with that, but it seems strange to invoke that as well, everything had a cause, so there must be an uncaused cause, is just inherently like breaking your own rule, like set a different rule.
Okay, you're being a little contradictory then, because you're in one breath saying that the law of causality isn't a law when we observe it all the time.
Yeah, but are you saying the law of causality?
Observing it all the time isn't a law. It's just something we observe all the time. It doesn't mean it always must happen and never doesn't happen. It just means every time we see it, it does.
Does the law of causality mean that I'm sorry, does the law of causality mean that one thing creates something from nothing, or that things actually have an end? Because if they end, I mean, we know that if we die, that our body decays and gets eaten by the it all becomes again, it gets recycled, right? Everything does.
Yeah.
So nothing really ends. Nothing really ends when you think about it.
Yeah, but that energy gets reused, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Where
but
did
hang
that
on.
energy
Okay,
come from?
hang on. Let me offer this. Don't get me wrong. I'm a creationist, right? So I'm cool with that. But I had this discussion with someone once and used that same argument. Matter can be neither. Matter and energy can't be created or destroyed. And the rebuttal was, and our argument would be, well, God did it. But his rebuttal was, yeah, well, that law exists in our current realm or physical reality, but who's to say that these conditions of physical reality always existed? Maybe there was a different state prior to the Big Bang, which enabled the Big Bang, and that's how things came to be.
Yep,
and you can't argue against that, because that's their version of our God. You can't argue it.
Yeah,
Well,
it's,
yeah,
it's
and
the uniformity of nature and like that assumption that you have in science. You assume uniformity of natural laws, right? Now,
that's all we can assume. That's all we can assume because we live here, and this is all we can assume might be the case, you know. And to say, yeah, there could be another state of the universe where things could happen in a totally different way is that's fine. But as far as what we can and can't know, and then to try to work into this idea of a creation and some kind of like benevolent spirit. That one doesn't necessarily have to negate the other, is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, and to your first point, like about that's the only way we can kind of understand our world scientifically and stuff like that. I would agree, and I would say that if as soon as you adopt the mindset that you cannot have uniformity of nature and like that assumption isn't being made, then you can't say that there are any physical laws. It's not like you're breaking one. No, there aren't any. You're not breaking
but causality is not broken though. Causality is not broken. If everything's always here, like if energy can't be created or destroyed, and we take that as just a basic law, right? Then causality doesn't necessarily it's not negating causality. That's just saying that one thing causes another, but it's just causing one thing to become a different form. I mean, what is an end? For all universal consciousness.
You're kind of agreeing with
How
me.
could you upset? Yeah, I am agreeing with you. I'm just
yeah,
saying
but
that causality does.
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is that I think that part of the conspiracy might be to see God as separate from ourselves. And that then people can either see it as I'm an individual that's either granted eternal life or not granted eternal life, depending on what I did with my life. And then it's like a selfish motivation in a way, because then you're working to give yourself this everlasting life that other people aren't going to have, and you're separating yourselves from them and judging them by your own standards or the standards you think God is judging you by. And then back to like what you guys were saying about QE earlier, and just in general, his whole idea of this infinite regress fallacy somehow like fixing the paradox. I mean, the paradox exists no matter what. You can't fix that by saying there's an infinite regress fallacy. It's not a fallacy.
Yeah.
There is no way to go back and back and back and back and then just say, oh, well, for the sake of discussion, we're going to call it an infinite regress fallacy. No, it's just like everything that is always was in some form or another and always will be. And that's the only way I can really even see that it makes sense.
I don't know. It seems like you're holding
all
two
we might be
different
operating
viewpoints.
under. I agree with your new perspective. The two conclusions are either these laws aren't laws, the uniformity of nature is not right, or we think they're laws and they appear to be, but they aren't. But or these things may have always existed, or we're making basis assumptions. What to me seems the worst conclusion to reach is to go, because I have these questions about how the universe started, I'm going to invoke the existence of a very particular God that is all-powerful, all-knowing, beyond time and space, and breaks these laws. When you
That's
could
not
invoke
how-
something that still adheres to those laws, that doesn't adhere to those particular things, like take all loving. What tells you it's all loving? Like,
Writing,
how do
you're
you go
completely
from
misunderstanding it. God, okay, so if you maintain the conception or like the idea, the assumption that there's uniformity in nature, right? That these laws exist,
Sure.
then just because you're introducing something that has to have created the laws and create causality doesn't mean it's breaking it. Okay? Because
Oh,
that
no. Sorry, I'm not
it's
saying
special
that
pleading,
something
yes.
creating. No. So let's be clear. I'm not saying that something creating the laws is breaking the laws. What I'm saying is the thing that you use to create the laws, you also need to break the laws. So
No, you
to
don't.
say but listen, everything that if your conclusion, I think from before, was everything that exists now or every state that exists now has a cause, then there must have been an uncaused cause, is like saying everything must be blue, but here's this thing that's red. Like either your rule is wrong or your conclusion is wrong. You cannot
And
say
that's the issue.
everything has a cause. Either that's wrong, maybe not everything has a cause, or maybe there is an uncaused cause, maybe not everything has a cause. You can't say everything has a cause, so I conclude the existence of something that breaks the only rule I'm using to conclude its existence.
So let me unpack that.
So logically incompatible.
Hold up, writing. All right. So your example was, red and blue. They're both colors. But I think what's kind of at the base here is a false analogy, where you think that God is creation and has to abide by the laws that like we do. It's not
Then
saying.
you
If
then you
anything,
just,
you
but then
hold
they're
up.
not
Let me finish
laws,
because
are
you
they?
had a very long
Sorry,
answer.
yeah, way you go.
So, if anything, it's special pleading, and I'll take that on board. It's a special pleading fallacy to like, you know, invoke that God exists, that, you know, he is the supernatural, the thing that's above the natural laws, the uncaused cause. But that doesn't mean he's breaking them, because he's of a different category. You're making a category error when you like, you know.
So what are laws?
Make
Do laws only apply to certain categories? I thought when the idea we say a law, we mean we are invoking uniformity of nature, and we are saying this thing adheres to this in all places, in all spaces, in all ways. Are
Yeah,
we not
but
saying that when we say a law?
no, that's what we're saying. But within the category of nature, it's a law of nature that's for nature. God is above nature, so it's a category error to assume that's same. Again, it's special pleading to say that God is above nature and had created all this stuff, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But
So
it's
then
not
that's what I'm
breaking the
saying. I
law.
think we're agreeing then. I would say what you're saying is special pleading. It is invoking a rule and then breaking the rule.
But don't you think that
is a good enough way to put it? Yeah.
don't you think that's breaking the law, a law of its own, by even separating God from everything else?
Yeah. To me,
What law is that?
Well, it seems like
nature is
everything
everything
is,
exists.
right? It seems like that if everything's connected, you know, and God is within all of us, and God is eternal, like we're supposed to, you know, or at least like, as defined or whatever. I think that's something we all can again agree upon, that there's some kind of like, you know, to see an end to this. What would it end to the world be? You know, like do you think that if like this world ended, that there would be nothing? Like it kind of goes along with like the whole idea of like the infinite plane. Like,
yeah, but that's special pleading too, new perspective, to say that God is within us and is like, you know, and is in the universe and everything, and therefore everything is eternal. Is special pleading because of the law of causality, which we know, you know, these things begin and end. So why wouldn't that apply to the energy?
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Why is that breaking the law?
Wait, causality. I think that's the defining causality is the problem here, because I think that, like I said, you know, the fact that energy can't be created or destroyed negates causality in the way you're saying. Right? You're saying causality means there's a beginning and an end. How could there ever be an end or a beginning to anything? It may have a different form, but that doesn't mean that it ends completely. You know?
Yeah,
like,
but if it applies to the stuff that the energy is, like, you know, that's taking the energy and using it, why wouldn't it apply to the energy itself? So there,
because you're trying to you're trying to like make an energy and one form be separate from everything else as its own thing. If we're talking about
you're trying to say that the energy is eternal when everything in life shows us that things are temporary.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Everything in life.
You guys are hogging the VC. You're hogging the VC.
But just we're trying to work something out here real quick.
Stop hogging the VC.
Is finite.
Kosho's been trying to get in for a while.
Yeah. Okay.
No, not only, I just wanted one sentence because I think it might be helpful. I was going to highlight that you guys are describing the first and second law of thermodynamics. Obviously, you guys know the first one. It can't be but the causality. That's what I was saying earlier too about time, entropy. That's all the second law of thermodynamics. So it's just and the second law. I mean, I gotta agree with whoever was saying that. The second law doesn't really say about it being created. It's just talking about the energy that is in the system is eventually gonna, you know, it's always gonna go towards chaos or towards disorder, you know, towards unusable.
That doesn't mean it ends. That doesn't mean it ends, though.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But that's false composition and special pleading.
I think seeing causality as a
yeah,
beginning
because
and
if you're
an
saying
end,
that everything that is in the system is, you know, transient or begins, exists, and ends, then why wouldn't that happen to the energy?
But why? How does it end?
But that's not what the law says. That's like saying it tends to get colder in the winter months. Therefore, everything gets colder in the winter months. You're taking the law as it is and then trying to apply it to what it is not saying it about.
That's not what I'm
doing. The rule is about chaos. It's not saying this also applies to other areas. Otherwise, that's what the law would say.
No, you guys are saying that the energy in the system it exhibits itself in, you know, matter, and matter begins, exists, ends, right? So why wouldn't that apply to the energy?
When does it end? When does energy end? I mean,
I've
got no evidence. Why doesn't it apply to the energy?
I also see no evidence of energy ending. In fact,
I didn't say that. I think you're not hearing me properly.
Okay, say again. Sorry.
I said the matter is existing. It begins, you know, like life. All of these representations of the energy are beginning, existing, and ending. Why doesn't that apply to energy itself?
I'm not
Because
sure. You are stating that like it's true. I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure that even matter begins and ends.
Okay,
What if you just use
one thing that's eternal, other than the energy that you so?
What if you
I don't
just
know
use
what's
water?
eternal. How would I know? How would I know what's eternal? How could I confirm to you that anything was eternal if it was? Let's say I had a cup in front of me that was eternal. How could I prove to you that it was eternal?
Right. Okay, hold on. Wait. Percentage. Why don't you just use water? Okay. If you just use water as the example here,
water's a good.
Okay, so if you use water, because the ice melted doesn't mean that the ice ended. It just took another form.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And it's always going to keep recycling over and over again. So there is no beginning and end to anything.
Yeah, things change form. Like,
I wouldn't
where's
say
your
that.
evidence that things end? Show me the end of a thing, of anything.
So you have a life, right? The life begins. The person or the animal exists, then they die, right? Yes, there's energy and there's nutrients or what have you that went into making that life, and that gets recycled. But where did that energy come from?
Well, doesn't the energy get recycled?
Do I need to know where it comes from? Or I thought you were making the case that things end.
Was the matter created?
That's a violation of the law of one of the laws of thermodynamics. I don't know which.
Right.
But it is that energy cannot be created or destroyed. Only
It's the first law. Yeah.
Confirmed. Confirmed. Only transferred. So what you're saying, it sounds like you're invoking the laws of thermodynamics to refute the laws of thermodynamics.
No, that's not what I'm doing at all. I'm saying that the universe has to abide by these physical laws. If you choose to abide by them, if you're making that assumption of science or what have you, you have to go by the laws. If you're not, then you don't go by any laws, and you take out this energy is neither created nor destroyed too. You can't rely on one and not the other.
Let's adhere to the laws. They sound good. Which law is it breaking?
So you break the law of causality when you say that things
That's
are
not one of the laws of thermodynamics. That's one that you made up. I mean, not you made up, but that is made up. It's nothing to do with thermodynamics.
First off, just the law of causality is a physical law of the universe. If you're not familiar with that,
what is the law? What is the law of causality?
It's not even a law of logic. It's a made up law. Who suggests there's a law of causality? The ones I've heard of.
It might be called the law of causation, but anyways, it's causality.
But does that mean it? But I don't think the law of causation necessarily implies a beginning and an end.
It does. Cause and effect.
Well, cause and effect doesn't mean just because the cause created the effect doesn't mean the cause ceased to exist.
Yeah. Where does that say beginning and end?
Are you serious?
If we accept that rule.
Yeah, because you're saying this is what I was trying to get at to begin with. It's like separating yourself as a self-contained unit that has a beginning, a definitive beginning and end, is the problem, I think, with relating causality.
Okay, so you're saying, you asked me if something happens, like if a cause happens, something happens and it causes an effect. What began and end, right? And it would be whatever happened.
No, not began and end.
Something happened shows, a temporal. It shows that an action, something took place. That's when you say beginning and end of that action.
But that's only the way we define it, right? We define a dog by a thing that's alive, but it doesn't cease to be a dog when it dies. It just sort of changes in definitionally for us from a living dog into a dead dog. But that doesn't mean that because our definition changes, the dog ended. It just means that what we define as a dog ended, whereas all of the matter, all of the energy, all of the whatever it was continues to exist.
Exactly.
It just sounds like you're getting confused between like linguistic definitions and like laws of physics.
Not at all. Okay, so you can hold true that the building blocks of this dog, are eternal, right? But everything that we have, everything that we see, is not eternal. All of the representations are not eternal. So
how do you know that?
What do you mean? How do we know? We saw these.
Because
we see
that
these things
violates a law of
exist,
thermodynamics.
and then
So
they
what do you
cease to
mean?
exist. A dog ceases to be a dog. A person ceases to be a person. A rock ceases to be a rock when it's been
that's what I'm saying is
eroded.
That's definitionally, if we crush a rock and it turns to dust, the dust still exists. So that rock ended, but that's definitionally for us in terms of the way we use the word. The rock isn't there anymore. But in terms of physics doesn't define things as like the law of thermodynamics doesn't define it as a rock. It defines it as a set amount of matter and energy. That set amount of, according to laws of thermodynamics, at least my layperson's understanding of them is the rock still exists. It's just changed form.
Exactly.
So you're saying things that begin and end. Could you present the evidence that something ends?
Yeah, so you wouldn't say that, matter, are you saying that matter is just, it's like void of life? That existence?
Matter
So
is
like,
void of
let's say
life?
you have this matter of the dog, right?
Right.
And you wouldn't make any kind of difference between when it's alive and dead? It's just matter?
No, I would definitionally. I would as a human, the way I define it. But I don't think the universe cares what I call a dog or a Care Bear.
So how do you
Right?
define
I'm
existence?
not going to make the
then?
mistake. Say again.
How do you define existence?
Well, but the laws of thermodynamics define existence differently to how I do.
Maybe that's an issue.
Let me throw this. Let me just chuck this in quickly, guys. So, okay, the dog and the dead dog. Nothing is starts and finishes. But what about the sentience of the dog? Does that end?
Sure. Conceptually, things change, right? But I would say, if you're saying the sentience of the dog, to me, in a kind of spiritual sense, the dog in a sort of spiritual sentient sense, the dog continued to exist in that it altered my mood while I was around it, and I remember it in my memories, and maybe I named something else after it sometime. So in sense of that, like, ethereal kind of, what does it mean to be a being? I do think things continue to exist, but thermodynamics isn't talking about the sentience of the dog. The thermodynamics is talking about, like, the heat the dog produced didn't cease to exist just because the dog produced it. It turned into something else. The matter the dog consumed, like the dog food the dog consumed, was converted into energy and into heat. And that's what it's talking about. That matter is not created or destroyed, or energy is not created or destroyed. It changes form.
Yeah, and I think that's where the issue is. You're trying to look at it without context, when we would all agree that things begin, exist, and end in terms of these individual
I think
things.
I think that you're applying that
No, we just agreed that the life of that dog, for instance, began
problem, though.
and then ended, right?
Yeah,
So
but-
we
but-
agree
but
within
what if-
context of something, definitionally, that things begin and exist and end.
well, within the
but
context,
you guys are
yeah,
just
but-
looking at it from I guess far off view in terms of
the
without
context.
context.
At what point does
is
it
what's
stop being a
limiting
dog?
your view of it. The thing is
If-
that what
if
if there's a
things
spirit of the
definitionally
dog?
end-
What if
I
there's-
can't understand both of you guys.
At what point did it stop being a dog? The
I think
very
the
moment it
context
died,
is
was
what's
it no
getting this
longer a
whole-
dog, or was it now a new category of dead dog?
Yeah, I would say that. There's a difference
it's
between
no
being an
longer a
alive
dog?
dog and a dead dog, It
But why do you
began
still use the word
its
dog
life.
there? Wouldn't it still definitionally be a dog and still fulfill like 99% of the criteria of being a dog? Just behaviorally, it's different now.
No, I think it would
Don't
begin to be a dead
don't
dog.
forget, guys. Leave a gap in the traffic for new perspectives to speak as well. Huh?
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just trying to say that. Yeah, it's just the definitions of these things is what's getting this whole thing confused. Like, to say that things have a beginning and end contextually, yes, but contextually isn't a law. I mean, it's contextually is just our perception of how we put things into order. It's just like time, like time is a concept. I mean, you can say that there was a beginning and end to time conceptually, but you can't ever say that's the case, or even imagine what that would be like without time, without existence. Like I was trying to say earlier about the infinite plane. Like, you can say, yeah, we're in a contained dome area or whatever it is if it's a flat Earth, but then what's on the other side of that container? I mean, a non-reality. Can we even imagine what a non-reality is? So therefore, almost like, by everything we know, and we almost have to assume that everything's infinite or eternal or has always existed. I mean, that kind of fits in with that law. Just because things change form doesn't mean that they have a definitive beginning and end. It's just that contained form in that context ends for us. But yeah, everything continues in some form or another, and that's the only way it makes sense to me, at least.
Okay, so without context, you guys believe that things don't begin and end, begin, exist, and end. Is that fair?
Exactly. The context is irrelevant when you're talking about natural order.
Okay, so, and the reason this exists is because we have, because nature has cycles with which to like basically recycle, reuse, whatever. Like the ecosystem
Right.
kind of accounts for reusing this matter and stuff, this energy, right?
Right. And something can't come from nothing, right? You can't, like, that's the whole thing about, like I was trying to say to begin with, like, I think part of the conspiracy, if there is a conspiracy, well, there is obviously, but I mean, it's a part of the direction of this whole thing with flat earth and whether there's a God or not kind of gets confused and conflated with just these two choices. And that I think that, to try to say we could know one way or another is ridiculous to begin with, but also there's a connection that we all know of. And I think that people believe in God and they think they're atheists because they know that there's a connection between all things, and that things continue on in some form or another, kind of like intuitively. We all know that.
Okay.
Yeah,
let me just chase my thought down.
So
yeah, energy is neither created nor destroyed, right? Things don't begin to exist and end, but in reality, it's just this energy keeps on recycling, and nothing. I mean, you can't create something from nothing, right?
Right.
But in that case, where did this universe come from? Where did this
That's
energy
the whole
come
thing.
from?
Then you don't have to then you don't have to answer that. That's the whole point. To try to say that it came from somewhere is the flaw.
What?
Yeah, to try to say there was like nothing.
It's convenient to just stop there, right?
To try to say there was nothing and then there was something is breaking that law to begin with.
Yeah, don't
not-
set
nothing-
the law. Just say, I don't know. Exactly. I so agree with you, new perspective. Like, just don't set the law. Don't just go, I don't know. Maybe there is a law. Maybe there's not.
Well, if
but
we
like,
know
it's weird
something
to set a
can't come
law
from
to
nothing.
immediately break it. To go, everything else must abide by this law, but I've conveniently come up with this thing that breaks it, is to me less logical than saying, I don't know where everything came from. I've looked at the available explanations. Some of them seem nice. None of them make sense, or this one makes more sense to me. But I'm going to maintain a position of not willful ignorance, but like awareness that what I'm asking is such a complex question, and the heuristics we can use to try to approach the understanding of the beginning of all existence makes so little sense that it just makes more sense to go, I don't know.
Okay.
It seems
we agree at least. We agree that energy, that something can't come from nothing, right?
Right.
And so the only two logical, if you want to say I don't know, that's fine. But the only two logical things that it could be is that it was actually created, or that it was eternal. Those are the only two possible options. You agree?
No,
correct.
Created doesn't make
hang
sense
on.
to me, because
They're
it
the
breaks
only
that
two
law.
things
So
we
either
can
that
wrap-
law doesn't exist,
Sorry.
or sorry, go on, Fe. You haven't spoken in a while. Go for it.
Just quickly, yes, whilst I kind of agree with you percentage, what you really should say is they're the only two things that we can wrap our head around. That's more what
Nailed it. Absolutely agree. Yeah, we are coming up with this dichotomy that may or may not even exist. That's a really important point, actually. I hadn't thought of it.
I don't know about that.
Well, I don't know.
According to human logic and everything we know, those are the two options. If you want, it's really not helpful to say that it could be something that we can never possibly even think of.
The point is, you said logically. Now, that's where you then pin that dichotomy to us, because we want to look at it logically, because logically is all we can wrap our head around, because anything that's illogical, we just want to dismiss that. So,
okay, so what? Give me an example of something illogical that it could be.
So it doesn't. No, it doesn't need to be illogical. It could just be this thing was half created and then grew from there, or was created by a variety of different things, or wasn't created, did always exist, but existed in a form that broke that rule of uniformity of nature, which we agree we have to make this assumption to even start these conversations, even though we've got no reason to hold to that assumption. There are like 1,000 different things. It's like trying to explain to an ant
all over the place.
existence that we don't. No, but all of these are refutations of your case.
Yeah, but all those illogical things, like especially the third one you said, necessitate something above nature, which would be the entity, the supernatural entity.
Things. No, but we could invoke things within nature that that don't need to break these laws. Where you can say maybe matter did exist forever, but something turns up each side that once every trillion years that turns things from disorder back to order, but it is fundamentally natural. It's just beyond our comprehension.
That's fine.
In
It's
the
still,
realm,
it would be
in the realm of
existing
God,
forever,
hang
which
on,
would
in the
be a
realm of
second option.
God, in the realm of God and eternity and the universe and every other infinite thing that we can name, why do you think logic has to underpin all of that? I'm not saying it
it has
doesn't.
to. I
but
asked you for
you're
an
saying it has
illogical
to.
option.
No, but asking for an illogical option is cheating, right? You're saying,
How?
I'm logical, please present me something illogical. What we're trying to present to you are things that might be logical and explain it. We're not bound to, like, why would
But
the
you're
answer
disagreeing with
necessarily
him then,
be
because his
illogical?
criticism was that it doesn't need to be underpinned by logic. You're
No, I
saying
think
there
what
might
he's
be
saying is not that it doesn't need to
unknown
be underpinned
logical
by
things.
logic, but it doesn't need to be underpinned by logic that we currently could understand, what we would reckon. I mean, did you mean the answer could be illogical, Fe?
Well, I'm just saying, like, the percentages thing is, it has to comport with human logic. Like, that is so finite in an infinite possibility. And I don't have, oh, well, it could be this. That's not what I'm saying. You're just putting fence posts around what we can grasp and understand.
I don't think I am. I think ultimately it's one of those two things.
But the thing is that the illogical statement to begin with is that something came from nothing, which we agreed on, right?
Yeah, we agree on that.
So that's illogical.
Something
So
can't
that
come
means
from
it
nothing.
had to be eternal.
No, it's
No,
not.
hold
It's
on.
not
We agree that something
break
can't come from nothing.
Something coming
Those
from
are-
nothing doesn't break the laws of logic. It breaks the laws of thermodynamics.
Right, which is logic. Which is logic.
No, it's not. No,
No,
it's
but
not.
the laws of logic are like about non-contradiction and stuff like that. Something coming from nothing doesn't break a law of, doesn't contradict itself. It just breaks a law, observed law that could be wrong, but probably
the
isn't.
logic.
No one
Right,
said
the logic.
breaking the law of logic. I don't believe anyone said that, so I don't know why.
It sounds like you're conflating.
Go ahead,
Maybe I'm
Coach
getting it
Show.
wrong.
Let
It sounds
Coach
like
Show talk.
Go, Coach Show.
What I was just saying, it's an important thing to remember is that these laws, we use the word laws, and somebody said this to me earlier because I said something about a law, and they said I was saying it's absolute. But laws are in no way absolute. They're just like they're actually they don't term things laws anymore because I think that they're confusing. I guess they confuse certain people because they make it seem like they're definite laws. But you can even think of the general theory of or the universal theory of the universal law of gravitation that is still used, but it's not used universally anymore because it's they know the confines of it and they know that there's a bigger description. And so these things that are called laws, they can be altered or they can be changed depending on the new information. They're always subject to new information.
And I think an interesting one actually is now that quantum computing is coming out. One of the laws of logic is non-contradiction. Something cannot be both A and not A at the same time. And my understanding is quantum computing is that a bit is both one and not one at the same time.
Yeah, that's actually a very core part of the phenomenology of entheogenic and psychedelic experiences, where that can be experienced directly. Like in mystical experiences as well, not only induced by like an entheogenic plant or a sacred plant, but even just in meditation, where even just in mystical states where there's often a direct. People have had many where there's a direct experiential reality where that they're experiencing and able to tune into directly, where things are simultaneously one and dual at the same time.
Yeah, and this gets to the whole debate that we're having in general. It's like this whole thing about the materialistic world being definitive in the way that we once thought, not necessarily the case. And whether things have a beginning or an end. Like if you could go back to the beginning of where all matter was created. Well, if it came from like an infinite light source or an infinite energy source, then it really didn't even have a beginning as well, because before it was just in the form of energy or light or sound or whatever that the basic elements were that they didn't.
something that didn't exist. Like, it's just very, it seems illogical or just hard to even think could be that there was never a form of everything.
That to me makes more sense. That it could make no sense to us makes more sense than like the example I used the other day was like I've made an ant farm and I've created this entire construct in which these ants live, and they live like, let's say, a day or a week, and I live for 80 years on average. And I'm powerful enough that I could crush one between my fingers, or I could create a whole new space for them. Could they ever conceive of what I am and how I behave? Or would they just go, oh, he's probably like a big ant that's quite powerful? Would they be able to tell the difference between all powerful and quite powerful? And would they be able to tell the difference between infinite and finite, but just so long lived that I wouldn't be able to comprehend when it is? Or like if I set up a camera and I'm watching them all the time, could they ever tell if I was like all knowing, or I just knew so much they couldn't conceive of what I didn't know?
You
know what I mean?
you are a wizard, Harry. That's for you, dude. You are a wizard. I got you, dude. You you got all the spells rocking. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm joking around, but I do hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's a lot of questions.
I say drop some acid, mate, and you'll figure it all out, Harry.
It's just to me like it's
I mean,
I started thinking about with
LSD is a very potent magnifier of the human mind. God, isn't it? Yeah, it really is. LSD, like the best way LSD is described, it's like an unspecific amplifier of mental processes, meaning it's unspecific in the way that it doesn't necessarily hone you into anything in any specific way. It's just an unspecific amplifier. Like it amplifies, although it does tend to amplify the unconscious, and often the very deep unconscious, especially if you're in like a meditative, like if you're in an internal space where you can like put eye shades on and actually sit back, like it will confront you directly with your very deep unconscious mind. So it seems to have that quality to it. But yeah, it's.
And again, like all of these drugs only enhance what we already have within us, right? That's the interesting thing about drugs. It's like there's a chemical that we already have within us that gets amplified, like you're saying. But it's like the connection to all things, again, tapping into these sources with alcohol or LSD or any kind of substance that has its own, kind of like its own network that you're tapping into, but it's only connecting with that part of it that's already in you.
Well, those are all profoundly different things. What you said there. I mean, alcohol compared to LSD would be dramatically different.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah. Like in terms of LSD, it is an alkaloid, and it is an indole alkaloid. So it has its particular receptor sites. So yeah, it does work similarly in some ways to like psilocybin and some of the other entheogenic and psychedelic type compounds. So yeah, it's unique. LSD is very unique because it comes from lysergic acid. Lysergic acid is actually in certain like plants, like these seeds, like morning glory seeds. There's actually many different species of blue lotus that basically have their little seeds and they contain LSA, lysergic acid, and they are psychedelic. It's been said that there was this ancient brew called kikeon, which they used in the claim is in ancient Greece. They used it and they had these ceremonies like every 4,000 years, these Eleusinian mysteries. And at these Eleusinian mystery events, they basically would collectively consume this brew, which was called kikeon, and they would basically just completely have like cosmic journeys for days at a time. And it's been said that all of the like art and architecture and engineering that came out of ancient Greece was inspired by these Eleusinian mysteries. So it's been questioned of what actually were they consuming. There's different ideas of what it was, but like Albert Hoffman and others that have done a lot of research on this have very good reason to believe that it was likely something that contained lysergic acid, which comes from these morning glory seeds. And there's other seeds as well. Oliliqui is the one that's called oliliqui in particular, is the type of seed that they think was used in the kikeon beverage. So LSD uses lysergic acid, but it's lysergic diethylamide. So it's got a synthetic alteration to it in a sense, but but it's connected to that lysergic acid family, which is connected to those seeds. But LSD is just like a much cleaner, especially if it's made correctly. It's a much more like cosmic and expansive and kind of different than LSA lysergic acid, which is a little bit more like, yeah, they're just different. But that's kind of what
that was like. That could be part of that evolutionary, well, if you want to say evolutionary, but like the development, I guess you should say, like of human consciousness as well, not just for the architecture maybe in relation to that, but like I think of Bill Hicks' take where he's talking about, you know, like if you don't like, you know, if you think drugs are bad, then throw out all your music and all your, you know, whatever, because those people were high. And then he goes into that whole idea of like the Neanderthal man or the ape or whatever that eats the mushroom for the first time and then starts looking at his hands and having self-realization that he exists as you know, a human form. And it seems that it almost seems like that's touching upon something that makes sense, that really could have happened that way. Like we became self-actualized by interacting with these substances that connect us to everything, you know, and separate us at the same time. You know the bit I'm talking about with Bill Hicks when he talks about like the he has a little skit where he's talking about the ape coming along and finding the mushroom and then eating it and then starting to like become like self-realized. Anybody? Yeah.
I do remember him talking about that. And Terrence McKenna, he's probably, there's like, that was sort of a popular thing back then, that idea. And Terrence McKenna had also popularized that.
Mm-hmm.
What's it called? The stoned ape theory.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that implies that we were ever even apes at all. I don't even
right,
think
right, exactly. I'm not saying that, but it could at the same time, even though that could, like, you know, support the idea of evolution, it doesn't necessarily mean that evolution's true for that to be the case. You know, like somehow that the plants and the organic substances that we were in symbiosis with, you know, gave us this self-actualization or developed our self-actualization to some degree, I guess.
Yeah, there is that idea. I mean, there's so much anthropological and art and like research showing how people seem to have been using these plants virtually throughout all of time. Different types of sacred plants that contained a lot of different, things like DMT and other compounds, and that they use them regularly for their spirituality in that sense. So they do, in my mind, they seem to be intimately connected to the human mind, considering how healing they are, where they can actually like resolve and heal conflicts in the human mind, traumas, emotions. The fact that they're able to do that seems to indicate that they have some kind of familiarity and direct organic connection to the human mind in that way, and the human emotion. And I would say of spirituality as well. Because I mean, anyone who systematically uses these medicines and these different ways of accessing consciously, like if they choose to, like atheism never, even if they were atheists, they won't be any further. And generally, especially if they're doing it in a way that's, like in a positive way, if they're using it in the correct way, like not just using it, like not abusing it, but actually using them correctly, it seems as though people have like less and less anxiety, less depression, less addiction, more love, more compassion, more tolerance, more understanding of others, more compassion, especially compassion. And often that comes through like them facing their own, blockages and their own like demons, as it were. So the fact that that's the case, it seems like people evolve with these plants in a way that is more positive as well. So harkening back to the idea of like in our origins, are they intimately connected? Like, did they give us consciousness? Did we give them? Or is there just some sort of symbiosis going on?
Right.
But it's like a very deep one.
Yeah,
Very
the
deep.
symbiosis is the key. Seems like. Someone else saying something? Yeah, like the thing that you talked about before, and I meant to look into by now, but the idea of the mushrooms having like a network across all of the earth, that they have like some kind of communication system. How's that been studied or proved, or how has that been figured out?
Yeah, the mycelial networks.
Yeah.
Yeah, my understanding is that the entire Earth has literally millions of mycelial network connections. I mean, when I say millions, I mean, who even knows? I mean, I don't even know if there's even a number. I guess just we'll put light years. You know, we'll just say it's light years. I'm just kidding. But yeah, my mycelium. Well, there's like in terms of psilocybin mushrooms, like yeah, that would be an actual like entheogenic, you know, plant medicine type mushroom. But even outside of those species, just in general, the mycelial network of mushrooms around the earth, with like, you know, who knows how many species.
How did they figure out there was a network?
Interconnected. It's all interconnected, and they send each other medicines and also like nutrients and information and knowledge like through their actual interconnected.
How has that been figured out? Like, is there something you can send me a link or something about that?
Paul Stamets.
Them suggesting to communicate.
Paul Stamets has done a lot of great work on this. Do you know him? Yeah, go ahead, Ryder.
Paul who?
Yeah, no, I think that some of the idea of this mycelial network is that they found that other plants communicate chemically with one another. So what the main one I've heard of is some plant in Africa that releases some hormone, some smell basically, that says there are giraffes in the area, because giraffes will eat their leaves, and if let go unchecked, the giraffes will eat all their leaves. So they'll all then start releasing this chemical that makes their leaves taste bad. So the giraffes can turn up and eat a bit, but they can't eat it all. So they can't kill them all. And that I think was somewhat the start of this idea of this network of plants communicating with one another. And I think they found similar like transmitter, like communication between mushrooms, which I think that's the idea of the mycelial thing. Is that right, Gio?
Yeah. Sorry, I'd have to admit, writing, I was only half listening. So if you're targeting something to me, you might have to repeat it. I was listening, but I was
just finding a new perspective.
Well, on a matter, like a more physical study, what I'm seeing here is that they said that that they have taken together the mycelium composes what's called a mycorrhizal network, which connects individual plants together to transfer water, nitrogen, carbon, and other minerals. So like on a matter, without the communication part of it, you can just say that they're just sharing nutrients, right?
Yep, they send polysaccharide substances, which is it's a long chain sugar. It's kind of a gooey long chain sugar, and it's usually bound within something called inulin. Inulin is a prebiotic, and it's another type of a sugar. So that allows it to work as essentially like a biofilm, and that biofilm protects the polysaccharides, which are the long chain sugars that mushrooms use, and they send those between each other, but also pull them from the ground and synthesize them. And it's those polysaccharides that are actually medicinal. I'm not in terms of psilocybin. I'm more talking just in terms of like reishi and like the actual medicinal mushrooms. Psilocybin may have some polysaccharides in it as well, but I'm talking more about shiitake and some of these the medicinal mushrooms. And those polysaccharides carry the genetic code. They carry the like medicinal code for how the mushroom utilizes different compounds to as medicine. It's like the core informational system of like the inulin and the polysaccharides that allow that to all transmit like through the mushrooms and through the earth. And I think the earth uses that system as like one of its core like electromagnetic regulatory functions for ecosystems through that mycelial network. And then that function is connected to bacterial growth and fungal growth and plant growth and water utilization and other factors within the earth system itself.
What was the guy's name? Paul? Somebody you were mentioned?
I just put it in the chat. Yeah, that's just his Wikipedia. But yeah, he's written several books, and I mean, if you Google him too, you'll probably find. Yeah, I'm sure there's lectures, tons of YouTube videos and things, because he's definitely done a lot of talks like publicly, and he's known as like one of the at this point really like world renowned expert in mushrooms in a lot of different ways in terms of his research on them. He's brilliant.
It's kind of interesting that it seems like this could be a good parallel to what we were talking about to begin with, as far as like the connection between all things, and if we are just one organism experiencing itself, or if we're something created from an outside source that has some kind of intention that's not within our own makeup, but somehow like we're following a rule that is imposed on us rather than within us. I think that's what's interesting about this conversation, and especially related to flat Earth and the materialistic world compared to like the metaphysical world that we kind of like are steered away from. And that maybe there's like a mycelium network of consciousness, or but there's a network that we're all connected to, and that's why that there's some of these laws that the people who rule over us have to follow, like giving us a choice rather than making us do something, and all of those kind of things. Like they have to follow some kind of natural order for them to stay in control without breaking some kind of law that we're not really aware of. But it does seem like they follow some kind of, like we can't do it this way. We have to make it their choice, because otherwise then like there'll be some kind of, maybe they know of some kind of like natural reaction that like a poison that gets, put into everything if we're forced to do something rather than choosing to do something that makes them lose in the long run. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that idea. I get that people claim that they think that way. Yeah.
Right. But what do you think?
Well, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying if you're asking me directly. So like what is the summation of it again? You're saying that these controller evil people, like that they're trying to write off their own karma. I guess just describe it one more time just to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Just that it seems like, like we talk about.
It sounds like what you're saying is they adhere to rules that require that the ordinary person still have free will.
Exactly, something like that. Yeah, like they know that there's like some overall constitution that they have to follow. That's not necessarily revealed to us, but we kind of like are gleaming that there is something that they can't break, a law of some sort, even if it's not to their advantage, right?
Kind of the thing that makes them do Duper's Delight. Like people are saying, "Oh, that's Duper's Delight," because they have to tell us what they do.
Right, those kind of things.
Well, yeah, Duper's Delight. Well, that's because
predictive programming.
They get off on controlling people, basically.
It could be a perversity, but it also could be like, tied into some kind of justification or real, a bylaw that they're following, or they like they have to somehow reveal themselves to be able to make it work in some kind of metaphysical way. I don't know.
I think that, okay, what I would respond to that, I think that they have a compulsion to reveal themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the function of evil, like it always will reveal itself. It's just the nature of it. So they definitely like have a compulsion to do that, but you're suggesting that they're doing it in a way purposely because they think it's going to absolve them of karma if they somehow get other people to do it. Is that what you're suggesting?
I think New Perspective is saying there is some law that they have to abide to, that they cannot break it. They're unable to break it.
To a certain degree, it seems like maybe. At least that's the interpretation that some people have. I'm not saying I think that. I'm just saying that it's an interesting topic.
Although it might be provocative, can I suggest my skeptic's possibility?
Of course.
Nope.
Fucking why did I ask?
I'm just kidding, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to check. This is a very what it looks to me like is you're engaging in critical thinking and going, why, when they have to stay hidden, do they make themselves obvious? To me, it sounds like it's possibly trying to resolve the conflict between that they are hidden and that they are obvious, when the answer is that they don't exist. So the conflict is that these people who are very capable of hiding and deceiving are simultaneously beyond comprehension good at hiding and deceiving, also make their presence so obvious and known. And
well, yeah, because I hear what you're saying. I think it's like a complex, like a compulsion. Like, you know how when people have compulsions, like they're compulsed to do something, they don't really know why.
yeah,
Well,
like
I think that these
psychopathic
controller
killers.
people, like, they're compulsed to kind of do this like gangster. It's sort of like also the way the demonic entities work, where they have all these logos and signs and like all the shit on the back of the dollar bill, like all these occult symbols. So their ultimate, what their compulsion is to deceive people to the maximum level, and then fool those people 100% while flashing their actual logos. And in some ways, like certain truths, like putting the AE map on the United Nations, like certain truths like that, because for them, that's like the ultimate duper's delight. They're like, oh my God, these people, we have so much control over these people that we're literally putting the map of the earth on the United Nations, but then telling them all it's a globe and they all believe it. For some reason, that's their compulsion. And that's that's the way psychopaths work.
I think that it could be partly that.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
go ahead.
There is a chance that it is not real, that there are not a group of people doing that. But this question that New Perspective has raised is trying to understand why, on the one hand, there is this group who are secret, who on the other hand are putting their mark on the dollar bill, when the alternate possibility, which I would say is more probable, is that it isn't actually a secret occult symbol on the dollar bill. It's just some weird shit somebody put there.
I don't think that's
But it is.
necessarily the most
No.
logical. I wouldn't say that's the most probable answer because it's so prominent. But let's not argue about whether you think there's a conspiracy or not. But let me just say real quick, Earl, I'll let you go. Just real quick about that is that it seems like it works on multiple levels. Like, yeah, they're revealing themselves not only for the duper's delight or their compulsion to show how much control they have, but on another level, for the people that are participating on their side, I think that it works to make them believe in it in a more benevolent sense. Like these people are playing God. They're giving and taking away. They're not all evil. And that the reason that they show themselves is that there's a higher purpose that these people are participating in, and that there's an ultimate good to it all. But that's why we're showing it, because here's how much power we have, but we're not all bad. And here's how much good we do, and here's how much bad we do. And it's kind of like it is a balancing justification system that's going on.
Like, I don't agree with this because I don't think it's real. But to me, a more logical explanation rather than duper's delight, I mean, as well as a duper's delight, is almost like what did the CIA or GHCQ used to do, where they would put out like word search, like puzzles, as a recruitment tool. So they go, if you manage to crack this code and do X and then do Y and then follow this and call up that phone number and then crack this puzzle, that's actually how we allow people in. Because the idea that it's a genetic bloodline, I don't buy, simply because A, inbreeding, and B, I'm the son of somebody quite brilliant and I'm not very brilliant. So I don't think that the idea of following a bloodline.
I think you're conflating the idea that it has to be some bloodline or something. And according to what you said earlier, like
it doesn't have to be a bloodline. It's just as a possibility. It's a recruiting tool rather than a
right. But it's like you're saying the CIA doesn't exist. Like to say that there's no conspiracy means that you're saying that like none of these things exist. I don't get how can you even come to that conclusion?
Do you hear how silly what he's saying sounds? That's pretty good though, Eggshells. That would be the craziest thing in the world if instead of Duper's Delight, which I don't agree with, it's a recruiting tool, and they end up recruiting all these the people who find out who just happen to be the tinfoil hat,
No, they don't give it. They don't care about that. No, they're like, you know how gangs flash their
person.
It's not that different than how it's not that different than how gangs flash their gang signs. Go ahead, Merle, though. Yeah, you wanted to get in, Merle. Go ahead.
So, like, if the world is a market and someone puts a stall out and advertise a product that it's poison, it will kill you definitely, have this much, this is your fate, and then people start buying it, they're buying that product of their own volition and their own consent. So even though the product manufacturer has created this ghastly product, the people who buy that product buy it of their own free will. Even if they're being sold propaganda and advertising, it's still the decision they make to put their hand in their pocket, pull money out, their credit card, and purchase that product. So it's all about consent. But this evil that they've made themselves known. They've gone to great lengths to let the public know that they exist. So to hand wave it and make out, oh no, there's no secret societies, there's no conspiracy. I mean, you haven't got a leg to stand on. It's there for those who are willing to look at it, but it's scary.
Would you say
to look at that.
of the that it being there, a vast amount of evidence for them being there is actually evidence of the absence of them being there, which is, well, they're good at covering it up. And if you applied the same rules or heuristics you apply to show me curvature, show me measurements of curvature, I need a physical measurement of curvature. If you tried to apply those same rules to the existence of a global controlling power, you would say, I don't have them. In fact, the evidence that I don't have them is evidence that they're there because they're so good at hiding themselves.
No, they're not good at hiding themselves. That's the whole point. They're revealing themselves all the time, blatantly.
Do you, in the way that you would like to see, so if we stack the two up against one another, in the way that you would like to see curvature in like a clear, observable, measurable, repeatable way where I could say that is definitely curvature of an ocean.
Yeah, like,
Would you
dude, I'll
say
be
that
honest
they
with
have
that,
revealed
writing.
themselves?
I'll just say real quick. Dude, I'll tell you this. Yeah, if the Earth was a globe, what I would expect to see is a consistent drop at the geometric 8 inches per mile squared, or roughly around there, and that things would drop away consistently everywhere. We would never see too far. It would just always be that. And then there would be some refraction, like a little bending, a little warping, little this and that. But we're talking about the actual refraction of just weight of heat and, you know, waviness and all of this stuff that we know happens. We would just see that over the globe Earth, and then, but there would still be the geometric horizon. And if that was the case, I would be with you on the globe Earth. If you could do it.
No. So I'm not saying about globe Earth at the moment.
If that's what I'll observe, then I mean, the Earth can't.
So let's stick with it.
That
Let's stick
would
with
at
it
least
though.
fit with the globe, but it's
Sure.
not the case. Therefore, boom, what's up? Here we are.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
wait,
so
hold on.
I'm not talking
Before
about
you
the globe
respond
Earth
to
at the
that,
moment. I'm just talking about standards for evidence.
Yeah,
So let's take
okay,
the
but,
same standards
but it's
for
important
evidence,
that
which is
the fact that you brought it in, the fact that you related it to the globe, is kind of interesting because that like, let's just say that you were to find out that it actually is a flat Earth and that they've been hiding it, then that would confirm everything we're saying about this all controlling power, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Not by confirming the power, but that the school told me this and da 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 da. But
Right.
but let's take what Gio said, right? You showed me evidence of this thing in a physical sense that it was undeniable. Physical sense of an undeniable, like what do you call it? Like Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, would be like you grabbed them, you caught 20 of them in the middle of perpetrating a con about something. You know,
You walk into the room, there's two guys at a computer, and they're painting a globe Earth. And I'm thinking, oh my God, these guys are painting a
I would
globe.
say,
And they're about to put it in the news tomorrow.
I've often thought, like, what would catch it for me?
I
And it
caught
would be
him.
like a rocket comes down, you chase it in a super powerful speedboat, and when you get out there, what you find is like a ship that is pulling the wreckage of a rocket, you know, second stage of a rocket, out of the ocean with a satellite on board, and is and you go, oh my God, I thought that satellite was going to space. And at the same time, you're looking at this thing like another successful launch, and you go, oh fuck, I've caught you guys.
Yeah, you
That
want to
me
see
would be
you want to
close
see the
to-
video footage of that thing just dumping in the ocean.
Yeah, exactly. Which is,
You wouldn't believe it.
apply the same logic you use for curvature to the existence of this Illuminati. Because what I think most people have done before they get to flat Earth is accept the existence of an Illuminati.
But they don't even have this
Then
stuff.
they start
Are
asking
you
for
saying,
physical evidence.
hey Charles, do you think that Freemasons don't exist? Like they don't have a club that they both the presidents running at one time were saying that they can't leave.
Go ahead,
You
Merle.
don't think
You got to keep in mind that some of us that talk a lot, it's hard for anyone else to get in. So
Go ahead, Merle.
You saying I talk a lot, Gio?
Oh no.
Well, it's similar in that that stall like example of the world being a market. So the globe again is the product, and some companies have marketed this globe to Earth. And what we did, the human population, we gave our consent. We bought into that paradigm, that product. That was basic. All they had to do was show us an image. None of us went, none of us verified it. We were just shown the image. And because we trust, and before the internet, there's always been suspicious people.
Sure.
There's always been people asking questions.
And I think what you're saying is like what you're saying, Merle, is like we need to go and measure it for ourselves. Don't just trust what your teachers told you. All I'm asking is, did you measure for yourself the existence of this Illuminati, or did you just trust what conspiracy theorists told you?
Well, for
It's not even
myself,
a theory.
I can only speak for myself on that, writing, because I hear what you're
Theory,
saying. So what I would
postulation.
say, okay, I'll say this. My whole life, I've always felt like there is a group of individuals that seem to be the main controlling class. Like that's always,
Past those feelings, I've measured it.
So-
you have free riding. You know it's there.
Well, all right.
Yeah, so there's already
don't ruin the
that.
story for us yet, Dom. We'll get to you.
There's already that. And then when I was in my teenage years and so on, and I realized like, wait a minute, why are all of our medicines illegal? Like cannabis and mushrooms? Like, okay, now that's weird. So why is there a group that wants these things illegal? So that obviously brought me many questions. And then as I
pushing alcohol.
seeing so much more of what's going on in the world, and then realizing the Earth isn't a globe. I mean, I have my whole journey, but to me, the idea of a quote unquote Illuminati, meaning like some group of families or some group that is doing all of this. Yeah, I wouldn't say that I have like all of the evidence in terms of like some like video footage of some guy like faking the moon landing. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, we have what we have, but I'm just saying like there's only a limited amount of physical evidence. However, there's all of what's in the world, like the companies, everything they're doing, the logos, the space agencies. I mean, there's the whole system of it. So to me, it isn't really like something that I had to blindly believe in. It's something that has just shown its existence to me as I've gone through this world and seen what's going on.
So
feel
would you
eggshells.
agree that like blatantly, clearly to us globers, we live on a globe, and what it takes to break that illusion, because we look out, like I don't know about Kosher, but I look out, I see the sunset, I see this circle turn into a half circle, disappear behind the horizon, and I go,
yeah.
Although I don't see curvature, that comports with me. But
I see that too. But what I think
so
that
I
is
need
it's just the sun moving away over a plane, and just perspective.
So we have different explanations for it.
Why would you see the
Would you
bottom
agree?
of the sun riding? Why would you see the bottom of the sun from so far away? Would you like to show us a diagram of the radial light rays that should be reaching us?
We
from the
can get
bottom
into
of the-
that in a moment. I don't get why I would have any more difficulty seeing the bottom versus the top when I see the top super clearly and the bottom is.
Maybe that's an issue.
If I were to
Yeah,
guess at where it is,
maybe we need to
halfway
go
below the
back to the
horizon.
drawing board.
But that's kind of a different issue, though, Don. The issue here is, do you apply the same logic, the same requirement for a measurement to the existence of curvature as you do for the existence of a very complex, because this Illuminati has to be like, they've got to have an office in every capital city. I think they've got to be like,
oh, dude, they own
whacking
thousands,
astronauts
yes,
all over
hundreds
the
of thousands
joint.
of offices all over the world. Yes,
Exactly.
many.
So,
yeah.
do you not need evidence of that? Do you not need measurements of that?
Well, I mean, we could just look into who owns the oil companies, the pharmaceutical companies, the news companies, the media
Is
outlets,
there no evidence of wet works? Seriously riding?
corporations,
What's wet
governments. It's all there. Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I don't have like names and addresses and like personal photos of every person that's doing this scam. But to me, it's incredibly, incredibly easy to see that there is a group doing this at the very minimum. Who they are, I mean, that's a big question. But I mean, you know, the idea
like,
of the man,
there's an oil company.
you know what I mean? Just the general idea of the man. Like, are you telling me that there's no man? Like, it's just there's nothing like that going on.
I mean, I guess I agree that like we're on the same page that I think there are a small number of people who have an inordinate amount of power that like when it comes to like what's that some
I mean, whatever you want to
where
call
it's
that.
like,
so you agree it's there?
Well, yes. I
I
think.
mean, are they
I think
secret
on some of
societies?
the
Yes.
levels
Are
I
they
do.
Freemasons? Yes, because there's evidence of their
No,
Jesuit
no,
connections and their
no.
Freemasonry. That's the thing. Like, if you ever want to look into like Ira Landucci, he has tons of amazing, like very long videos going into the histories of these guys, like the people who came up with the whole heliocentric model. A lot of the Einsteinian, like they're Jesuits, they're Jesuit trained. They come from. So I mean, there is that, you know, historical.
So let me ask you this then. Could it be the
understanding.
case that there are secret societies that are
The
very,
guy who
very
came up with the
powerful?
Big
Like,
Bang is a
let's go-
Jesuit priest.
Let me finish though, Gio. Could it be the case that there are secret societies, like I was talking about before, the difference between a very powerful and an all-powerful God being difficult to tell the difference between? Is it possible there are all secret societies? Sorry, secret societies that are not all powerful but quite powerful?
Well, I don't think anyone's all powerful. These people they're not even really powerful. All they have is influence because they have money and it's really, I don't see, they don't have actual power. They just have a lot of people subscribing to their YouTube channel, if you know what I mean.
So is it possible that those societies that exist that are not all powerful but quite powerful still exist and we're on a globe?
Is that possible?
Yes.
It could be possible, yeah. Because before I realized what the Earth is, I already knew that these people existed and that all this shenanigans was going on.
Exactly.
I just thought it was happening on a globe.
Exactly. I mean, most people and that's the thing, like Kosho, like myself, like a vast number of the quote unquote anti-flat earthers, vast number of us are like previous or still somewhat current conspiracy theorists. Like Kosho, you're still pretty much on the 9/11 thing, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah, and what you just said about the, I was getting flack for what you just said about the Illuminati or whatever, and the agenda and this sort of thing, because I believe almost exactly as you described. I believe in these different groups, although I don't pretend to know the identity of them. I just don't think that they are controlling. They're in absolute control, and everything that happens is a result of, you know, their careful planning or something like that.
Well, it is on the world stage when you talk about like the news and it is on that stage. But I mean, if you're just like at home with your family, then no, of course not. Like they don't have any control, but they might have control of your taxes. And I mean, nowadays it's getting kind of crazy the control they have because what they're doing with people's bodies. But that's a whole nother topic.
Well, when you look at like the controlled opposition, that really reveals things. Like if you look at like just an Alex Jones, like he's allowed to like, you know, be the representative of the conspiracy theorist, but then, you know, and tell some truths and then mix in a lot of these other things that totally, you know, aim us toward a certain agenda and straw man every conspiracy theorist as this crazy nut job. It's like they control both sides of it, and I think they justify everything in that way too. Like they think they do good and bad, and they have the light and the dark, and they're playing God in all these ways with the checkerboard and all that, right? And I think that's how they keep people in their group, because they say that there's like a you know, and I think that's part of the whole globe deception. Like I think you were talking before this whole conversation came up about the planet. Somebody was mentioning the planet and how we've mistreated the planet, and it's all baked into this idea that like we're this small planet that's not environmentally being wise, and then now we have to do this like carbon tax, you know, this carbon footprint tax, and have this original sin form within that you know, scientism religion. And I think some people at the very top, or some of the key people, are convinced that that's the truth, and that's how they keep them under another illusion that lets them justify their actions and depopulating or whatever else they're going about. It's like the tentacles of an octopus. You know, there's all these different factions, and it seems obvious to me.
That's what I mean. Those I do not go nearly that far at all. As I like Alex Jones, for example. Because that was the first thing I heard you say. So the first thing I was going to respond to. But Alex Jones is a good example of, who's another? Donald Trump's another good example of people who I do not think that they are. I don't think that this mass. Let's just call it the Illuminati for the sake of trying to find words to call them. But
well, they do use that term. Yeah, that comes from their Jesuit network.
I'm just using that term. I'm just using that term because you guys know it. So, but let's say the Illuminati. You guys are claiming the Illuminati, put Alex Jones in place as a opposed or opposition. What do you call that? What do you call that?
Well, he's
Opposition,
definitely
whatever.
in there. Yeah, he was
Controlled
part of the
opposition.
CIA. Yeah, he's definitely in there, but I mean, he's not like.
Yeah.
He's also just kind of a wild dude.
Yeah, sure, but then there's Donald Trump, and so all these different people. For what I personally think, or even like people like Kim Jong Il or Kim Jong Un, who I think you guys think that everyone's on the same stage and they agree with each other. I definitely think that there's renegades. There's people who are not on their agenda with them, who get in the way of their agenda, and it's because they don't have absolute control, not just down to the level where people in their homes. I'm saying absolute control even in the realms that you consider them to have absolute control in, like NASA or the government. I don't think they have absolute control in the government. I think they probably have a lot of control. They have a lot of influence, but I don't think they have absolute control. You can tell because there's people in political office who are going up against these people.
Well, it's all layers and levels, Kosho. Like what I see happening is that you've got a core group of families. Those families are the ones who have all of the control and power when it comes to finances and governments at this point. Now, even before World War II, they didn't have nearly as much control. But once they got World War II completed, created NASA, created the United Nations, and all of that, they've had such a huge dominance on the earth. And then they've spent the last 40 years using wars to take out the last independent people, as well. So they're just taking over countries, making it look like they're going to help people. So, I mean, that's already been happening for so long to where, they do have. So I would say that those families have that. And then it's like a pyramid, literally, where there's like all of the different levels and layers going down. So when you get to the level of like politician, that's actually pretty like low in there. Like it's not even very high in terms of their system, because it's all through the hierarchy of their system as well, the Freemasonry and the Jesuit order and all that stuff. It still has those structures to it. But at the level of politicians, it's like a mixed bag. A lot of them are plants from their side, and then the other ones I would say are real people. So some of those politicians actually are like just a real person that just grew up and then just lived and then, ran for whatever. Not like at the president level or anything, but at some of those lower levels, like in the House of Representatives. But they still have it all rigged. They still have more of their guys, so they still get their way every time. That's the problem.
Yeah, like Ron Paul's like another perfect example of like controlled opposition, in my opinion. Like he's representing what the people, what a certain faction of people would love to have as like the ideal, politician to win and actually make decisions. But then he's given to us as what we'd like, but we can't have, and they do that with a lot of politicians, it seems. Where and even the ones that get in power, they never end up following through with some of the things they promised because there's a higher agenda that it seems obvious they have to follow.
If he's controlled by the opposition, just controlled opposition, why would they just dangle him in front of us and then suppress his, exposure, and then ultimately not let us have him elected?
Because people need to feel like they're represented.
Would it be more powerful for them to get him elected?
No, because people. Sometimes that happens. I think like we think there's an outsider like Obama or somebody that's going to come in and actually cause some change, or do what be the rebel like Trump. People believe Trump was outside the political system when really he was just a pawn in their system that we were taken, that we took as that maverick that we needed at the time for a certain reason, to create the QAnon, to create the the thing that happened at the Capitol and all that kind of stuff is like, I think they have their acts written, like, you know, and it seems like, you know, really maybe far stretched for some people to think that, but I think they have Act 1, Act 2, Act 3 like written 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years ahead of time, and maybe they allow some improvisation, you know, to happen, but the act begins and ends the way that they wrote it.
It's like WWE, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, like,
Eggshells
what do you guys think? Go on.
You're being funny. No, I'm saying you're being funny, man. Because unless you're being serious.
No. I think that's what he's saying. But what do you think about it? Because like one quote that struck me, I was like completely against. Not even against. Like I wasn't against the 9/11 thing, but I was just like official story. And then I started reading bits, and I was like, holy fuck. And then I flipped over. And then one of the things that like really punched me in the brain.
It's like the sketchiest.
I started to possibly flip back. And I was like,
I don't see how you could flip back. Like, dude, the events of 9/11 are so profoundly sketchy.
I mean,
that
I can talk you through it.
It's like sketchy.
What's the?
I'm wondering how you could have like realized the sketchiness and then gone back and thought it wasn't sketchy. I'm wondering how that it's even possible.
So I don't think it's not sketchy anymore. What I think is we are plugging lack of information with made up information. So I don't know what happened on that day, but some of my feeling is how could I know what happened on a very complex day where lots of things were happening? Some of my other thought is it's like the biggest guy who's the master of jiu-jitsu, who's like the fucking badass of the school, gets his absolute ass whipped by some nerd, and he's filming it, and he's the only one with the footage. And then you go up to the badass of the school and you go, hey, can I have the footage of that day you got the shit kicked out of you by the tiny guy? And he goes, nah. And you go, oh, maybe this is because he didn't get his ass whipped by the tiny guy, or maybe it's because he didn't want the footage.
Wait, you're not flipping back though. If you don't think, if I mean, you're saying you don't think it's sketch, but you're not. It's not necessarily flipping back, because flipping back would mean that you believe everything they said about like the.
So my current position is that 18 Saudis organized by Osama bin Laden probably attacked the United States and brought down 3 buildings with 2 planes.
6 buildings.
Quite close to the official narrative. I still have questions, but I don't. But the thing that struck me about it was questions aren't answers. Questions are questions. So how did a plane punch a hole in the Pentagon that looks like a cruise missile?
Right.
Is a question, but it is not an answer. It is not therefore cruise missile. It is how the fuck did it cause a shape like that?
Yeah, Eggshells, I can actually give you the evidence that you're asking for. But before I do that, because I don't, that's why I don't talk about the things like you said, the holes that people fill with stories that, you know, ideas that people made up. That's why when people talk about what actually hit the buildings or the impossibility of the buildings collapsing, I tell them that whenever people argue that, it just does nothing besides cement people on either side that they're already on. So there's real evidences that you can actually present about 9/11, and that's not one of them. Especially when you start to think, I used to think that maybe it wasn't planes, but why would they plan this horrific thing that they knew they would have to carefully construct because they were going to have to really play it that they did not know about it and that it actually happened? Why would they plan all that and then chance it by not actually having planes hit? Like, why would they?
I have an answer to that.
For this reason, this is my reason, Kosho, because I'm still like somewhat a lie hop. Does everybody know the difference between a lie hop and a my hop?
Kosho, it's actually the opposite. That it's more of a liability to try to fly huge commercial airliners with a bunch of people in them into a tower like that to cause an explosion big enough that would guarantee at least enough believability by people who don't really know what happened and they just assume. So I mean, the wing could have clipped it. They might not hit it exactly. The plane might hit the top side of the building.
They could have had a
fly off
revolt of
into
the passengers. The
Yeah.
passengers could have. Yeah, you don't want to run the risk. So, and I 100% agree with Gio on this. Like, it's so I'm still a lie hop, which is the difference between a lie hop and a lie hop is let it happen on purpose or made it happen on purpose. Made it happen on purpose for the reasons I agree with Gio, and then we diverge immediately after that is making it happen on purpose requires an extraordinary amount of coordination, cost, getting people to act against and murder their own countrymen, possibly their own brothers and sisters and cousins and shit, versus being a lie hop. All that it requires you to do, and I think there is evidence of this, is just underfund certain agencies. So, like, America was at the time of that attack. Since that attack, it's gone up tenfold. But at the time of that attack, my understanding is there were like 9 or 10 credible, serious threats against the United States each year. And one of the problems, my understanding is with like internal security is for every threat you thwart, you actually destroy your own budget. Because you go, well, nobody's set off a bomb inside America for 10 years, so I'm not going to fund the anti-bomb unit. Not realizing that the reason a bomb hasn't been set off in the last 10 years is because we've got an anti-bomb unit. So the idea of a MyHop requires like 5 people to be on board, where you go, you have 5 people, one's the head of defense, one's the head of the FBI, one's the head of like whoever. You know, you don't need many people where you go, let's actually fuck things up deliberately so that one of the attacks we know that's going to happen, we let it happen. And it's a bunch of disorganized Saudis and they're going to strip joints and it seems hugely improbable and we don't know what's going to happen, but we just need something to happen so that we can then turn around to Congress and go, we absolutely need more money and we need these increasing powers. We need the Patriot Act and blah, 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 blah.
So you consider yourself more of a MyHop, like you think, or a lie hop where you think that they just let it happen?
I could easily, well, so my current position is, yeah, I could easily believe that did happen. That there were
let me ask you this.
members of the American like political whatever that were like, actually, let's let an attack happen so that we can prove the necessity of the anti-attack people. Yeah, easily could believe that. But that
have you seen the documentary?
Got all the people in line? No, I think that's just.
Have you seen the documentary September Clues?
Mm-hmm.
You have?
Is it September Clues? Hang on.
The no planes theory.
At the moment you said no, the no planes theory. No.
No, I'm not necessarily talking about no planes. Well, hold on for a second. I'm talking specific. I'm not necessarily talking about any plane theory or not. I'm just saying, have you seen the documentary called September Clues?
No, I don't think I have. I've seen. Oh no, it's not September Clues. It's Loose Change or Spare Change.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, this one is totally different. It's called September Clues, and it's what it does is it goes through very slowly, methodically, and write evidence in your own eyeballs as you're watching it, how the media, all the major news organizations were all completely coordinated in this PSYOP event, and many of the film is actually like duplicated, but he goes through all of these things in detail, showing the masking, showing the graphic alteration, showing the on-the-fly editing, because this is how they do this. So when they did that event, we could discuss like what happened, but the thing is they're able to do on-the-fly editing, and he points out the mistakes, and he does it with arrows on the screen and meticulously. So what you take it for can be your own observation. However, I would say from myself watching it, it is very, very well laid out, rigorously laid out, like good evidence directly showing how all of the media was completely fabricated and layered to push the particular narrative they did. And indeed, that they used CGI plane effects to simulate something actually hitting the building. And he shows that.
This gets to my major problem with it. And this was the problem that, like, when I used to, like, because I would send out 10-page emails to my family.
Hold on, let me just finish by saying this. I'm talking about, hold on, because you're going down a different direction. I just want to say this last point on that. He literally shows, for example, the biggest one, the airplane that was supposed to have hit the second tower. Well, the nose was like, everybody like laughed about how it looks like the nose came right out the other end. And that's like the famous thing. Like even back then, it was like, oh my God, you see the nose popped out? Well, he breaks that down and he shows how it's a mask. It's a little CGI nose thing. And the reason it proves that is because for the on-the-fly editing, the whole cut for the whole world at that time, all of the feeds went to black. Yeah. They went to black. Right. What is it, like 13 frames, 18 frames, whatever it is, literally went to black, and it flashed, and it went to black in half and half, 50-50. So the line down the middle, and that was how the guy in the airplane that was holding the camera, he had to hold it in the midway point. In the helicopter. Yeah, in the helicopter. Yeah. He had to hold it at the midway point for them to do the on-the-fly editing. And the fake nose, the CGI thing, it overlaps into the other layer.
He had to hold it. Hang on. So there's a cameraman in a chopper. When you say he had to hold it at the
it's the drift. It's the drift of the helicopter. They didn't account for the drift. They didn't account for the drift of the helicopter not being in frame so the real-time editing that they were doing with the CGI image of the plane going in showed the nose coming out the other side when that would be impossible because the helicopter was drifting and not in one stable position, and they didn't realize that that's how it was going to work, so they had to go to black. They had to black out every feed.
I'm not fully like. Here's the major problem I had when I was a 9/11 truther, and that was how many people need to be involved, and that's why LIHOP is a much easier conspiracy to swallow.
Well, that's it, but that's a cop out.
Down to like 5 people.
But that's a cop out though, because you can't say 5 people were able to just make it happen. All the things that you mentioned earlier about like the risk of like there being passengers and like just letting it happen still doesn't answer all those questions, because then you'd have to think about like you're actually saying that these aluminum planes disappeared into steel buildings, like defying the laws of physics.
But they don't defy the laws of physics, do they?
It does. It does.
Well, riding. I'm just
hold on. Let me speak. Come on, Gio. Let me speak. Let me speak.
Hold on, dude. I'm going to step away for a second. I just wanted to. Yeah. No. So I'm going to step away for a second. Yeah. I just want to say real quick because I just posted it for you. That's the. I believe that's the actual website for September Clues. Yeah. So I don't. This is because they have something called Clues Forum. Now, just as a side note, these guys are like not into flat Earth, just so you know. They're like actually against it. A lot of the people in this Clues Forum community, they think flat Earth is like, a lot of them do. I can't speak for all of them. They do. There's a lot that they're pretty strong on that.
Hey, Gio, before you step away, and wait, you say too much already. Hold on, just like I have to say this. There's many layers to this, and I think 9/11 is a perfect example of how you have to peel back the layers of an onion, or layers of the deception that's going on here. In my opinion now, and this doesn't coincide with a lot of even people that talk about 9/11, first of all, you get people to see that it was a conspiracy, then maybe you go to like the September clues and the no planes, and they're able to accept that. But then when you start talking about even September clues, even all of the 9/11 truth movement was also controlled opposition and created beforehand and devised to create the truther community and feed the internet and maybe even lead to flat Earth. And all of these other things are very well devised, in my opinion, on both sides from the very scratch, right? And they use this as a way of making. I'm saying this is what I think after contemplating and seeing this. I'm sorry, what?
Eggshells, I think, was in the middle of something. And then
trying to speak.
I'm trying to say that before Gio steps away, I just wanted to say, don't you see that those are the layers? That it's controlled opposition, even on that larger scale, like
this
5 people,
sounds like
is one thing to consider.
It sounds like you're backfilling away from a difficult point to like add stuff that's not actually relevant to the point. Like the
it is relevant because it's controlled on both sides. Is the point? Even all the mistakes are made on purpose. Like it's obvious that like do
you not see
they
that
show you
is
this
like
on purpose?
Completely a violation of critical thinking to go that the evidence against is the evidence for.
No, it actually supports it. It makes more sense.
Listen to the point, new perspective. Listen to the point and like internalize it and then reject it. Which is what you're saying is the evidence for is the evidence for, and the evidence against is still evidence for. What that means is if I show you a card and the card is an ace, a spade, a club, or a heart, all of that means that you're right. Not that one in 4 you're wrong. No, but that's crucially what you're saying. You've backfilled and spoken over me for the last minute to not let me speak.
Okay, go ahead. Whatever you were going to say. I didn't
that
mean to do that. I just wanted, Gio said he was going to step away, and I wanted to maybe get his take before he steps away on that whole
really
idea
important to
that it's
recognize
like it's constructed on both sides, and that that's the only way it really
constructed on
would
both
work.
sides. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's constructed on both. Like you're not realizing what you're saying is exactly what I'm talking about and not recognizing.
Okay, I'm not trying to say
I
it
think
wasn't.
eggshells.
Well, eggshells,
ahead,
I think it's
I
going
think
better
eggshells
now
is
because like you're responding in shorter things. So I think sometimes before, like you were going on these longer things and then bringing up a lot of new points. But yeah, it seems like we got to it there. So I mean, I don't think New Perspective was doing that. Actually, I think he was totally legit.
No, I don't think he was doing it to me.
It's-
Like I respect new perspective. I don't think he lies. I think he's a very intelligent person. I think he's very capable of critical thinking. I just don't think he's using it right now.
He's a handsome guy, and I do think eggshells. I almost forgot my point. Eggshells.
Me on New Perspective. It's New Perspective.
Yeah, eggshells was saying to New Perspective. Yeah, right. So that's a question to New Perspective. Is basically what eggshells is saying is from what he's saying, I kind of agree. But the way you're portraying your perspective on this is that there's not any evidence, no matter how true or untrue it is, there's no evidence that could convince you otherwise. Because any evidence that is brought to you that is for what you already believe, you're gonna probably agree with it. But if it's against what you believe,
that's not at all.
if it's
That's
against
not
what
at
you
all.
believe, you can turn it to what you believe.
Well, Coach, that's why I brought up
If you
like
have
looking at direct
if you
evidence.
have evidence that these buildings collapsed due to fire, that is evidence of the conspiracy, and I use that to interrogate how they conducted the conspiracy. And then if I find anything that seems to go, oh, how could buildings collapse under fire? That's evidence again. Whereas what to me would be the rational thing to do is go, we should stack them up on either side. What to me critical thinking is going, I'm going to really work against my preconceptions. I'm going to work to build a strong case for the other side. But what seems to happen when it comes to 9/11, what happened, I'm not going to talk about what happens for you, New Perspective, or Gio or Kosher, but what happened for me was I realized after somebody quite, it was just in a documentary, so they weren't saying it to me, but I felt like they were saying it to me, so I am saying it to you, is they stack everything up just on one side. And once I started to go, okay, now I'm going to try and really deliberately find stuff, like seek out stuff that should stack up on the other side. I'm going to
a lot of the same information is out there,
right?
writing
Opposition for them
between people. What, man? Because I don't want to interrupt you, but I think you'll just keep going forever. So I'm not sure.
Gio, I'd like to hear what you have to say.
That long? Was it that long? I feel
You
like
kind of
Gio,
drag
you
out your
have
words a little bit.
Okay.
Well, okay, I guess keep going then. It's a marathon.
No, go ahead, Gio. I want to hear your response, kind of like to what I was saying, like about the layers. Like, do you think that the whole 9/11 truth movement was also controlled opposition from scratch, meant to kind of like, tell us, like, make us aware of the power that created this, and there's an advantage to that, and that, I mean, I don't think that they're worried about people finding out the truth. I think they want a certain percentage of us to know the truth, and that works in their favor because it's about social construction and mass movement, and they don't want to kill any narrative. They just want to control all of them.
Well, yeah, and writing. What I was going to ask too, like in terms of 9/11, like if that's what we're still talking about, I don't even know at this point. But if that's what we're talking about, like, okay, like when I started looking into it, I guess I've had my own journey, like of researching into everything, and I assume you have as well. So, what is it different about the information that others have come to in yourself, and then what actually is what occurred? But it doesn't even matter, really. I mean,
I always had the problem of how many people. I always had that problem of the people I used to argue with. If they ever asked me the question, or I'd sometimes volunteer it, where they'd say, "What makes you doubt this?" Or I'd say, "Here's what makes me doubt this." It's how many people need to be involved, and because I fundamentally believe that most humans are trying to do things for good reasons, and that might be a mistaken belief, but it's a belief I hold. So there are a few things about that. One of the things that cracked it for me was like there were, there's like, we don't just change our beliefs overnight, but one of them was the dancing Israelis, which was like these guys from this known Mossad front which was like New York laundromat service or New York dry cleaning or something like this, which had a picture of the Twin Towers on it. And they're like dancing on top of a van, being like, fuck yes, when the second building gets hit. Why would Israelis be excited about this? And like let's go past the whole Jewish business and stuff.
Oh, I don't even know.
Why
That's such an
would
in
they
the
be
weeds kind of.
anticipating
I mean, that could have
Why
just.
would
Why
they,
would
yeah,
we know exactly what
they
Dude,
won't know it.
most
But
of
this
the
is the thing,
media
like,
is.
and so that was some of the question. Why would they exactly know where to be, and why would they be happy about it? And then there's this clip of them on a fucking talk show. So they get immediately whisked back to Israel, and then they're on a talk show describing the situation. And that was one of the things where I was like, what? Like, I thought these
Yeah,
people
dude,
behaved
it's
in
all
the
just
shadows
coordinated
and did all
psyops.
sorts of secret stuff. And again, remembering my major problem is how many people need to be involved. And you've got these random operatives in New York who know that it's about to happen. Like, at the moment you've got random operatives in New York that know it's about to happen. They're fucking everywhere. And so then I dug up the original footage of the whole talk show and read it subtitled. And the subtitles go, yeah, we knew it was we knew it was going to happen. Sorry, was yeah, we were really excited that it was happening because we'd been working with the United States for many years, but the United States wasn't supporting us in the fight against fundamentalist Islam because they didn't believe it was a big issue. So the moment we saw this,
Hold on, Rodney. Can I stop you for a second, man? This it just goes on because I guess there's like 5 things ago I wanted to respond to, and that's kind of what was happening before. Maybe it's just me. I guess I can just keep going. But I guess the thing is, it ends up being like I feel like I'm listening to a podcast. So it's just sort of like I don't feel like it's a conversation anymore.
Gio, can you just let Gio go? Because I'd really like to hear what he has to say about this.
Well, I'm not saying I want to just go in long periods. I just
no. But I'd like to hear your try to
wanna-
remember some of those points you were trying to hit on.
I was just trying to actually make it or suggest that we could, where it's actually people are being able to talk back and forth. Because writing, it seems like you'll just keep going and going, and then building more ideas on more ideas, and then it doesn't seem like it's kind of like you're talking at us, not with us.
Let's all just agree to that because I think we all get guilty of it and just make quick points and then we'll go. But I mean,
the point was quite simply. Okay,
I mean, sorry, I know it's
no. Don't. Hey, eggshells. Don't take that as a reason to start going about your point again. That's the point. Like you want to re-explain what you were trying to explain, and then it goes on too long, and then Gio loses like the 5 points he wanted to come in on.
So the simple point was.
You're going to do it anyway.
There was an alternate
Go ahead. Just try to make a point that someone could actually respond to.
I'll try and make it. There was an alternate explanation, which I had not considered. The moment I considered it, suddenly things snapped into place and went, oh, hang on, that alternate explanation makes more sense than a grand conspiracy. That's it.
Eggshells. I posted a document a document in the chat. And that's what I read 4 years ago, right before I got into the flat Earth thing. That totally changed my whole perspective on it. Except for it made me think that it wasn't a conspiracy. It just made me think there was somebody else that was more at fault. And actually, when you said it earlier in this conversation, that you think that if they more stood back and didn't do anything that they knew was going to happen, rather than they planned and orchestrated the whole thing, I'm more inclined. I'm half between that and what I used to believe, anyways. Because I think the real orchestrators or the real perpetrators were not from this country, but I don't think they were from Saudi Arabia or from Afghanistan either. And I think those dancing Israelis. Well, that's just in this document. I think that the people in our government, including those 5 people that are in our government, except for it might be more than 5, but people like George Bush Sr. and people, that could have been trusted, they knew it was going to happen, and they helped make sure it would happen, and they worked with people from this country to make sure it happened. Because I don't think, you're right when you said that dancing Israelis, they knew that it was going to happen, and they were probably excited because they knew it was going to allow them to go to war with Iraq. But I don't think that it was a happenstance thing that just happened. They were on top of these people for a year, both in Florida and in New Jersey. Like that group, there was hundreds of Israelis that were.
So
Say again?
all you need to do, in my opinion, is just not give them the green light, right? Because they're going to follow them for years and they're going to build up a repository of information, All you need to do, like, if you want to do the same thing, if you want to enact the Patriot Act, you want to go to war with Afghanistan and get the lithium, you want to do all that stuff, you could fake this whole attack against yourself, or you could just deliberately fuck up. So all you need to do is have these, like, because I think if you get the Israelis involved, like, let's say you and I, Kosho, decide to go rob a bank. And then you say, I told my sister. I'm immediately far less likely to go and rob that bank. And if you say, I've told my sister and my co-worker and this other guy who works for me because I've got him to book the tickets. And if you said I told 4 people, I'm not going to rob the fucking bank anymore because there's a chance that my head's going to end up on the spike. So I don't, it doesn't make sense. If you could do the same thing by telling 2 people, why would you tell 4,000?
Okay, regardless of that, before we get too much into like the whole idea of like too many people keeping a secret and all that, like I'd like to hear what Gio. I have to go to in a minute, but I'd like to hear if there's anything that Gio might want to like just a little bit touch upon that he didn't get to say, as far as the controlled opposition and like us being given these things like over a period of time to create the truth movement and then also create social construction based on the divide and conquer idea, because like this whole thing is like divided generations in a way, because the people like that were on the internet at the time were a lot of the people that were looking into this were seeing that there was something wrong, and the parents of these people were like, no way, because they wanted to believe the news and they weren't into the internet or alternative news. And we've seen the same thing with Flat Earth. Go ahead, Gio. Is there anything?
Oh, well, there's a lot with all of what you said there. Yeah, there's a lot of points that could be touched on. I mean, well, I think when they pull off these events, like in terms of, like sort of JFK, the moon landing, 9/11, some of these kind of events like that, they definitely create well, here's what I think is happening. They know that people are going to figure out their scam. So they know that some percentage of the population is going to be woke to their shenanigans. But they also know that they're protected to a degree. I mean, they own the police, they own the military, like at that level. So they know that they're like protected, or at least they're confident enough. But they know that a certain people will figure it out. However, they obviously are betting on that most people won't, and that they'll deceive most people, that most people will be deceived by them. And for those that they know are going to wake up to it and know what's going on, they just need to monitor that and make sure it doesn't grow, so that's why they put things in place. And definitely they plant all kinds of different misinformation within all of it, within moon landing, within the Earth, the globe, all of it. There's a ton of misplanted information that is there to push people away. And we all know several of them.
Mixed in with the truth movement, right? To make them uncredible, right?
Yeah, so they've done that with 9/11 big time, and a whole JFK shenanigans and
Flat Earth.
Yep. Yeah. So it's
and the current situation with Minestrone.
And also, like, they need to minimize it as much as possible. Well, yeah, for sure, and all the censorship. They need to minimize it as much as possible, but I also think that there's a way in which they can't control it ultimately. So that's what's actually exciting. Like, the truth is decentralized and available to anyone and everyone. So they can't control that. That's the wild thing about it.
But they could influence it by putting somebody out there ahead of time with the truth. And that's like kind of like the whole thing with 9/11 and how it was so brilliant, because it became the big truth that was obvious to anybody that looked into it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think they're doing a very good job. I think they're just focusing on trying to do more and more brainwashing to the masses and more poisoning and stuff. Because I feel like I don't think they've really put even that much of work into it. Like, because they kind of realize that like people who are going to figure out the truth are just going to do it, like no matter what, like they really can't. I mean, what has like, any of those people that are in there to try to do the misinformation, like, I just don't feel like they're very effective. So I feel like people still figure it out.
But I think that they used like that a big truth. Like I don't know when I got cut off, but I actually hung up on in the middle of what I was saying. But yeah, they used like the 9/11 truth was a way of like if someone's talking about the obvious truth that buildings can't fall from fire the way they were told us, then it gave these gurus a way of like, okay, well I'm telling you about the 9/11 truth, so then all these other things that I'm saying are more likely to be believed because I'm giving you the big truth. You know, and I think that flat Earth is also used in that same way. Like anybody that really looks into it ends up feeling like it's an obvious truth, and then people have used even the powers that be have put out controlled opposition in a way that they can say, okay, well we're going to give you the big truth. This big truth I'm going to reveal or agree with you about, and then I'm going to sell you on something else. And I think that's how they've used 9/11 and a lot of these other things. Like yeah, the truth can't be hidden, but they can give you it with like, you know, a bunch of other factors that may be disinformation or misinformation or just speculation that then, you know, gets everything, muddies the waters on purpose.
Yeah, because the buildings could have fallen. Like I don't think it was a real authentic event.
Yeah, I
But
think
having said that, it could easily be the case that that they did it. You know, that whoever did it and crash into the buildings and the buildings fall. That's very much a possibility. So that's why I never thought that argument was useful. There's no point in arguing something that
You think that's you don't think it
could
you don't think it seems
possibly
more
happen.
unlikely? You don't think it seems like as far as like physics and your understanding of physics that like all like I think it was 6 or 7 buildings all came down like in the same manner, you know, like free fall into their own footprint, quote unquote. Like you don't
Yeah,
think that's at least unbelievable that could happen?
well, that's why, yeah, from just two like aluminum piles of
Right.
tin cans like running into the buildings.
Yeah, seems very unlikely from a scientific, you know, viewpoint.
It
Even if you think it might be possible, but to seem likely, I don't think so.
If one of those airplanes had
seems
hit that building,
expected.
it would have like slinkied into the building. Like it might have penetrated a little bit into it. Like it might have broke through some of the kind of windows and steel girders to some degree. Like it wouldn't completely bounce off, but it would mostly bounce off. Like the nose would kind of penetrate. The whole thing would like accordion. That was the word I was looking for. It would like become like an accordion. The wings would snap off and fall to the ground.
Yeah.
And then the whole tail piece from like the front, you know, like I said, I would only a little bit would enter, and the rest of it would crack off and fall down on the ground. It would be a joke. And then to try to convince people that took buildings down, never in a million years. But they just
and then the fire, debris fell on another building and then caused like, was it 5 other buildings went down? But the one we were shown that they announced early, like I think that was all done on purpose too. Like even the announcing it early, that was given to us to create the conspiracy. I think the 9/11 conspiracy was totally thought out before the actual conspiracy. So the conspiracy about the conspiracy.
Event, yeah, and that involved the CGI planes, and that's why I was saying September Clues shows the exact way that they put, because they can do on the fly editing quite easily to put a CGI airplane into the footage. You might think that that's hard to do, but it's actually really easy to do. It's just compositing.
I think it's hard to do.
And you know the one,
and if you pause it, you can see the whole wing disappear before it goes into the building. You can see the wing disappear on the CGI image. It's
exactly.
Undeniable.
He points that out, and he points that out, and that's on the one where he it's so staged. Remember the one where it's like low down and it's looking up at the building, so you really see the airplane. Like holy shit! Like that's the one they put on the news. There's like a dude that's kind of sitting in a chair, and then it's like a very staged little event. But yeah, he shows on that one how without any question that whole thing that hits it is a CGI. I mean, I still think there was
the first plane too. Those guys that were like working on like manhole or whatever, and like he happens to like put the camera up and catch the first plane going in like that. That was totally staged too. You can see it.
I've seen the movie, but regardless, that's what I'm talking about. That claim about what the plane should do when it hits the building, or the building should do after the plane hits. What you guys are saying, if that would have happened, I would have thought it was fake, because that's not what happened. What happened is actually what would happen. It doesn't matter what the plane's made out of at all. It just matters how much force is impacting the building when the plane initially touches it. And so that same force could completely destroy the plane, which it probably did,
That's why there was no plane there, in the Pentagon as well. But it also is going to create a massive explosion that's going to tear out a whole bunch of that building, which it did. There's a big hole in the building where the plane supposedly crashed into. But I think what people are expecting is the plane's, strength. Like if you threw a brick into a pile or something, you would imagine the bricks actually going through the ant pile, pushing it apart while it's going through it. That's not how that works, really. The plane would have hit the building, and as soon as it hit the building, that force acting on both those objects would have presented itself. And on the plane would have been destroyed probably into thousands of unrecognizable pieces, and the building would have been, at least where it hit, a massive explosion, and the building integrity jeopardized. I mean, have you ever heard about the craters on the moon? That they're perfectly round, even though they can come from any trajectory, and they claim it's because no matter where the meteors are coming from, as soon as they hit the surface of the moon, the kinetic energy is so strong that meteor is not staying in shape anymore, and it's going to completely disintegrate. And so the meteor is not smashing into the moon; it's just exploding.
Go ahead, Gio.
No, I guess the only thing I was going to say, I know it's not even the. Okay, just go ahead. I got nothing.
Well, I was going to say that before we get into the moon, idea with the craters and all that, but like, it's just funny that from a scientific standpoint, that you would think that that's exactly what would happen if an aluminum plane flew into a steel building. But what I wanted to say more so is that on the point of like the controlled opposition and the big truth reveal and how other things can be conflated with that. The perfect example of that I thought of is this guy named John Lear. Remember that? The guy that came out and talked about the 9/11 truth, and he was talking about how that the planes weren't even able to fly. He's a pilot, and the planes aren't even able to fly that fast at that height. They didn't have any air traffic control for them to be able to like somehow like find the building and hit it dead center. It's just like ludicrous, and like all these things that totally make sense. But then on top of that, he added that, we actually have people living on every planet in our solar system. So like he's giving you the big 9/11 truth, like all these things that make sense. The planes aren't even able to fly at that speed, at that height, and all these things that from a pilot's perspective totally like check out. Like, yeah, wouldn't it happen that way for them to aim at that without any air traffic control? Like somehow they were just like blindly flying through the air and then able to hit these buildings dead center without like actually knowing and being untrained pilots and all those unbelievable things. But then he says we have people living on Jupiter, Mercury. I mean, like that audacious on top of that add-on, was just a perfect example of what I was saying. Like,
that's funny, dude. That is funny.
But isn't that
to combine those? But
yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
I mean, that argument is not against the airplane hitting it in the first place because people saw that and it was filmed. It's like thousands of witnesses.
They were just arguing against that.
Gio, what do you think happened? Could they put one person and one person says they saw an airliner, and the 20 people around them think they saw it too because he suggested it. But go ahead, Gio. What were you going to say?
Well, yeah. Well, there's a whole thing with all of the quote unquote eyewitness testimonies. Yeah, there is a lot with all of that content. The ones that are claimed, the ones that are fake, the ones that are real, and everything else. Yeah, there's
fake.
A lot to that.
I don't know who's fake.
No, in terms of the like what I think actually happened is the first tower was not hit by anything. It planted explosives, and that can be seen in the footage. It literally, you can see the pyrotechnics that are burning off to create the wing holes. They're going, you can see them firing off. So there's direct evidence of that looking like it's just explosives on the building. And there's only that one footage of it, which is like the whole sketchy situation like that, where they claim, to get that. But anyway, so that's just a CGI plane that's put onto that. It's just the explosives that are on the building. The second tower, I do think was hit by something. It was definitely not a commercial airliner with civilians in it. It was a missile of sorts. These are they look like small airplanes. They have wings and everything else. So it was so it could have looked like an airplane. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
it came in over the water, and it was like cloudy and stuff. So like it came in that way to where the fact that it's coming over the water anyways, no one's even that close to it. Now I understand if you were right in the tower, you would have seen something. And there actually are several eyewitness ones that I've seen that look very authentic, like where the guy was one of them in particular, because I could see his body language and everything. And he said it looked like a small Cessna airplane. So that makes a lot more sense. Like, how many people can really tell the difference between a full one and a small one? Not very many. This guy was able to do that. So nonetheless, I'm not saying it's the only reason I think this, but I'm just saying that's an interesting little tidbit. But yes,
you've seen that picture of a heat-guided missile that looks just like an airplane?
Exactly. So the second one was hit by like an airplane-looking missile with an instant explosive, and there's another giveaway there. Like when it hit the building, boom, it looks just like a missile hit. If you look at videos of missile hits, it's precisely the same pyrotechnics, the same not pyrotechnics, not the quite word, the right explosive physics essentially of the way missiles work, where they have those multiple layers of plumes, and it literally is a missile hit, like in terms of the explosion. And then they CGI'd the airplanes onto those, for the news, totally just added composite editing to make them look like the airliners. And there's even issues with those. There's a million issues with a bunch of those, which that's a whole thing. So that's what I think happened. And then when the buildings came down, they used thermite to blow apart the tower levels as they used the directed energy weapon to turn it into dust.
Yeah. And I just think that that's the way it would happen. From a scientific standpoint, I'm very surprised anyone could believe that it would just happen twice, not only twice, but 3 times, but maybe 5 or 6 times. They say all the buildings came down. I don't know if there's footage of like building 4, 5, and 6 coming down, into their own footprint the same way.
Yeah, they just got roasted.
Yeah.
Yeah, those buildings got fried. That whole thing was just fried.
It's a bit, for me, it's too much Narnia stuff.
The material that should have been there for those buildings was not there. That's why the dustification thing, unless somebody else can come up with an explanation. The one thing the mainstream news said is, as it was coming down, it just, I guess they're just saying the pressure made the matter disappear. And it's like, it's so weird that people would believe that, because the material isn't there. And what is there is a massive dust cloud that stayed in the area for weeks after 9/11, literally weeks. Like even the quote unquote satellite images, like the high altitude images, showed like this cloud of just the thickest, nastiest dust, which is not common for buildings coming down at all. Usually there's some dust, but this was like a lingering, toxic thing. So, and the fact that the material isn't at the base, isn't there, it's missing. So what else could
I think that I'm in agreement. I agree that probably there was a lot less people actually killed on that day than we were told. Maybe even a lot less. And
I never said that, but maybe I have in the past. You're saying,
yeah, I think that seems to be the case, especially with people on the planes. Like there was those people. I think probably were like allowed to. I mean, the planes were half full, all of them. Like they're supposedly half full, which doesn't make any sense. You hardly ever see that. But then also just that they might have been, there's a whole club of people that get out of their life and they get to cash in on their insurance policy and start a new life. And that seems to be part of the agreements that was made with a lot of these people, and maybe the buildings weren't even as full. But the real crime was the dust that got into people's lungs and caused this, this cancer and whatever else that they were, kind of bought out. They were given like a certain,
yeah, it's like the most demonic thing ever. Yeah, like they took a whole bunch of toxic chemicals and turned them into this disgusting dust that then made everybody really sick. Yeah, it's so demonic. It's insane. I mean, that part I think is just like whatever that directed energy weapon thing they're using. It's just how it works. Like it is demonic, I guess, just because all those materials are toxic to begin with, and just the nature of it. But yeah, the cancer causing. Yeah, because all those chemicals in buildings, I mean, those cause people cancer anyways, and then a really concentrated dust of it. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, the other thing with the dustification, like some people think that's a wild idea. There's actually video of it. Have you seen that, where the metal is just turning to dust?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, I wouldn't go as far as to say that nobody died on 9/11, but I would go as far as to say that everybody died on 9/11. Just a little bit.
Maybe we were reborn even more though, because I feel like they've really shot themselves in the foot with these big events. I mean, I know they're trying to go big or whatever, but I think actually it's backfired on them. I think way more people have woken up than they think they fooled, and in the end, they're going to because that's kind of the way evil works. They always give away their cards, like they're not going to get away with it forever. That because lies always are revealed, truth always is revealed. So and lies don't stand the test of time, whereas the truth does. So as time unfolds, lies always have an endpoint, whereas the truth never does. So in that
I think
sense,
that
yeah.
On that point, though, I think they know that, and I think that they use that, and it's kind of like going back to what we were talking about before, like the laws that they somehow some kind of code that they need to follow. But I think that I would go as far as to say is that they revealed the truth about 9/11 on purpose, controlled from the very beginning with all of the different like clues that were like strung out like over time. Like a perfect example is that the one clip of Bush where he's reading the I Pet Goat or the My Pet Goat upside down and all that. Like we were given that like after a certain amount of years, and everyone was like, "Whoa, oh my God, he's reading that," and like, "Oh, it looks like he knows." And then we had like the controlled opposition of the Fahrenheit 9/11 come out, where I remember like standing up, like giving that movie in the theater a standing ovation, thinking that this guy was revealing truth. But then you realize later on that he's also controlled opposition, giving us this truth on purpose without the real damning evidence that they're not even worried about getting out anyway, because they don't worry about people finding out anything. They just infiltrate and influence different narratives to never get to the point where there's some kind of like real revolution. But they may stage a revolution, just like 9/11 Truth Movement was. And the perfect example I was about to point out was that now we're given this recent one, relatively recent, where these kids are chanting, plane hit, steel, kite, like that is like something that they should have shown us from the very beginning. But that was like later on after we saw the whole I Pet Goat. I mean, if that footage was available, why didn't Michael Moore use that in his movie where they're showing the actual like ritual part of it, where they were having these kids chant about steel plane hit, all that kind of shit. And it's kind of like they have these things in their back pocket and reveal them to us in turn to create more division and more, like I think they have like graphs of like how many people are aware of this thing or that thing, and they keep them at a certain balance. And maybe one thing's more true than another, but they always just use it as a way of like playing a harp. They don't want to kill a narrative. They control them all to some degree, and they know the percentages. Hello? Sorry, man, that was a lot. Am I still on? Anyway, I've got to go anyway, but maybe I'll make that last statement and let other people add on if I'm still here.
I'm sorry, man. I was turning off my car because I'm going inside my house. I've been sitting in my car for the past 30 minutes, trying to get inside. Yes. Just give me a second. Oh, but also, I just think that I don't know, because you don't need all those points for it to happen, and it's those kind of points. Uh,
Mic check, mic. Hey, also, I'm gonna ask people in Gem server. I thought I'd just ask you guys first, but
Yes.
I'm looking for somebody, anybody who possibly or thinks that they might have one of the most modern, newest phones. If you think your phone is one of the most up to date modern phones, like a Galaxy S20. There's a few other ones. Let me know because you can help. You can help prove the Earth is flat. Actually, possibly.
Why specifically with that phone?
No, not specifically that phone, but that phone would suffice. But there's a few other ones too. A couple of ones from Xiaomi, Huawei, whatever you say, Huawei.
Why? Are you gonna use like the instruments on the phone? Or?
Not me personally. You would end up using it. Well, I don't want to. Well, it's just going to dissuade people from wanting to participate now. But I'll go ahead and say it, sir. I'm trying to find a phone that has access to both the L1 and L2 or L5 bands for the GPS in their phone. Because newer phones, they now have the ability to communicate with the dual frequency from the satellites, whereas they were using only one frequency before, the L1. And so, yeah, anyways, long story short, the Australian guy, Wang, this asshole who's been, I've been sending my files to so he can process them and give me back accurate positions. His problem currently is that my GPS receiver doesn't have dual frequency. So if somebody wanted to, just for the sake of seeing if he'll actually give me back accurate information, I'm trying to find somebody who's got a dual frequency phone that can collect data for a little bit so that we can send it to him and see if we can verify that it's giving us sub-centimeter accuracy. Otherwise, I gotta wait for my GPS to come in the mail.
I see your problem. What is he? Okay, yeah, whatever. Is it about like some kind? Is it about flat Earth stuff or?
Yeah, well, eventually, I mean, I figured that this. I mean, it's crazy because there's been surveyors in this community who have had access to these tools but used it for different reasons. But regardless, yeah, I feel like the accurate positioning can be used for many different tests by flat earthers, including tests where they're trying to see drop from horizontal or see the forced line experiment or a number of other ones. Buildings tilting. What else? Bunch of shit.
I don't know how you would do that. You probably have an idea, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, all you gotta do is construct the points, and if you have accurate positions, and you're getting it in the raw data in the XYZ format, you can construct, like, forced line would be the easiest one. You would just go to let's say a 10-mile lake, and you would measure the surface of the water on one end of the lake, and you measure the surface of the water 10 miles away on the other end of the lake. And with those two accurate positions you now have in XYZ format, you can construct the entire straight line in between them. And then you can measure a point right in the middle of those two lines. So right in the middle of the lake, right in the middle of those 2 points, on the surface of the water, you can measure that point. And you'd be able to see if it lied on that straight line, like it was on that straight line, or maybe 1 or 2 centimeters away from it, or if it was the distance the globe predicts it to be, which would be the satellite distance from that 10 miles, which is a pretty big difference. On top of my head, I think it might be 33 feet or something like that. But it might be different. But still, regardless, yeah, so that'd be an easy test you can do just by having accurate positions.
I see.
Buildings tilting away is another one. Like if you measured 4 corners of a building on the floor and on the ceiling of like a tall building, you can make a rectangle and you can construct that rectangle, using those coordinates. And then you can do another one with a building, 60 miles away or even further. And you can construct that rectangle. And you can see if those rectangles are parallel, those not rectangles, rectangular prisms. If those rectangular prisms are parallel to one another, or if one of them is tilted slightly 1 degree away from the other.
But we did calculations one time on this because somebody was claiming the buildings would have to fucking look like a upside down pyramid, something like that.
Yeah.
And I said no, they're so small, and they didn't believe me. And I said, "Have you calculate?" They said no, and then somebody calculated, and we went down to like micrometer distance, like from if you measure the difference between bottom and the top of the building.
From what
it was, I think it was like a 50-meter high building in this experiment. So you think you can measure that precision with a GPS?
Yeah, wait, so what, how far away was the building?
I think it was a 50-meter tall building, something like that.
I know, but I'm saying, but how far was he from the observer?
There
like,
wasn't.
How far were the 2 buildings, I mean?
What do you mean? How far?
Because you're saying that you would see it tilting, and then you give that value for how much it actually would be different from the top or the bottom of the building. Are you talking about a single building, or are you talking about a building you're
single
seeing
building?
Distance? Oh, yeah. I'm not talking about that.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. I'm talking about 2 buildings separated by a city. Like the 2 buildings should be tilting away from each other. You see what I mean?
I see. Okay.
Because you're right, that would be an extremely small measurement, and I wouldn't. That's the reason why it's in the building is because it's hard to measure and correct for that. There's no need to. But yeah, I'm talking about seeing 2 buildings, 69 miles apart, being tilted 1 degree away from the other.
Yep. But I don't know what kind of data you get out of this GPS. Do you get how do you get do you get data which is like how do you get to know that it's a straight line from A to B?
Well, you're constructing the straight
Not
line.
from-
So for instance, I'm going to use basic numbers. The XYZ numbers that it gives you are in meters, and so the X, Y, and Z numbers, they could be somewhere between 500,000 and 5 million. Each of those numbers, okay, because they're all over the grid. But I'm going to use basic numbers like, let's say that you got the coordinates for one position, and it was, let's just say it's 333. Okay, that was the coordinate. That was the coordinate you got for one position, and you verified that that's accurate. So whatever position you measured, like at the end of a lake, the end of that lake's coordinate is 333, and it's not going to change tomorrow when you do it or anything.
Because it's based on you get the same number on each side of the lake, even if it's curving because of geodesics, right?
Well, no, you don't get the same number on either side. I'm saying you get the same number each time you measure that same position.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and because the grid system that they established, I forget what it's called, but yeah, they established it, and everybody in the world agrees to use it because the satellites have to use it, or the GPS and all the GNSS have to use it. So it's a grid system that that makes sure that the center of mass is the origin, is a 0, 0, 0. But regardless of that fact, yeah, if you have 3, 3, 3, and then you measure another point, and it's I don't know, let's call it -3, -3, -3. Okay, those are the 2 points. If you know those 2 points and you know them accurately, it's not it's trivial to calculate and describe the straight line between those 2 points, because the grid system that's used is a Cartesian grid system in 3D space. That means that we know all the rules on how
Okay.
those points relate to each other.
So they present the grid, and when you move to the next grid, it also it actually uses like a planar surface to give you the data back, or
no. Yeah, you could get it to do that, but no. When I say XYZ, I'm talking about a 3D XYZ where the here. I don't think I've ever shown you this, but I've showed it to a bunch of other people. Hold on. Okay, this is actually an example of, because I collected a bunch of positions from different locations, the raw data, and this is what came up. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. There's my screen. Now I'm sharing it. Okay. Now hold on. Let's look at this one. Okay. Anyways, this. What the fuck? I don't know if you can see this yet, but yeah, this is from asking people over time. I just asked them to name some places. So there's some places here, you probably can't see them because there's all these fucking lines I made. But there's points in all these places, and all these points are XYZ points. So like New York is has these coordinates, this X, this Y, and this Z. And when you plot them, it doesn't reference the sphere, but it plots them in a point, in a position in 3D space, that when you end up plotting, multiple positions, you realize that they're equidistant from this origin point at the center. So it ends up defining a sphere, even though it's not using a sphere to give you those positions, if that makes sense. But anyways, yeah, so all these different places are just coordinates on this 3 thing. So yeah, it's not using planar coordinates, and it's not using spherical coordinates even. It's just using XYZ Cartesian coordinates. It's like in Blender,
That's how you would know if you're like, because I know that there was a podcast here in Norway, and then sent in a complaint to some kind of I don't know, like some like map service or whatever, because there was a country which claimed to have like this is like the highest mountain in that country.
Oh, yeah.
And that was actually wrong, because they brought a GPS receiver with them and measured the height of like a mountain, which they like suspected was higher, and it was like much higher than the other one. So they were like yeah, they were sort of hiding it deliberately because they didn't want that mountain to be the highest country, something like just tourism shit, something like that.
Oh, so you're saying that Google Maps was hiding it even in the images?
I'm not sure about Google Maps. I haven't checked that, but there is like a map, like official map service. I think it was it was like an African, like third world country, and they claim to like some place to be the highest mountain or something, and it's really not. It's like different mountain.
That's funny, yeah. I mean, I imagine there's probably a bunch of shit like that, where, or maybe not a bunch of shit, but just like, because if you're controlling that, well, I mean, all they have to do is control the data that everyone's using, because it's not like they're controlling the pictures.
Yeah, I think what's happening is that they were just they were lying because the place that they claim is the highest mountain is like in a very tourist heavy area, while the real tallest mountain is like in a shitty part of the country. So I think initially it was probably like, oh, this is the tallest mountain in the country. People just said it, and it made people like travel there and like tourism and shit like that. And they just stuck with it. But the problem is that it's like super easy to find the height of things now with GPS. So they brought with them GPS sender, and like there was like some stuff written on it on the internet as well. But like I think it's not like super tall mountains. It's not very exciting.
Yeah.
It's just that
And the other one.
yeah. It's and also like all the fucking official writings on it also claim the same as their government, which is like wrong. So it's kind of funny. So he sent in like a complaint or something, and he's gonna see if that they can change that, because it was wrong.
Hilarious. Well, I mean, that's what's cool about that, like this sort of GPS accuracy is it brings like surveying level accuracy to the availability of like normal people to do all sorts of stuff with, to remeasure shit or do tests like this. I just waiting for my GPS because like I've spent so much time collecting data from my phone and saying it to this dude, but it's all been useless because it has to be a phone with dual frequency.
I remember I made a program for my phone, and it's like super easy to access the raw data from the API. It's very easy. It's like really accessible. You can just make like a fucking just make an app, and just like make some simple like text boxes, and then you just tie, because a lot of it mostly in my experience was mostly with gyro and accelerometer, and they also have some other more soft variables which already been fixed. Like for example, they have a output from the API called orientation or something like that, and that's actually a combination of gyro and accelerometer. So that they already process the data for you to know, so you can just use that directly to know the orientation of the phone. But you also get the raw data if you want to. Like they give you like the real raw data at real time, and you can access it super easy.
You can access it without, being in Android Studio. You can access it just by doing that code. Like there's codes for different phones. But yeah, because I made an app, because I used to make ghost hunting devices for my friend, because he made that for him and his brother. Did ghost hunts and were on Discovery Channel. But he also made the devices because he was an electrical engineer also. Anyways, and I was showing him that I can make one way better. So I was just kind of challenging him, and so I ended up making the one that they use. Anyway, long story short, I was thinking about it, and I could have made the same ghost hunting device basically with using a cell phone, and so I wanted to try to make an app that did the same thing as that ghost hunting device, and that's basically all I did was I created another. That's why I stopped putting it together, is because most apps like Physics Toolbox Suite, for example, it just gives you access to all the instruments, right? So that's basically all I was creating was a ghost hunting device that was recording these different sensors and stuff. But Yeah, you're right. It's not complicated at all because it's like the code's already in there. You just have to know what it is, and yeah. But even with GPS, even as far as GPS though, because I was
I don't mean to be rude. I have to go in a meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
I didn't know
Bye.
you coded though. Yeah. Go ahead.
Bye.
What are you up to, Bushra?
Oh, nothing. I was making this dumb, stupid. I was procrastinating. I was making this thing. Jeremy wanted me to make this. He wanted me to test this perpetual motion machine thing. So I always make this. I try to make this thing with madness. I've actually gotten it in this program to actually act as a perpetual motion machine, but this program's not very accurate. So, but it comes
I
in
think it's
handy.
funny.
The what?
Go on. Yes, go on.
No, I said this program comes in handy a lot though, because you can like simulate refraction and all sorts of stuff.
What program is it?
It's called Algodo. It's actually kind of old now, but it's a fairly robust, yet simple physics simulator engine.
I think it's funny with some flat earthers that they say that there's over unity machines, and simultaneously they say that the laws of thermodynamics apply.
Yep. And then they say that time is a concept and doesn't exist outside of your brain.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Because none of those ideas cope with each other.
Yeah, how would you have laws of thermodynamics without time?
Yeah. That's what I was arguing, is that the second law in thermodynamics is basically description of time.
Yeah. Just change.
Yeah. I've heard several ideas lately on PBS and also on this other channel, and the PBS thing was talking about how entropy was a consequence of quantum entanglement. But what? And then also that other video I saw said a similar thing about time, saying that that time it's basically saying the same thing, that time is a consequence of entropy, which is a consequence of quantum entanglement.
But I thought time was just the flow of events. So the flow of events would be an objective thing that would, exist outside of the mind, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, that's what time it is. Time is it's outside of us.
So that would be beyond the mind. I thought Kosho said that it doesn't exist outside of the mind.
No. I said this is what flat earthers were arguing. Certain flat earthers. Not all of them. Just I was saying that I was saying because Moman was just saying that they don't agree with the they agree with energy unity or over unity, but they also agree with thermodynamics, and they agree with thermodynamics, second law of thermodynamics, but they also think that time is only a concept that exists in your head. And all those ideas don't.
Well, over unity is possible by tapping into the etheric realm. We're slightly connected to it, but we can increase that connection with high vibration and high rates of spin. The connection can be strengthened and the ether can flow in to give you over unity.
But would you be taking energy away from the ether then?
It's all around. The energy is just not tapped into. You would be connected with the ether, and the ether would flow in with its energy.
Yeah, but where does the ether get its energy from?
That would be the end of the infinite regression at the ether, unless you wanted to go more metaphysical with something like God. But that would be where the buck would stop. The buck has to stop somewhere.
Then you don't know if it's over unity.
It would be over unity relative to the system. In the
Sure,
system that we have currently, if you put in a calorie of energy, you'd be lucky to get out, half of a calorie. But once you tap into the ether, you could get over unity. You put a calorie in and you get 1.5, 2 out, that sort of thing.
No, but you didn't put any energy into the ether and get positive out of it. It's like saying if I have a flashlight and I just don't think about the source of the flashlight, like the battery, then I have over unity because the flashlight starts.
So at high spin and high vibration, the ether and its energy tends to flow in, giving you over unity. To see how much is being taken away from the ether or whatever, we'd have to quantify the etheric realm, which is another question in and of itself. It
Yeah,
appears to
but
be full of energy, so quantifying it appears to be somewhat irrelevant.
Sure, but then I can say that a flashlight is over unity because I don't have to think about the source, the battery, because that's the ether. And when I click the button, I use certain amount of calories, and the light will shine, and I get over unity because I can get more energy out of it than when I push the button to start the flashlight.
So it would be about getting out more energy than you're putting in.
Yeah.
In
And I
this
did.
realm, anyway, where we only have so much of a connection to the ether, given the current technology and constraints that we're under.
Well, you can
Sure.
gather energy from the ether with an aerial type device, and all that is that's basically the law of attraction. And there's no need to give. You're just attracting, and you're collecting energy from the ether, even if it's a minute amount with today's technology.
Well, resonance, two systems that are separate, be in sync, and have energy flow between them. If we're in sync with the ether and in resonance with the ether, then energy flows from the ether into the object and vice versa.
I don't know how you would get energy, like energy from the ether. How does the energy manifest?
Energy to create electricity, magnetism, operate a machine, that sort of thing.
Can you give me a concrete example of this happening?
The best I could give you is a talk by Dale Pond from the Ether Physics page on the YouTube. It goes over some of these concepts, the ether and the resonance and the energy flowing from these etheric sort of connections. When you're in resonance with another system, energy tends to flow much more easily between the two systems through vast distances and vast reaches of space and stuff like that.
But is there a over unity machine that works using ether?
There were a couple made by what's his name? Not Stanley Meyer, the other one, Bruce De Palma. They tried to ruin him, of course, and other people that tried to get markets for their technology.
So there is a machine somewhere.
Bruce De Palma said that he demonstrated his. He put a calorie of work into it, and out came like 1.75, 1.25, something like that.
So there isn't a machine actually somewhere, and you have some sort of demonstration of the calories putting in and calories taken out.
The best I could give you is Bruce De Palma and his testimony. They say that they're ruined or they can't find markets for their machines the moment they try to come out with it.
Okay, so there actually isn't a machine that you can see this or build yourself.
By the testimony there is, but they got ruined before it could get to market.
Sure, but there's also testimonies of people being abducted by aliens.
We're not talking about aliens, are we? And we all know that aliens are demons from hell, especially since the earth is flat and covered by a dome, and their abductions end the moment they pray or call out in Jesus' name.
Pointless again, because it's all talk.
Typical atheist European, is it? I guess God was rid from your land long ago.
Could be. I mean, we have a state religion, but most people don't actually believe it. Or a state church. Yeah, I would still. I mean, there seems not to be a machine. I would like to see a machine that is over unity, but And all these people who say that they have that sort of machine still pay their electric bills. That's kind of interesting too.
Well, you got to figure magnetism and electricity, light, they all come from something.
Sure.
The atom is the closest thing to perpetual, long-lasting motion we'll ever have. They say that magnets could be locked in place for hundreds of thousands of years. That's taking energy to do that, right?
No.
But you'll see no material loss.
No. It's not that it's taking energy to do that. It's just that the configuration of the alignment in the permanent magnet over time that alignment will decay.
Kosho, if there's a force of gravity and there's something counteracting that force, why is me saying energy not a valid term?
Well, you're saying that you said that it's not. You say what you said again, because it was what you said about the energy.
Well, I was just saying it's a form of energy that is sustained.
Oh yeah, there's potential energy there, sustained.
It's an infinite regression problem. The energy has to come from another source of energy, have to come from another source of energy. It would have to go back to an eternal source of energy, aka something metaphysical, probably something like God, if anything.
I don't think so. I don't think.
The energy just exists. Why would you? There is no extra energy coming from anywhere.
If energy just exists, then God can just exist by the same brute fact declaration. But if that's the case, then trying to figure out where the energy from the ether comes from becomes eventually a pointless question. If energy just exists, we could just unify it with the ether and then done.
Yeah, sure, but then you'd be taking energy from the ether and it's not over unity. You'd be using the energy.
The energy in the ether would be one. The ether and its energy would flow into the system.
Where would it flow into the system from?
Into whatever we call the atom or whatever the receptacle is for this thing that powers the change, the process, or whatever. Whatever we call energy is highly metaphysical anyway, since it has no shape, no color, no form. We just talk about it in a fairly metaphysical formulation where energy, whatever the hell it is, powers the movement of an object, the change of an object, the translation of an object, and is transferred in some way from thing to thing on contact or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the point I want to make is I stand with Mo. I mean, you're gonna talk about they may not have it yet, right, Mo? But like the pursuit of it seems viable. You know, like it. I mean, they're doing the fusion thing now or whatever. I mean, it's all changing, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over unity, but it's cheaper energy. That's
Right. I mean, and then, but yeah, it's cheaper. You get to. I'm saying, but we're gonna get to these yields where it's like, you know, like it's gonna be so cheap. And of course, like if the holders of that technology understand how abundant it can be, I mean, of course, there's gonna be, you know, an opening chapter where, you know, they're going to try to get as much out of it as they can, right? And of course, try to keep it as proprietary as possible for as long as possible.
sure. I mean, if you can get sort of cheap energy with solar panels, it's not free because the entropy of the sun is increasing, and you have to build the fucking solar panels.
Right. I mean, we understand the conflict of interest, right? I mean, if it's like, if there becomes a phenomenon that we could create such, you know, high yielding energy from whatever from volume or amount of material, and we have this super high yield from it, like of course the society is going to want it, but private company isn't. So we can see where the conflict of interest is there. I mean, it's just obvious.
Or I don't know. I mean, the ones who build the solar panels are happy.
You know, the guy who first created it, though, see, that's the thing, dude. We have this American dream. You can patent it. It can be yours. But it's like probably the first guy to create it probably ain't happy. The guys who cornered the market, had the funds already to put the legalities in place. You know what I mean? Those are to market it, mass network. Those are the people benefiting off of it, not necessarily the guy who figured it out. And it's like when engineers start realizing that, it makes them more cautious to do it and or get protections in place to where they can reap the benefits. But I understand what you're saying, sorry, I'm long-winded.
Yeah, it's okay. So it's like Zuckerberg came up with Facebook, and he's benefiting from it. So it doesn't always apply that the
Right.
big
But
guy.
he didn't really come up with that. The motherfucker came up with MySpace before that. It's the same fucking thing. Motherfucker came up with a different one before that, right?
For sure, but the guy who came up with MySpace then profited with his idea.
Sure,
I put
but
the
my point
lecture in
is
the chat.
go ahead.
It's very fascinating. I recommend you guys check it out.
Yeah, I gotta do some work.
All right, Mo. Good talk, man. But keep in mind, Zuckerberg marketed. He falls in line with what I said. It was the guy who was able to capitalize off of this already invented thing. You know, but all right. Anyway. They just had to build it.
I guess sustainable energy. I don't like to use that word because that's what they use. You know, the top echelons of our global warming conspiracies. But I think sustainable energy is probably the goal to begin with. If you can get over unity, or if you can get atmospheric energy that you're gathering and you don't have to put too much effort and it's not expensive. You could turn your whole brick building into a battery, so your whole house is a battery. And
Skippy.
Yeah, something like that. But
Environmental though, like you're saying, sustainable, like the whole environment sustains, like the ecosystem continues to cycle all this, you know what I mean? Like we can't unbalance it with somebody's, you know, let's say supposedly fracking is unbalancing the ecosystem, or some people argue solar because of the byproducts of solar, that's unbalanced. You know, there's people arguing these things.
And there's still high degrees of engineering that still need to go into these systems to maintain the energetic connections with the ether. You need to, use high quality materials that, and that are formulated properly, that vibrate in resonance with the ether without, breaking down or, getting out of sync and just, breaking or burning up. I mean, you still need to, do things to maintain those etheric connections. It's not free in that regard. You're still going to need to produce it and sustain it properly. But sustainable, anything just means keeping the energy level at a certain level of development. But if you want to get to a higher level, well, then you're going to need a new infrastructure and a new way to design things. And that's where the innovation is coming in, so that we can go beyond the low level of sustainability that we're at now, which is like coal and oil basically, and get to a higher level of sustainability. So we still need to be innovative and try, something new as opposed to the same old sustainability.
we have to be careful with stuff like the rivers and dams. That's really affecting the way. Like, even for an example, there's a river. I think it's going to Malaysia, maybe, and I can't remember which border. Somewhere in Southeast Asia, there's two countries, and the one country above, the river comes from them and goes to the other country. If they blocked it off or diverted that river, the other country would have pretty much no water. Their energy would be gone. It's taking away their energy. So I guess that we all have to be able to compromise at the end of the day.
Yeah, Lemon, cheers for the video. I tried to give you a thumb, but can't.
Oh,
Have you guys seen the world record, Guinness Book of Records, longest spinning top? There's two types. There's non-mechanical spin top, and then there's a mechanical spin top. I think the mechanical spin top can go for like 50 hours just spinning, just spinning on itself, and it's just run by a really low power and some magnets. And then there's the freestanding one. I think I can't remember what the real world record. It was a really long time though. It's just a well balanced, well designed top. And it's, to me, that's some energy that's keeping that thing going, eh?
Mr. Palma appears to imply something etheric was making the balls go higher using the De Palma effect than they normally would without spin. He illustrated his, little experiment, this little trial or whatever you want to call it, by taking two balls, one that was spinning at 27,000 RPM and one that was relatively motionless. Then he launched them both up into the air at the same time. The one that was spinning at 27,000 RPM ascended faster and descended faster than the other one. So, based off of that, it appears to imply that something was being absorbed from the surroundings, aka the ether, powering the movement of the 27,000 RPM ball beyond the normal range, making it ascend and descend faster. You see something like that when you spin an apple at a huge amount of spin. Eventually, it just explodes, almost as if it is absorbing so much freaking energy from the surroundings, it just goes pop and just explodes. So it does look like there's a potential for some new level of research here from that perspective, anyway.
Is it the Turkish people have a custom of spinning, or maybe it's some other place? They spin and they spin and they get a really big kick out of it, you know? Could have been Armenia, maybe.
I've never heard of that.
It's there. It's just too much energy for them to meter and too much energy for them to control. And it also probably provides access to the spiritual realm with all of the spirits and the demons that they worship. So it has to be brutally suppressed, and people made stupid with boondoggle theories that lead away from it.
One really cool experience if you want to take off your hat of ego or your hat of shame and go and try some chanting of some description. Just pick anyone you want. I could suggest maybe go and hang out with the Hare Krishnas in their loft and listen to some of their spiritual blah blah teachings, and then maybe just hang out and do some Hare Krishna chanting, and the vibration is just so good. Or you could do some Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, do that for an hour or two with a whole bunch of other like-minded chanters, and you will feel like totally resonated. And it's if you've never ever tried chanting before, you don't have to be religious. Just for the pure ambiance, the vibration, the feeling, you're gonna feel something really magical, and yeah, you won't regret it. If you haven't done it, try it once. Has anyone tried chanting? Or does anyone actually do chanting?
Why don't you give us an example, Carlos?
Well, I don't know about an example, but like
Do it.
I used to, for example, I used to play snooker with, snooker, 8-ball, that type of thing, billiards, and I really loved it. Like 3 days a week I would go and play, and I couldn't wait to finish work and go and play some snooker. And then I started doing some chanting, and my desire to go and play snooker was quickly taken over by the desire to go and get some more good vibrations from chanting. And your body can sort of, your mind and body, they know what it needs. And that good vibration, man, can't beat it.
When's the last time you did it?
Chanting, the last time I did proper chanting was probably about like on a regular basis in a Buddhist what do you call it, temple, was about 10 years ago. But I guess the last time I did any chanting was when I was about to go to court 1 year ago, because I found that gave me a really stable mind, because when you're going to a high court hearing, you're pretty tense, right? And you got a lot of stuff to concern about. And that helped a lot.
Are you saying you don't do it anymore?
I do it in my mind sometimes. I don't do it out loud. I guess my lifestyle has changed, but it's still always there as an option. But I can definitely say that. I'm not hypocritical because I don't deny it. I just haven't got into it, but it's always there as an option. And I guess when I need it again, I will definitely bring it back into my routine. Yeah.
What is the ritual like?
For the Soka Gakkai International, the SGI Buddhist chanting, it's actually originally from China, but it's been changed into the Japanese accent. So, but when you read it, it's the same as the Buddhist teachings from China. But you just start by doing the main chant, the Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, that one, and then there's actually a book where you can continue to do the rest, and it's kind of like Nam Myoho Renge Kyo Hoben Panda Ni Nichi Se Sonju Sanmai Anjo. It's kind of like that. But you just do Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, and your voice will find itself, and your heartbeat, you will recognize that your every muscle in your face and your throat will match your heartbeat, and vice versa. And that's a real sort of equilibrium of the energy in your body, sort of balancing itself out. So if you've got liver problems, anger management problems, you have liver chi rising. When you get angry, you feel hot-headed, sore ears, sore eyes, high blood pressure. You can bring all of that back down. You can bring all of that crap chi back down and put it back where it belongs by doing either meditation. Chanting's probably the fastest way, faster than meditation. It's a form of meditation, but you're involving much more. You've got vibration going on. And the idea with it as well is you can self-manifest by being able to concentrate on something that you want to be realized in your life. It can help that to open doors, or to get what you faithfully are looking for, like a change in your life maybe, and it'll just make it so much smoother for the change to happen. It just creates a good, I guess, what's it called? You attract good vibes.
Could doing this on a regular basis kind of prevent or like cure any like long-term illnesses?
Yeah, you can cure yourself of dis-ease and illness. You can manifest positive outcomes. You can even chant for other people as well.
What if I have cancer? Could I chant for like 15 hours a day? Would that make a difference? Or am I fucked?
It would definitely make a difference if you had a whole bunch of other people in the same room chanting for you with the same intentions. Like honest intentions. That's how it works. You have to be honest. You can't be anything else. You can't wish to win lotto, but you can ask to have the mechanism and the doors open for you to get to that level of wealth, but only if you have good intentions and are honest, not for any other greedy reasons.
What if it was already in the cards for you to perpetually be kind of poor or, you know, die of cancer? Wouldn't you be messing with that?
I guess so. But in the overall scheme of things, you could. I mean, if your mind isn't strong enough and at the level where it could achieve through chanting, there are many other modalities that would also benefit. But at least you would probably find some type of peace of mind.
Right.
And that's a good start, I think. Persevere. You have to persevere. Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy to stay positive when you have some something affecting your life directly that seems to be out of your control. But at least there are some modalities that can take your mind off that, and eventually maybe whatever that is that you had your mind on might just disappear.
Coach, are you making the Earth? He's sharing his screen. I thought he was actually doing something on it.
Well, I've always said if anyone's going to come up with a flat Earth model, probably going to be Kosho or that kid Arma. They're always trying to make it work.
Yeah, they'd have to know the actual layout of everything, which they don't. I mean, really, virtually no one does. I mean, unless somebody independently measures the entire Earth, like in the oceans as well, and all the land, which I think people in ancient times did that, but that's all been sort of usurped and taken over, and whatever's going on in this modern day world, to where a lot of that's been probably in the basement of the Vatican, all the old maps that they stole from people.
Yeah, I can't even imagine the kind of shit they have. Or you know what? Maybe they don't have it. Maybe they just like this information is just passed on. Who knows? But they got a lot of money though. A lot of gold. A lot of something. We were talking about before with the energy. I bet they know how to get that energy free.
Yeah, I mean, I think the default for humans is to have free energy, complete access to it. It's only now that it's been like just stolen and hijacked from us, and then we're convinced to believe it's all this like fossil fuels and all this like control system. But the default is to have the free energy devices to be able to do all that stuff, which is how I think they built a lot of this ancient architecture and a lot of these advanced sites around the world and the technology they actually had. It's funny because they reverse it. They make us think like, oh, free energy is like this unattainable thing. They somehow have convinced us of that, which I think is the opposite of the truth.
Well, I definitely think that the sun, through all of the ages, has is probably the number one factor in their thinking. The way that gravity works, and it has a direct influence from the Earth to the sun. Yeah, it's just like the moon and the tides. And whatever that direct invisible tether is, there's something in there which either they've found and they don't want to tell us what it is or how to even measure it. But there's definitely a tether which is directly from the sun to directly to you, it's different than on the night side of the world. You're not going to be having that direct tether. So there's something that's measurable there, but yeah, what is that tether? What controls the tides anyway? What is that tether? But the globers will say, oh, it's the warping of space time. It's some type of a magic blanket that's sort of wrapped around like a yo-yo. Well, if mass is attracting mass and we're all sucked to the center of the earth, and the sun is on one side and dark is on the other side, shouldn't there be some type of an imbalance with this gravity model? The light side and the dark side. Shouldn't there be if it's a ball, shouldn't there be some type of a difference in the way that gravity is supposed to be working? Or can someone explain that it's not a tether? It's because we all know it's not, because it's a flat Earth and the sun is just spiraling in and out, up and down over a flat plane. And no one really knows what the sun is because you can't go there.
Carlos, could you expand on what you mean by gravity should work different in the dark side of the Earth?
Well, you got a spinning ball. What? So, okay, maybe I can answer that with a question. Like, you've got a spinning ball, and we're all attracted to the surface of the Earth, which is ultimately going to the center of the Earth, where it's supposed to be the densest. But I don't know. My question is why on the dark side of the Earth, why on the light side of the Earth are we drawn more towards this vector of up rather than down?
Is your question why doesn't the sun attract us more?
Yeah. Why don't we become lighter in the daytime and heavier in the nighttime?
I don't know. My instant answer would be to say it's small, but that seems like a cop out. So I'm going to give you the I don't know.
I mean, if the moon can, I don't know. How does the tides work anyway? Are the oceans being affected by the moon directly? And when the moon's not there, then you're not getting the tides, or is it just the oceans are moving around even though the moon's not directly overhead or even in the vicinity?
So the tidal swell is ahead of the moon. And there's a second tidal swell that is ahead of the sun.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was getting to. It can affect the oceans. So why is it not affecting everything else? Just the oceans.
Right. Why can't I dunk
It's
a
not just the
basketball during
oceans.
high tide?
It's also the atmosphere. There's tidal effects that are measured in the atmosphere.
Really?
I don't think it's
like clouds are being affected by this, or
not so much clouds. Clouds are pretty low in the atmosphere. The actual depth of the atmosphere does increase.
the depth of the atmosphere. Whoa. Okay, so the troposphere is fluctuating in its height.
I don't know if it's the troposphere, but yeah, the actual depth of the atmosphere will vary with the tidal forces.
So it's like a pump. It feels like you're explaining exactly how a pump works.
Carlos,
Yo,
how'd you get a
on.
pump?
Well, it's a pressurized system, and it's obviously having a regular compression and decompression due to the magnitude of the force coming from the moon and the sun. It seems like it's the entire atmosphere above us is some type of a biological pump. Which would be putting pressure on the everlasting waters from the deep. And therefore we have freshwater springs and rivers which are being pressed continuously under under our feet.
Right. So most of the underground water is not pressurized, right? Like the vast majority of it.
So is it vacuumed? Is it vacuumed out of the earth, or what's the force? What's the mechanism that's allowing this fresh artesian spring water to come out of the ground?
Yeah, so usually it's pumped out of a well. But it's a well. That sits below your water table. The water is not under.
I was talking about natural springs, like you go to the forest or into the native bush, and you can see the natural spring just coming out of the ground, and it's coming out of the ground sometimes on a high point. So water would naturally want to be able to find rest at the lowest point, but these spring waters are coming out of the ground sometimes with some pressure. You can put your hand on the what do you call it, where the spring's coming out, and you can create a spray. There's pressure there.
Right. Yes. That is by far the minority of underground aquifers. Most of them are non-pressurized.
In New Zealand, we have every bit of the bush and people's land. The natural springs are just everywhere. A lot of rivers come from a spring. It looks like a trickle, but you get downstream from that spring, and you've got a river.
I live in the center of the United States, and we live on an aquifer that is bigger than many European countries. And it's a non-pressurized system, about 8 feet below the surface.
And is it just still water? The aquifer?
Yeah, mostly.
Oh, okay.
There is a little bit of movement in it, but not very much. That's why it was such a big deal for the oil pipeline to go across it. Because there's two types of oil pipelines, those that have leaked and those that will leak.
Oh yeah, no, that's no good.
So if we get oil in that aquifer, then we're going to contaminate drinking water for about half the states.
Jeez. Yeah, you wouldn't want to mix those two things together.
This is why the fracking chemicals are so dangerous. I don't know if you've seen the videos of people being able to light the off gassing from their tap water on fire.
Yeah, I've seen that. Oh, you said fire. It reminded me of Santos Bonacci when he first started his syncretism society over in Mexico, and he got together with a group of people that are right into magnetism type of healing and stuff, and he had this one apparatus, and he was able to like put music through it, and it was basically music coming out of fire.
Whoa!
Like, yeah, so it was this thing he stuck on a table, and it had these two wires that protruded. They had these two things that came out with a fire on it, and it was spinning, and somehow they were able to make music come from the fire. Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Is Santos Bernacci, or however you say his name, is he actually considered like an authoritative source or a good resource?
Yeah, he is. He has a lot of people that he respects, and he gets his knowledge from. He doesn't claim to be anything other, but what he's got, the information he's got to say, he's he's not holding anything back.
Yeah, I only know him from his interview or debate or whatever you want to call it with Fight the Tight Shirt. But
he's apologized for that. He put a apology video up.
What's a debate or something?
Yeah, he did a debate with Fight the Fat Tits, and
yeah, he's got his issues. He's got his issues.
He was just
veganism.
He was really angry in person and using a lot of homophobic slurs. It was nuts.
Yeah, he has his issues. Not everyone's not perfect, but if you can overlook some of those things, he does apologize a lot, as he should. But as far as the understanding that he's aiming towards, I think he's definitely got a lot of interesting views on how the way Christianity has been hijacked, or vice versa, because the way he translates, the characters in the Bible to his astrotheology, it seems to work out quite well.
what's his deal then? Is it I tried to watch one of his videos and I couldn't. It was too intense for me.
Yeah, you can get him on. Yeah, you probably on a bad day.
Yeah, the idea is that everything is connected via the stars. Study the stars long enough, you'll begin to appreciate how everything that's going on up there is correlated with what's going on down here. Basically,
And how does he square? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
How does he square that with the Christianity thing? Because to me, that reads as a very pagan point of view. And if you're listening, I don't mean that offensively. I just
he sees the religion as kind of like bad, but it's not the true way to find out quote unquote truth. He acknowledges that taking various religious texts literally is bullshit, and it's not meant like you're not supposed to do that.
I think he does take it literally. I think he does take it literally, but he takes it literally from another point of view.
Yeah, exactly. Everything that goes on in every religious text is basically the same story.
I agree. There's a lot of plagiarism.
Well, or they could be talking about the same thing. All come at from a different angle, which all goes back to the stars.
He says that in the star charts when he does, those readings and stuff, whatever astrologers do, the bottom of the
Make
center,
shit up.
the center plane, like Aries on the left and whatever on the right, he says that plane never moves, which he represents as the.
It's just not even the way you do astrology, but okay.
There's different types of astrology, and yeah.
Right, because those are tilting planes, but.
Because like astrotheology is where he began after being a Jehovah's Witness for most of his life, and then that led on to syncretism, which is getting all of these understandings and sort of bringing them all together. Including science and magnetism.
I didn't know science and magnetism were at odds. I thought.
I think the type of magnetism, which is relating to the ether.
That thing. I apologize. I have a issue with the ether being a non-definable word.
Well, I'd explain it myself in my most lay expression that it has to be an intelligent medium for anything to propagate through that medium wirelessly.
An intelligent medium. What does that mean? What makes a medium?
In like elemental view, ether would be like the throat and like third eye chakra, so it'd be like the connection between like all your higher chakras that go above like your body and stuff. The ether would be connecting you to like to astral realm and stuff like that.
So the ether is connecting me to a whole bunch of other things I don't have proof of.
Well, yeah, like through the ether, we're connecting with our voices to each other, like through our minds and voices. So, like, I say something to you, it goes in your mind. You make connections within your mind, and then you say something back, and we're making like revelatory connections back and forth through the ether, or through the etherical energy, something like that.
Don't you mean the brain?
Yeah, well, if there's any credence to telepathy, then that would explain the ether.
Right.
Telepathy is
so there's credence to telepathy then.
Yeah,
there is.
It's very much a thing. It's like unless you want to ignore like, stuff.
Ignore what?
Which you can.
Ignore what?
Yeah, there's been so many tests and it just doesn't exist.
Most of the time, the quote unquote psychics get worse than an average distribution.
I would say perhaps just as a suggestion that you guys have actually perhaps been deceived when it comes to that, because there's a huge agenda in the kind of mainstream quote unquote science and psychology worlds to suppress this in humans on multiple levels. So it's one of those mainstream rhetoric stories like, oh, it's not real or whatever, but it's actually just the complete opposite of the truth.
No, I didn't just look at a story. There's been people who test these things. One of them you might even recognize is James Randi. So
yeah, he's
there has been so many times people actually challenge the people.
He's a magician.
Claim they can do this. It doesn't matter. You let people go, test their abilities. and they all failed, each and every one of them, and there have been thousands.
Yeah, I profoundly disagree, but yeah, cool. That's cool. That if you feel that's all good, man. You can have your viewpoint.
No, it's not how I feel. It's how the test results went.
Yeah, James Randi is a propagandist and a magician.
No. He lets people test their abilities if they claim they have them, and they all fail.
If you believe him, that's on you.
No, I don't believe him. I believe the test results.
Okay, you're becoming very aggressive. We're just having a conversation.
Because you're trying to twist what I say into my opinion when I'm talking about tests and test results. That has nothing to do with my opinion.
Could it be possible
Thanks,
that
dude.
all of test results, all of those were just a setup? It was just all like made up.
Well, he did very goofy things. Like he would write like one of his little skits he would do where he would write a bunch of very generalized like basically fake astrology little write-ups about like the signs, for example, like Sagittarius, Scorpio, like an extremely generalized thing, which is not even what real astrology is. And he would do that, and then he would randomize them, and then he would give them out to everybody in like a room, and then they would all have to write down, whether they feel like it vibed with them or not. And then they would all, this is just one of the ones he did. And then, they would all write down, oh yeah, it vibed with me, and then he would reveal like, oh, well, that one wasn't really your sign. Oh my gosh, astrology debunked. It's so bad.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
It sounds like a good exercise with the wrong intention. Like,
right, like
it could
that
be a
could
whole
be, yeah, that could be done in the right way. But yeah, he did it. Yeah, exactly. It was very propaganda.
fuckery, dude. Fuckery, man.
Well,
the question is, why do you know about James Randi? Why is he so popular? Like, who made him famous? See, and why do you kind of use him as the guy to go to when it comes to debunking all this shit? Do you think he represents all of human endeavors?
No, but that's the thing. He's not debunking things. It's the people who claim they have abilities, then follow up with some test or challenge, and they always fail, so they debunk themselves.
So why would you? Okay, well then those people are clearly not authentic at either psychic abilities or telepathy. That would be one possibility. So why would you assume that those people that he found, which a lot of those were really cheesy. I don't know how many. I've seen a lot of those clips actually, Ed. So it's funny. It's not like I don't know who this guy is. I've seen a lot of his clips. Oh my god, it would be some guy looks like a hippie from Woodstock. He'd be like, "Hey man, I can read minds, man." It was just so bad.
Right. Well,
so,
if
like,
you watch the clip, you
Hollywood.
should know that he didn't find those people. That he set up a challenge, and those people responded to his challenge. So
yeah, they want to be on TV.
Handpick them.
Yeah, they want to be on TV. They want to be on TV, of course. They get all kinds of actors and people. They get actors, all kinds of different deals to do these things.
Oh, really? Do you have any evidence for that claim?
Well, I'm just saying in general. I mean, he did a lot of different TV appearances and things. He did stuff on like Oprah. Like he did all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, it was. I'm sure it's a mixed bag of what he was doing and running into. But I'm just saying it's interesting to me that you find that as some kind of like a case closed shut or a shut and closed case because a magician was on TV doing something.
No, I just gave you one example of James Randi. I said this is one example.
And there's a long history of magicians being the one crying foul. There is no such thing as magic. If we look back at one of the greatest magicians of all time, being Harold Houdini, he did the same thing, and he walked around exposing charlatans and psychic mediums who could supposedly speak with the dead. He got in numerous fistfights over doing exactly that.
And Penn and Teller do the same thing.
Yeah, a lot of propaganda stuff out there for sure. I mean, I don't know in terms of what you're talking about, but in particular, but Penn and Teller for sure. Yeah, those guys are they're no different than the Joe Rogans and the what are the other ones? The Mythbusters.
Right. So let's get down to the claim that's being made here. You guys claim telepathy is a thing. So instead of just bad mouthing people who try to challenge the people who say it's real, just provide your evidence that it's real. I'm waiting.
That what's real? What in particular? The capacity to read minds? Are you talking about the capacity to talk to dead people? These are all different things.
Well, the thing we just talked about, telepathy. Let's start with that.
Okay. So what? I mean, I think your best, if you want to see like documented stuff, I would say the CIA has got tons of it, but they're not going to release that to you. Do you
Well, then how do you know they have it?
do you know anybody that actually has telepathic capacities, or have you ever been
I'm
around one? Or
asking you for
can
evidence.
you do it yourself?
Don't put the burden on me. Please provide the evidence.
Of what?
That telepathy is real as you claim it is.
And what does evidence look like to you on Discord for that?
Oh, come on. Just provide the evidence.
What does that look like to you on Discord? I'm asking you a question.
I mean, okay, so here's like, do you think prayer would have lasted so long if okay, so there's one dude praying? How do you think that like prayer, the tradition of prayer has been carried on so long if things aren't passed on telekinetically or whatever? You know what I mean? How do you think like, and then also there's been experiments where people have like literally focused on the same thing, been in a group, and been able to complete tasks and stuff. I mean, dude, there's just so much proof that we like are connected with
show me one of those?
telekinetically. It's just like obvious.
Can you show me one? Just one? Because you're talking about this a lot, you guys, and you're not showing anything. Just one test
Well,
result, one experiment.
Literally the thing you're talking about is in a realm that is like separate from the realm that we're able to talk about it. So like you're literally talking yourself in circles. Like you have to trust it, man, or like don't. Basically, is where I'm at with that type of
I
stuff.
need to trust you in that you're
Not
telling
me specifically. Like it's literally trusting components of yourself, like or don't, or something like that. Like I'm not here to convince you.
I asked
Man.
you for evidence that telepathy is real, and you're talking about these experiments.
I just explained that I can in no way like show you. Like,
Jordan,
Yeah, Ed, you're talking over people and you're being pretty rude. You're kind of being like
bad.
sort of a bizarre
My
dark.
bad.
We're just trying to talk. Oh, go ahead, Jordan.
My bad.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
I
I
was,
was just saying like.
I was talking about Ed, not you. I was talking about Ed. He was interrupting you and just getting angry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. There's like no way I think I could literally try to send you a thought like or something like that, but it seems like a personal like one-on-one like telekinetic things like very very like close like relationship type of thing. Like you just like pick up on it like or you know what I mean? I don't know.
Thing out there, which we've all probably heard, which I've never really properly looked into, but a lot of talk about twins sort of experiencing similar things, even in vast distances, and completely different lifestyles. And that. I don't know if anyone wants to talk on that. If anyone has.
Well, I was really into this young woman this year, and it was a cold morning, and I kept seeing her in this red scarf, and I just said to her like, "Are you cold?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I said, "Do you have a scarf?" And then she took a picture, and it was like a red scarf, and she had it on. So I mean, there's an example.
What's that an example
Are
of?
you saying you manifested that?
So no
No,
evidence.
no, but I could see the red scarf. I could see her wearing it, and she was.
Has there been times when
So
you've seen
you
someone
saw
wearing?
like wait, did you see the future or did you see like divination, like see something that wasn't apparent?
I think I was just really tuned in with her, really. And the more I tuned into her, the more I seemed to be able to pull out of the Ethernet. on lots of different
Now,
levels.
you know, like what she was thinking, or you just like
Yep.
kind of intuitive.
Yep. What she was thinking, moods, what would be a good song. I don't know. When you're connected with somebody, things can happen. Definitely. All sorts of stuff. Manifesting things is a whole nother thing. But that you can do that too, if you know how to do it.
Sometimes you're like on the same page with somebody, even though you don't talk to them, but you're like there with them in the present.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say another thing with that's pretty interesting about sort of like, you know, psychic, telepathic, a lot of these type things, is that people in the materialistic Newtonian Cartesian worldview mindset, you know, of just material matter and the gears and trying to control the sort of physical world in that way, they assume that that these should be able to be studied in the same way that, you know, if you build a specific car tire out of a type of rubber, you're going to get a certain performance in a reliable way because it's a physical world thing. But when it comes to like the spirit world and psychic sort of like downloads, channels, telepathy, when telepathy happens, just like Merle was saying, like either in a flash or in a dream, or there's a bunch of different ways that it actually happens. But it's sort of like tapping into more of the idea of like tapping into a field in which in that moment it occurs. It isn't necessarily for all people. Now, there are some psychics that are incredibly accurate, and that's a whole topic in and of itself. So there are people that can do it on demand, as it were. That's its own thing. But also in general, in the same way that like things could be studied in the physical world, in terms of like telepathy and psychic capacities, there's often a way in which it's more of a like tapping into that, like an infinite field, and then that occurs at that moment.
What you're saying is that the spiritual is not falsifiable by science or provable by science.
Well, it can be, but I would say that each science, when it comes to like the metaphysical and spiritual, is within its own within its own realm, as it were. Like it's in its own kind of category of phenomenon, whereas the physical world has its own. But yeah, like to conflate those is not always the way it works.
You talked about the car tire. How do you know that doesn't have a spirit?
Say that again.
Like, why do you think that only humans have like a spirit realm? Why doesn't a car tire have a spirit or a soul?
I think a conscious being would have a soul. I'm going to say a soul, like a soul effect or a soul value. Anybody that can make decisions, I think, would have a soul quality. That's the word, like a quality.
I think we are spiritual beings in a physical world.
If you can have cause over your environment, that creative power, then I think that would be like a consciousness, and that would indicate a spiritual force that allows. Seeing that we can't prove consciousness by itself, but by just from a brain, it's like a spiritual force that happens with consciousness and managing your environment. So not a car tire.
Well, seems to me that the brain is the.
Doesn't spirit mean breath? So like a car tire isn't breathing. That would be the difference, right?
Sure, but then mosquitoes breathe and dogs breathe, but they can't create anything.
We give them some form of sentience, right? We don't give a car tire sentience because it doesn't breathe.
Sure, but you can make. I mean, does a robot? Because the robot can create things.
A robot runs its program. They don't actually create anything. They just run the program they're given. If the program is to make fries or make a burger, that is a form of creation, but it's not creative. It's just a program that was given to them by a creative being.
Isn't that all we do? When
Yeah,
you
isn't
sit
that
down
just
and
what
write
you
it,
get?
you sit down and write a book. You use the program 26 letters of the English alphabet to write everything.
But we breathe.
No,
And car
because
tires don't.
But we breathe.
we can create something that's never happened before. So we're not given a program that was given to us. We're creating new stuff that's never happened before. Like
But
a
it's even
sentence
like
or
breathing.
an idea or a breakthrough.
Like
What do you
physical
mean with
things physical things can hold memory, like water can hold memory, crystals, all sorts of things can hold memory. Now, what is that memory that they're holding? Is that a physical memory? No. That's where the divide is between spiritual beings and matter, as in the physical realm. That's kind of the divide there. The only thing that they're able to hold is that level of energy or memory, and this matter hasn't. It can't surpass that. It cannot compete with the spiritual realm.
So you're saying that memories aren't stored in the brain?
No.
Amazing.
Like Chinese culture has a very strong idea about one type of thing that happens to people, and they believe that there are people out there that come in to their life at just the right time, just the right moment, to give them some boost or push forwards in some particular positive way. And those people, they're called Guirin. It's just like something in your life, and then this person comes in and just like opens up all these doors or gives you something or does something for you that just, and then they're gone, like after a short period of time, half a year or a year. They're just not there anymore. That's like a Guirin. And that force is sort of propagated through their entire thinking, not in a religious way, but they call the universe, they call it Lao Tianye, which means the old grandpa of the sky. I think that's how you translate it. But how does that work? There is some type of a conversation of intelligence going through from you through this medium in some way, and maybe that's the path, the spiritual path. Some people are lucky enough to have that happen to them.
I think the problem is too many people are equating mankind's existence with like a car tire. You know what I mean?
I didn't do that. I just asked, how do you know that a car tire isn't spiritual?
No, and forgive me, I'm not trying to, harp on you.
Okay.
But I just mean it in the sense of like the materialists, like they want people to think that inanimate material is just as equal to animated material. You know what I mean? Like, i.e., our bodies and us. Like, there's
Which
no
means life isn't important. Life is
right. Exactly.
equal
That's
to
why,
a rock, basically.
and that's why they're nihilist, materialist, rationalists.
Nihilism thinking, yes, exactly.
Yeah, because
Are
if
you saying?
physical things can hold memory, it means they have some form of consciousness on some level.
You should read the article about water having memory, about water having qualities. If you scream at it, it will have a certain quality.
That's the rice Nazi experiment.
Right. You know about that?
Right, because I always call them the rice Nazis. Like, you know what I mean? Because you're separating the two things of rice and yelling at one group, Like, what a sick bastard you are to have done that to some rice.
Yeah, I actually did the rice experiment, and the bad rice turned it turned moldy like within a few days.
They turned you into a rice Nazi, bro.
Dude, it was crazy. But isn't that what you meant by memory? Like it has a quality of like either you can say sound or intention or physical
then-
quality from
Yeah,
how you
okay. So
take care of
an
it.
example of a piece of physical matter having memory is like when people who have a certain talent, like a clairvoyance, they can pick up a ring and they can tell you that who owned that ring, what type of person they were, and they can tell you a lot about the person that owned that ring just by holding it in their clutched palm, you know?
Yeah, but is that to do with the material or the intent of the holder beforehand, the owner beforehand? You know.
That's yeah. Like that means that the ring is sort of sentient.
It means that the ring is holding some memory that the
Oh, I
clairvoyant
get
can
you
tap
now.
into.
But if it does, how can a ring, a physical ring, hold memory if it doesn't have a spirit?
It's not the ring that's holding memory. It's the person that's divining the object and connecting it with the person or with the person.
How is the ring connected to the person?
Oh, I don't know
Because the
that.
ring,
That's the spiritual
because
part. Say the ring's connected. Say the diviner is connecting the two. I don't know what the difference is.
the ring is acting as a medium by sharing its memory.
Yeah, but now you're saying that the ring has memory.
Yeah, it's holding
How?
memory. That physical thing is holding memory, just like a rock has memory.
But isn't it the same?
What kind of a
Isn't it
like
the same thing to say that the diviner is accessing the Akashic records to determine the owner and things about the owner of the ring without saying that it's within the ring?
I mean, even like I don't know. Do you see a tree as spiritual or physical?
Well, trees are
I
living
see it.
objects, living things. So living things, would be both physical and spiritual. I think they have a spiritual quality.
And they breathe. Trees
They
breathe.
breathe. They breathe. They're alive. Yeah, it's not like a piece of iron, right?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of weird. Like if the ring has memory, then a purely physical thing can possess memory.
It's all
Well,
fractal. Like it's a holographic fractal of itself. And when you break it down, you're just making more. You could just get a tiny piece of that ring, and it will have the same expression to someone who can understand it.
Well, I can say the same thing about humans then, and there's no need for a spirit.
Mailman, did you read the article about the water will hold the qualities? It will physically look different if you take care of it differently.
Oh, I haven't seen the thing. I just came in.
No, it wasn't posted. This is something that is floating around. They were doing experiments where water will hold the qualities of how it's taken care of, and if you I don't know the best example, but if you were to take special care of your water, it will look physically like crystalline structures, and it would look like it's healthy water under a microscope. And then if you mistreated your water, I'm not sure how you would do that exactly, but if you didn't take care of it, it would have these ugly looking qualities under a microscope. Have you seen that experiment?
No, I haven't. I wonder who's done it. Like, is it?
I can try to find not this second, but I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna bring it back to the room.
Oh, cheers.
And
Thank
that's
you.
just fascinating, you know. But I haven't done it myself. I don't have a microscope, but I just thought it was fascinating if it is true. But if that's true, the water itself has the memory. Yes, in that case, the water has the memory without, as far as I know, no consciousness, just a memory of how it was treated.
Sure.
It reminds me of the concept of crystal skulls. You guys know about those, where they were known to be these like ancient devices, like basically crystals that contained an immense amount of memory, and they could actually be read, like the memory could be read off of it, almost like a microchip.
Yeah, crystal by itself, it's like if you know how to use it, it's like has more memory than a computer software.
But if that is the case, that you can talk dirty to water and it'll go bad, can we just then say that humans are the same, just physical things, that if you talk to them badly,
Absolutely. In fact, when I did the rice experiment, I stopped yelling. I stopped yelling at people because I felt like my words had power, at least.
Well, yeah, Mailman, that is what it could, like, yeah, Mizuru Emoto is the one who did this, the messages in water. He's one, but it's been replicated by others as well. But yeah, like playing certain music or saying statements like either I love you or I hate you, those kinds of statements would create a particular structure in the water, like the water changes structure due to that. So yeah, if our bodies are whatever percent water, if you go up to somebody and you say I hate you or I love you, perhaps it would indicate that perhaps like their body is reacting in that way, and however that subtly interacts with, you know, our physiology and our emotional states and how that all interacts. You know, the idea of like getting the vibes from someone or just like those, you know, energies that are actually perhaps happening, and how that actually affects, you know, all of those factors.
It's kind of like mind over matter. It's like people that can walk on hot fire embers, you know, for a long period of time, or they can do things like lay down on a sharp sword and not pierce their skin. Or mind over matter, I think, is definitely there's a resonance there going on, which is it hasn't really been, you know, allowed to be talked about.
But then, I mean, that would be sort of materialistic, then, that the water goes bad because of its structure.
No, because they have a secret trick up their sleeve, and that is knowing that matter can't. It's like if you're walking through the Hell's Angel, somewhere worse than Hell's Angels are actually not too bad. You go to a really bad environment, and you are the only thing that you can protect yourself with is your mind. You just imagine a very powerful imagination of a super bright white light surrounding yourself, and you can walk through any situation and come out the other side unscathed.
Yeah, power of the mind, and you can use affirmations that helps to focus. You can write down your goals. You can say
You can protect
out loud.
you can protect your car too. Like if you had some precious things in your car and you're in a bad neighborhood, before you after you lock your car and before you leave, you just imagine a bright force field type of a light around your car, and if you solemnly believe it, when you get back, your car will be there, but all the neighbors' cars will be missing their wheels.
Geo, are those, what crystals are those?
Yeah, this is just water. These are it's essentially a photographic snapshot of water when these things were either like music was played to it or words were said, and so on. Yeah.
Are these replicable that you can do it?
Yes, it is. It has been replicated. It is replicable. It has been. Yes.
Can you post the
I would
article
like
that goes with these pictures, or is this
Yeah,
just
that
a
would be.
Facebook post or something?
I would like to have the article where they replicate it.
I mean, I don't see what's so silly about this being that you believe that two masses could be attracted to each other because one of them is bigger than the other one. So
I mean,
what is so weird about this?
there's,
It's
I
the
mean,
red
this could
arrow.
happen. I mean, this could happen because, I mean, when you talk, you have different frequency in your sound depending on the word that you're saying. That can be an effect. I mean, I would like to see the experiment done by multiple people saying the same word with different voices, different languages.
Well, this is the book, The Messages in Water. That is like one of the first of its type. I mean, Mazuro Emoto is the one who, so he was just one of the ones that was actually doing this work. So his book is like one of the first, but it has been replicated by others. I mean, if you start Googling his name and others, you'll definitely come across a lot of information. It's pretty well known at this point.
Not
It
really.
would be interesting. It would be interesting to see this because some words have two different meanings depending on the language. So if I say a word in specific language and then say it in a different language, would that affect it or not? It's kind of
I
what
think
interests me.
I think you're overplaying. It's not actually in the word. It's actually in
Yeah,
the
that's why I
intention.
would like
It's
to.
actually in the intention of how you say it.
That's
Like,
why I would like to test it.
you ever
Okay,
been
let's
like
test
really
it.
angry? Like, you ever been really angry? Like, you can kill somebody? You ever had that feeling?
Yeah, sure.
So that energy is power. Like your vein. You know, they say your blood's boiling. It's like the word they say. Your blood's literally like boiling with like that energy. You're about to go off on someone, right? So that anger, you put that anger into the words. It's like you're cursing someone. It's like the old voodoo from the villages. The old witch doctor would say these nasty words and curse somebody. Someone would get afraid and get sick and die or whatever.
Yeah, but that when I'm angry at someone, nothing happens to them
Well, how do you know? Maybe it's a minor effect.
because I know the person who I'm angry at. So I mean, there's
I'm
people who
sorry.
I've been angry to and happy to, and nothing happened to them.
So in a general sense, we're like all novices at this. We're just on the very brink of understanding if it's real or not. We're just barely touching it. If you were like an expert at it, if you can have done it for years, like with intention, then you would probably have a much stronger effect, whether bad or good.
But then, I mean, then it's not about my mood. It's about how well I use my mood, sort of.
Yes, I think the words have power, but it's also the energy behind those words. Whether you're
This is getting really close to tone 40 and being full blown Scientology.
Yeah.
I think it's a thing, even if you're in a fight with somebody, if you just look at you and your spouse, right? If they tell you, hey, I love you, you're so good to me, I want to have my whole life with you. Just like when they tell you these words, it makes you feel good, and they can reverse it. They can say something very detrimental, and that would just take like the wind out of you. Am I right? Like, these words have a physical effect on us, how we interpret.
Yep. But you're saying
If
that
you
I only have
remember,
to think that.
if you remember becoming in love for the first time, you were like floating on clouds, like, oh, someone loves me, like, oh my god, this is the best thing. And then I flip that around, when you're losing the relationship, oh my god, they're gonna break up with me. This is like the worst, like your heart, like aches,
Those
like
are just
have a real
feelings.
physical effect.
Yeah, but those are feelings.
Yeah, I think it has to do with feeling. I think it has to do with your emotions and feelings. Yes.
Yeah.
Every
And you know that
organ in your body,
stress
every organ
makes you
in
sick,
your
right?
body is related to your feelings.
Say that again.
Every
I would say
organ
no.
direct relation to your feelings in some
Yes,
shape or
and
form.
yes,
Yeah,
and
let
stress can make you
this
sick, right? You know that, right? This is not
thing
even
and your heart is emotions.
right. And you can get sick from stress, from anxiety, from being, mistreated. This is not. This is not. This is like real fact. You don't have to. This is not like woo woo.
Yeah, but you're saying that it's not just feelings, that this happens on water and on everything. So it's not
Well,
about feelings.
Here's the thing. You have to see. There's probably all kinds of variables that we don't know about. I'm just giving you the general. This is like I'm giving you the general thing. You know, I did the rice experiment. I got 3 jars of rice. Okay, 1 jar, you tell it really nice stuff. Like you cook rice, cook white rice, fill 3 mason jars. Okay, put the top on it so nothing can get inside. This is like the rice when I put there is hot. It was wet. Filled 3 jars. I marked 1 jar good, 1 jar bad, 1 jar neutral. The neutral jar I just put in the corner. Didn't talk to it. Didn't look at it. The good jar, I would tell it, nice stuff. Like I said, you're the best rice. You give all the best nutrients. I love you. You look so nice. And the bad jar, I would tell it like really bad jar. I didn't want to tell you what I told it, but it was really like evil stuff. And within, I want to say 4 days, the bad jar got a green mold at the bottom, and then it freaked me out, so I stopped. And I stopped yelling at people, especially people I love.
Yeah, this can be done. Like you can do it yourself. That was funny when Issa said the racist rice experiment, or what did you say? Like you're like people are like abusing rice. That was funny.
The Nazi rice.
Oh yeah, the rice Nazis, dude. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? You're taking them and you're dividing them up. It's like if you do that, it's like if you do that to rice, and you think about it like this. Here's a moral dilemma for you. For all the spiritualists out there that, like, let's say at the onset of the rice experiment, you were curious, like, okay, is there some form of sentience to this rice? And if you believe that, then you've just, taken a bunch of rice and, you've been a fucking Nazi to them. So, I mean, I already accept that there's an effect to my words and my whatever. So I would never treat rice so poorly.
I
Don't
think
be
we
a
should
rice.
all do.
Don't be a rice
rice
Nazi.
experiment and see what we get.
I think we already know. The problem is that, again, it's like I think we intuitively know a lot more shit than whatever. And then we try to like join the materialists in confirming it, which is great. Like we have to do those things, you know what I mean, and all that. But like certain things like segregation of rice, I don't know. I don't need to do
But
that.
it's not a scientific experiment, though. It's more like it's more like an effect, more like an experience.
Right. But now, like, are you going to go to hell for it because you knew that the rice was sentient in the first place, but you did it anyway?
Are you saying is God going to punish you?
Right. Are you going to be condemned like, in like the Rice Nuremberg fucking trials,
That's a whole nother book. You can write a book on that, I guess.
That's another legal discussion.
Well, is it the rice receiving the intent, or again, is it the water?
Or did they deserve it?
You said it's the rice receiving the intent. What?
I said, is it the water or the rice receiving the intent?
Well, what's interesting is that a lot of these, with the one that's like the hate or the negativity, is that it grows like molds, like actual, biological stuff, like molds and bacteria. And usually people say they smell terrible, like when you open it and stuff. Whereas the one that you're doing the love and positivity doesn't have that. So, yeah, like is it changing the water and then the fungus or bacteria because the water's in a different state that somehow it's able to grow, and the one that you're hating versus loving?
Right.
I don't know, but it might be changing the water, which changes the rice.
Well, this is why ballers get so fucked up because they see they could possibly see us as sentient beings. We're on a different level than the material world, but they don't realize that that material world has its limits, and the world itself is a sentient being. So that's why it can't be measured. That's why you cannot show either way, because it's hiding itself. It's there for you to explore. There is a limitation to the material world.
Or
You
there's
know,
another option. They simply didn't clean the jar on the left side properly, and that's why there's fungus. And the things you just said are just made up and not true.
But I also had that sort of idea is the water that's gone into cooking each of those different rices could have been different at the time. So yeah, there's so many different ways to make it a
You're never
null.
gonna prove it
And
scientifically, period, because you can always dismiss it. You can just dismiss the result, no matter how you think about it.
You can just
one
reject
of the
the possibility, which invalidates the whole thing. And as long as you guys don't post any articles or experiments or whatever, we can just dismiss these pictures. Anyone can produce this. Give me a
I
week
mean,
and
you can.
I'll have this for you exactly.
I
Well,
can
Ed,
test.
Ed, you could do it yourself. That would be, you could be your own scientist and do it yourself. It's been done so many times. I mean, and it's not just statistically. I mean, I know what you're saying. Like if one jar already had some bacteria in it or something like that, but you could test
What
this
if you,
yourself.
what
it's
if you
not
take two?
uniform though, is it? I think those of you who are saying this is a real thing, I actually agree with you, but it's not uniform. That the
No,
jar you
people will
yell
have
at.
different. I'll be the first person to tell you that you're gonna have a different results, 100%.
What if you take two, like to boil the rice, take three of those, like jars, put it in, and don't do anything with them, and you'd still get like one moldy, one less moldy, and one good.
Yeah. So if you want to, like I said, if you want to do it scientifically, you're not going to be able to have a result. But if you do the experiment with good intentions, I think you'll have that I think you'll have the experience. That's all I can say.
Why isn't scientifically good intentions?
It just made me think of something like the
When I
Kahuna
say good
shaman.
intentions, I mean honest. Like you're really gonna put the effort to do it right, not that you're gonna fuck
Yeah,
around.
then,
Or even if you don't believe it, maybe if you don't believe it, it won't work. I don't know. Because
yeah,
I believe.
but then you'd be controlling for the variables. If you put the jars there and don't say anything to them, then your cause is being manipulated.
Yeah, I think
What
that
are the
Kahuna
variables?
comes
Because are they
from.
really variables? Because you're talking to rice.
Well, you could
Yeah,
do
I
all of
think
this yourself. I mean, you can do the placebo, double blind. You could do it all.
That's the point, Gio.
Yeah, the whole
That's the
point
whole
of it
point.
is the intent. So if you don't have the intent, there would be no point in doing it. You have to give the intent of
The
hate
intent is
for
finding out if
the
it's
hate
real.
control, and you
That's
have
the
to give
intent. How is that
the
not
intent
honest?
of good for the other one. And if you're just going to be neutral for all of them, then they're all just neutral.
Yeah, you know what I just noticed though? Nobody ever does it with brown rice.
So they are racist.
They
Yes,
are
white rice.
racist and racist.
And
Racist
also, you
rice.
have to
like
you
the
have to
Kahuna
you also have to-
shamans from Hawaii would probably just laugh at this rice experiment, because it's just so basic and so simple for someone with so much understanding. You know, this Kahuna shamans in Hawaii, they can make it rain, they can manipulate the weather, they can cause, you know, they can do so much things with the
To
world
make
around.
Why
Yeah,
is
they can.
Hawaii hit by tropical storms?
Yeah, they're just on the node, but it's just the shamans themselves have ability to manipulate the weather, man.
Then why do they allow their buildings to be destroyed by tropical storms?
Well, that's just shit happens, I guess. But you know, they can do
Not
all
if they
sorts
can
of
control it. If they can control it, like if I can control it, I'm not going to let a storm wipe out my house. Would you?
Well, it's not just Kahuna shamans living in Hawaii. It's Kahuna shamans all over the world.
Hang on, there's evil shamans and there's good shamans. The evil shamans send the tornadoes.
Yeah, you get bad ones too, man.
The good ones don't spend enough time on their craft. Yeah,
No,
so,
It's a battle of
so they're building
good
for
and
fun.
evil, bro. It's a
But
battle
yeah,
of
you know what's
evil
crazy
boys
though?
like that.
There's like actual like I've kind of talked about this. It's like let's say it's like if I'm like walking through the woods with somebody and like I see tracks and I'm like, oh look, there's probably going to be a deer around the corner, and you come around that little bend and there's a deer right there, and somebody's going to say to you, well, how did you know? And you could be like, oh, well, I saw this track and then I saw this little scrape mark here and I just knew it was fresh and it's, they'd be up here. And a lot of people would like, in this allegory, will turn to you and say, well, I didn't see the tracks, so you're fucking lying. And now all of a sudden you're arguing about what they missed. And then, so you turn around and you say, okay, well, what's a better alternative? Okay, well, if I see the tracks and I say, there's a deer up there and we get up there and the guy's like, wow, how did you know that? I could just be like, well, a little magical fairy told me in the tree and he said that there was going to be a deer up there. And that person's going to be like, oh my God, this guy's a shaman that talks to fairies in the woods. And in reality, there's just like too many telltale signs that nature, like there's a story I was listening to the guy who was a hunter and he used to take people out as a guide. And if you wanted to trip him out, he knew that at a certain time when the weather was a certain pattern that there was going to be a fog that would roll through. And so he'd pretend like he was calling upon the mystics to bring the fog, would bring the fog, and then he'd impress the shit out of these fucking people who'd never been to the woods before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can do
Fairies
that.
are real.
Definitely. You can do that. Like trickery.
But yeah, you know what's cool? You guys ever read Black Elk Speaks, man, by John Reinhardt? Black Elk Speaks, and at the end of the book, he allegedly calls in the rain, and it's pretty cool. I mean, I dig it, but I'm also a skeptic like a motherfucker.
The Alchemist is a good book by Paulo Coelho.
What was the name of the book?
The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho.
Oh, right. Like I always think of it like life is already too woo woo to be making shit up.
But people make shit up, they're either creative or they're liars or they just want to have the fantasy world, so that is the issue, people will mislead you, so then you gotta see if they're pulling your leg or something's really happening.
Well, that's how most people look at flat Earth. Is they think that a lot of flat Earthers are just hustling off of the stupidity of the masses to crave some kind of spiritual fucking awakening.
Would you say that Scientologists do that?
Damn fucking right.
Are you serious about Scientologists? Or are you making fun?
I'm just saying that Scientologists are picking on the gullible.
Yeah, but so is science.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. You're saying they're tricking people to get their money, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. Like, there's some other people who do that too.
Well, like pseudoscience.
You probably think all religions are trying to get your money, right? They're all tricking mankind to get the money, right? All religions, right?
No, not at all.
Just Scientologists.
Some might have good intentions, but Scientology is hoarding money, so that's quite clear. I don't think like Hindus do it for money.
Right. So Hindus are more
Not
like down to earth. You know, you can
no.
donate if you want.
Hindus are they're just as corrupt as your corrupt pastor, dude.
Sure, but they might believe what they're saying. But Scientologists, I don't think any of the
Yeah, but
any of
have
them
you?
actually.
Okay, now you're talking about Scientology. Have you been a Scientologist or studied with Scientology?
Yeah, I've read parts of the their ideology or the book.
I don't know if I agree with you on that one. I would say there are quite a number of dedicated Scientologists
Yeah,
who
there might
truly
be,
believe.
but at the top, I would say that it's mostly people who know that it's bullshit.
Well, yeah. Like Miscavige, there's no way he's a believer.
Yeah. Or the one who started it.
Exactly, it's like
Hubbard.
a perfect. The film The Village is like a perfect analogy of what you guys are talking about, where the first few elders, you know, create the lie, and then everyone believes it, and the elders die off, and then the lie still lives. But the people aren't lying; it's just they believe that original lie.
What's so fucked up is the connection between L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons and the space program.
Oh, I don't know this one. What's this?
Mr.
Crowley's best friend.
Yeah, like, you know, there's a real weird connection between
They had
the
major
space.
fights.
What's up? If somebody can explain this better, please do. I'm just being chill over here. I gotta.
No, he said Crowley and Hubbard were best friends, and they actually ended up getting in fist fights over women repeatedly.
Yeah, but that means that they knew each other, and what a weird thing that they'd be in such a small circle that had such a big effect on culture.
With Walt Disney as well.
And Warner von Braun and Operation Paperclip, and the fucking fact that these bitches are Nazis, and the fact that Hitler was Time Man of the Year in 1933, and then all of a sudden everybody gets a fucking SS number.
With all due respect, you're conflating a few things there that are not causally related.
Well, it did.
And Hitler was the time.
Fair
Hitler
enough.
was the man of the year. Hitler was the man of the year.
Yeah.
Can you post that for us, please?
How about this? I'll ask you a question then. Is Aristophanes still relevant today?
He's very relevant for the Gobers because that's the only way they got to Coach.
Hold on. Yes, but I'm asking homeboy.
Mm.
Kool-Aid.
I would say not super relevant. No.
Fair enough.
In this community, yes, it is very relevant, but in the wider rest of life,
It's one of the main. If you Google, sorry, I was just gonna say, if you Google how's the Earth a globe, you're gonna get Aristophanes all day and people claiming the sticks in the ground. So it's pretty mainstream.
right? But that's where I said in this arena and talking about this, yes, it's relevant, but like most Tuesdays, I don't talk about this.
Right, but if we're talking about the space program and mass manipulation, then L. Ron Hubbard, Aleister Crowley, and JPL being friendly is pretty fucking interesting in light of that conversation, right? And Walt Disney and Hitler, you know?
I mean,
what do you mean relevant to modern ideals and beliefs?
Yeah, like they shaped the fucking modern cosmology because they're the ones who set up the whole space program to set the rockets to go to the moon, to concretize the collective consciousness, to think that they figured it all out and that they proved Galileo, Copernicus, and all the rest correct. And Kepler.
I don't think Hubbard had
that was done
anything
from Earth, though. They didn't need to send up stuff into space.
Well, that's what they
You
said. They
can't.
said, "Oh, look!" When they dropped the hammer and the feather, they said, "Oh, look, we confirmed Galileo."
As more of a demonstration. You didn't need to do that to know that it's
That's more
true.
of a. How about? Well, I mean, do you believe that it
For
happened?
fun. I believe that it happened, yeah, but it's not necessary for them to drop a hammer and a feather on them.
Right, but do you have Coriolis insurance?
Coriolis Insurance, is that the
Yep.
company?
$99 a month. I will hook you up. Best deal in your fucking life.
Fuck, the fuck. Okay. No, I don't think it's necessary. Like there is these things that are more like for the show of demonstration, but it's like proper experiment done. More for fun for the camera.
Right, but so my point is that they did the moon landing, and then they said that they confirmed Kepler, Copernicus, and Galileo. Right?
How did they do? I don't understand.
Ask
How did they
them.
do that?
I didn't say it. They did. Right? NASA's the one. Pardon me for being short.
You mean
but
orbital mechanics, perhaps? Maybe that's why.
Yep, and also Newton. Well, the whole idea that they had 1/6 of the gravity, like that they'd figured that part of it out. And the point is that that was not confirmed until they did those tests, right?
No.
Oh, just no.
So, if I can, it doesn't sound like Gummy Bear is quite aware of the video.
The Gummy Bear.
Sorry,
that's fine.
You are Funk. I don't know why I called you Gummy. I apologize.
It's fine.
But I believe what you're referencing is the Apollo 16 mission where they were standing on the moon and they dropped the hammer and the feather, and they said, "Look, looks like Newton got it right. Boy, that guy was smart." They already knew that. They were just doing a demonstration for the camera.
Is that why they said, "Oh wow, looks like he was right"?
Yeah, in the mocking, joking tone. Yes, very much.
More for the camera.
But was that their confirmation that he was right?
No, they already knew that.
What was then? Hold on. What was?
The confirmation Newton was
Yeah.
right.
What was the confirmation of the hypothesis that the moon had that particular gravity?
Oh God. Would that
set
been
things into orbit long before they sent persons there? I think.
Right. But they said that they just
Gemini
confirmed.
missions?
They said in their words, they said, "Wow, looks like he was right. Holy shit, that's pretty cool." So, up until then, it was all theory, right?
No.
Hang on. But
Okay,
how do
so
they
what?
know
Okay,
the
so
integrity?
just tell me what experiment it was that they did that confirmed that Galileo and they were right about that beforehand.
Newton, you mean?
Oh, did he do an experiment in space?
Wouldn't they have to know the integrity of the moon?
You mean the experiments they did
1/6
for
Earth's gravity? Wouldn't they have to know the integrity of the moon?
I think they know this from the orbit. They're pretty sure.
They're pretty sure, but they didn't confirm it till they dropped the hammer and the feather, right?
No, they know it from just.
So you just make shit up all the time, or what? Like every time, all day, every day?
No. Not about making shit up. It's about you can do this without. You don't have to send a person there and actually drop a hammer to know the gravity of the moon.
And then I'm asking you, how did they know?
They know that from the orbit of the moon.
Right, but they had no test, right? So what was the test that confirmed it?
The test is the observation. What kind of distance does it have? What the speed is?
Are you
what
just
size
brain
it is?
dead, or what is it, dude?
The first one was the Luna 1 by the USSR.
Yeah, and I like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. So what?
Yeah, but they didn't. You do this to test what the gravity was. I don't think they had a gravitational sensor on that.
What was the fucking test that they did that confirmed it before the feather and the hammer on the moon, guys?
Observing the orbits.
That's not a
of the moon.
fucking test, dude.
you don't. You might not
Well, okay,
disagree
wait
with
then. How
that
about this
being a
then? The
good enough
Earth is
chance.
flat
But,
because I observe that it's flat, right?
sure, you can say that if you do really observe it. That's fine for me. It's good enough.
No, my observation confirms. Actually, you have to go
Sure.
above 300 miles to see any curvature.
Sure, if you
You have
got
to go 300 miles to see
a
any
good
curvature. Right?
hypothesis and controls in your observation, then that's good enough for me. I don't need you to use a yardstick or something for that. That's fine.
So you don't have any other test for me, just the observation. Is that right?
I would say
that was he asked for the first one, and I think that's why how we knew the gravitational pull of the moon initially.
That was the first test, right? The hammer and the nail. The feather?
No, that was just a demonstration.
Oh my God, dude! God bless you guys. You're so retarded. It's
So
unreal.
the Luna 1 was the first man-made object to reach escape trajectory, and as they attempted to launch it into the moon, they missed, but that's what they were trying to do with it.
What was the name of that? Was that Gemini?
No, it's the Luna 1. It's the USSR's before the US got there.
Okay.
In 59.
I mean, that claim of that they went to the moon was the first time that they claimed that they validated that outer space, quarter of a million miles away, functioned as they had previously put into their model.
How could they do a scientific test with observation only?
You create an hypothesis of what you will observe, and then you check if you observe the thing that your hypothesis claiming.
Right. So the model already claimed, because they had to make these sort of planets, as they call them, different sizes, in order to account for their sort of gravity theory. So once they had that, they then, when they went to the moon, that was the first time that they validated, like, oh, yep, it is 1/6 gravity, and look at this, they're bouncing around. And that was what was going through everyone's head at that time. Like, oh, look at that, they validated it. It really is what they said it was, That's why it was. And then, of course, getting the picture of the blue marbles, like, there it is. There's a shot of the globe. Like, that was the huge psyop deception at that time.
I don't think I would say you don't need to send stuff. You can say it beforehand that this is the gravitational pull by observing other things near the moon.
Hang on, what's the variables that you're manipulating on a scientific experiment?
The variables that is manipulated is like their trajectory, their path in space. You observe that.
Man, you sound like a smart guy, and it surprises me. You have real
How do you manipulate that variable of the trajectory and the path?
You can't necessarily manipulate it, so you use the manipulation which is happening in space. Use what the data you have. It's like doing observing birds. Like, you can't tell a bird what to do, so you just observe what it does. Right? You can do that as well.
But you can interact with a bird and you can catch it and see that it has bones and feathers.
I'm not talking about that. Like more like observational study, like we're watching them in their natural habitat.
Yeah, but watching them by themselves, if you just watch the bird, you don't really know what it is. Unless you...
Yeah, you can tell what it, look at patterns, like how do they mate, when do they mate, like these kind of things. You can know a lot of stuff just by observing them in their natural habitat.
Yeah, I got a question. Can you sight in a rifle without shooting it?
Sight a rifle?
Yeah, can you sight a rifle without shooting it?
I don't know what sight a rifle is.
You can bore scope a rifle without shooting it.
You can what? Bore scope it, you said?
You can bore scope a rifle without shooting it. That's how you get your your optic into zoomed in well enough to see the impact.
And how do you confirm your impact?
Well, for an impact, you have to have a projectile.
Right, and that's the point of the gun, right? So how do you confirm even
No,
if
the projectile is not the point of the gun. The projectile is the thing that comes out of the point of the gun.
No, I said fair enough. Good wordplay. But the point is that that would be the muzzle, actually. But the purpose of a gun is to shoot something. So even if you've bore sighted it using great lasers and whatever the fuck you want to use, then but how do you confirm that your sighting is true?
Confirm.
Yeah.
I guess you can. The ultimate test, of course, a better test would be to use it in reality.
Well, no, you would just have to shoot the gun after you sighted it in, right?
Yeah, but it sounds like you can't know at all what you're hitting.
Right,
If
dude.
you're
So, like, check
not
it out.
haven't sighted.
If I could give you some equipment and a gun,
Yeah.
and be like, okay, bore sight it, right? And if you don't hit bullseye, you got to give me everything you own. Would you be
Yeah.
down for that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I use my own
Oh
equipment?
no! But remember, I'm giving you the equipment.
Sure.
Oh no! I
That's
want to use
fine.
my own.
Okay, so
Remember, you got to
I
use
think
my
you can get to
equipment,
the
my
point.
specs, and remember how much is on the line, man. Everything you
Yeah.
own, dude.
But in this, that's fine. We don't have to like pull it like to the extreme and make like how much would you bet on it and all that kind of stuff. Like, I
No, we
don't know
don't
that.
because it's already so
Yeah.
stupid that you think you could sight in a gun without fucking shooting it to confirm it. Just
No.
like you're saying that the moon
Yeah.
landing didn't confirm Copernicus. You're out of your element.
But no. It's like if the gun to fire a gun, you have to there have to be something firing it, and we
Listen,
can fire it.
dude, I'm not going to get into ballistics with you. I'm saying that you can't verify your sight without shooting the gun in the first place. And if you're going to argue that point, then you're fucking retarded. That's all.
But in the case whether you fire it or in my analogy, I would say if the gun is fired on its own somehow, not that it's happening, but let's say it was fired on its own.
Dude, shut up, dude. Let's talk about the moon. Let's get off the gun thing.
Shut
How
up.
can you double check? No, because you're just an evasive little fucking person.
I'm not an evasive person. I'm trying to create
Forgive
an
me.
analogy, and you're
I'm
just
being a dick.
cutting
I'm
me
being
off.
angry.
Yeah,
I'm up
fuck
early,
off.
dude. Forgive me.
I'm gonna turn you down, and I'm just gonna continue with my explanation. Then you can overtalk me when I'm done.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to say you can't do it without a test. If you were going to rely on theoretics and
Why was I muted?
hypothesis, I don't know why you were muted. You shouldn't be muted, but the point is this: you have to have a test, bro. You have to have a test. I didn't mute you, man. But I'm saying
no,
you have to have
but Gio was kind of dumb there.
Yeah, I muted you because you were threatening to mute a moderator and then talk over him, so that's not going to work.
Well, thank you, Gio.
Can he do the same to me? He can talk over me.
I don't mod anybody.
No, you got.
No, it's a mod calling someone a retard, and then the other one gets muted.
Okay, fair enough. That's my bad then.
Oh
Forgive
man,
me,
this
forgive me,
place,
forgive me.
man.
Amazing.
Right, for fuck's sake. Can I say
Forgive
something
me,
without
I get
getting
too
muted
feisty.
or overtalk? Please give me the room. So
I like I said, I literally muted because you said I'm going to turn you down when you were talking to Issa. You're going to turn him down, and then you're just going to talk, and he's going to have to listen to you. So that's a domination, toxic, controlling move that is not.
So him talking over me is not dominating and abusive.
I don't know who interrupted who, but it's all good. Just go ahead.
Isa interrupted me.
Well, just start.
Hey, forgive me. I'll take the blame. Forgive me, bro. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Forgive me. I was a little rude off the top too. I don't mean to be. That's how I am. I don't know.
So can I speak without getting interrupted?
Please carry on.
Okay. Thank you, I guess. So in my analogy, I would say who fires the gun doesn't matter. The point is the gun is fired, of course. And in my analogy, I would say if there was no moon there and we just hypothesize if there was a moon there, it would be like this. That would be analogous to not firing the gun. But the thing is, you actually have the moon there. You can actually observe it. It's like the gun being fired. Sure, you didn't fire it, but it's still there and you can observe it. Whoever fired it does not matter. And not only that, we also have meteors and other foreign objects which we didn't fire, sure, but it's there, and whether we put it there or not does not matter. Still observable.
That's a really good point. I didn't think about meteorites.
Well, they predict these paths as well, and like they use this as kind of like to how do we know where, like when we plot the data, where it's going to end up? It's not random. We know their trajectory, and it doesn't matter if we fire it or not. The point is, the object is there. It has a trajectory similar to firing a gun, and we can predict where it ends up. If it's like completely wrong, then of course then our model is shitty, right? It would be the same with a gun, no different.
So back to the initial point was that we were talking about the relationship between, Jack Parsons, what's his name, L. Ron Hubbard, Walt Disney, and those guys doing the moon landing, potentially, and shaping modern thought, right? And now, what I was saying is that the reason that's interesting is because they essentially, fired their gun, and in our analogy, when they went to the moon to test their hypothesis. So for you to say that the moon landing and them dropping the feather did not confirm for them Galileo and the rest of it, I think is nonsensical. Do you know what I mean? Because that was their shot that confirmed their hypothesis. And the interesting part is that, because somebody was bringing up why are we trying to connect these dots? But the thing is that, like they pointed out, Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard used to fight over women. So obviously they were in the same circle. And so these weird occultist group of people have affected the cosmological impact of the moon landing on society.
So
that's quite interesting to intelligent people.
But here's where I'm losing you on that. During this time when you're saying L. Ron Hubbard was very influential with the moon landing, he was a wanted fugitive from the United States government.
And do you know that the Weather Underground was supported by like rich philanthropists on the left?
Well, it wasn't L. Ron Hubbard one of the, oh my bad.
I have no idea what that means.
Wasn't L. Ron Hubbard one of the guys that started NASA?
No, he wrote Dianetics, which is the book of Scientology. But the point is,
I'm pretty sure he helped start NASA. Him, another guy that was in the Sex Magic.
Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley. Yeah, they were. I mean, but they were guys that
Crowley,
they were people that were in the background. They weren't people like they were culturally up front, but they were, I think, in the background on a lot of that kind of stuff. Kind of like fucking.
During this point, L. Ron Hubbard was literally hiding on a ship, trying to avoid prosecution.
From what? His sex magic cult thing he had going, or something else?
Tax evasion.
Or was that Crowley? Who was the sex magic guy? I always found that interesting.
That was Crowley. But
don't you think it's weird that these people were involved with NASA like that, and they're all weirdos?
But LRH wasn't.
He wasn't a weirdo?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
No.
He was hiding from the government. He wasn't volunteering to work for the government.
That would make him a weirdo. But he said he wasn't a weirdo. I thought that was cute. But
no, he was a weirdo.
I know. I understand what I got it. But I think it is interesting though, and that's what we find so interesting is that these same people were all involved, including members of the fucking SS.
Did you hear what I just said, sir? By any chance?
Say it again. Well, what you said? L. Ron Hubbard was not a weirdo.
He was hiding from the government.
LRH was hiding as a wanted fugitive from the government. He was not working with the government.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Did the mob not help the government during World War II?
I have no idea what that has to do with LRH's tax fraud.
Well, my point is that
allegations.
the government seems to work with all kinds of people that normal people wouldn't think they'd be working with, right?
They
I
were
mean, shit. They
literally
create. How about this? How
searching
about this?
for
The
him.
CIA created Osama bin Laden, right?
This is why they went on the Sea Shepherd. This
Well, hold
is
on,
the
no.
whole
But
founding
Bin
myth.
Laden.
This is
Hold
why
on.
the Sea Org was
Bin Laden
invented,
was a
dude.
Let me say
weirdo.
something, guys.
Bin Laden was a weirdo, right? So why would the government work with a weirdo?
Let me just say something, guys. Being wanted by the federal government or being sought after for tax evasion is not a bad thing in my book. Just saying.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant right now. Because the thing is that L. Ron Hubbard, even if he was on the run, could have very well still been working in cahoots. And if anything, he could have worked early on and given over the ideas of this occult way to affect. Because what we think happened, what I think happened anyway, is they concretized your cosmological position and spiritually stunted you when they did that, because you accept that these people understand the way the world works, and therefore you've been deprived of an imagination and mystery.
I think you are under the false assumption that I'm a Scientology apologist. I'm not. I'm not a Scientologist. I don't
Well, how about this?
believe
If you're
any
apologizing
of
to the
those.
globe, you might be. How about that?
I'm sitting here telling you things that rank and file Scientologists aren't allowed to discuss.
So that would mean you're a high level Scientologist then.
No.
No. Tell me what Scientologists are not allowed to discuss. I'm all ears.
How long have you
They're
been interested
not
in
allowed to.
Scientology, Kool-Aid?
I'm sorry. Which question do you want me to answer? There was
How
about
long
3
have
of
you
them
been
there.
interested in Scientology?
Oh God, 20 years.
When did you join?
I actually tried to join about 15 years ago.
God bless you for that.
Did they kick you out?
No.
Were you too advanced? Were you talking out of line? They're like, you can't talk about that. Only the lower people know about that.
That was actually one of the last times I went to church. I straight sat him down and said, "Okay, who the fuck is Enu?" And they went,
you went
"We
to
don't
the church
know."
even too.
And I was like,
But you're not an apologist. So you went to a
I-
fucking Scientologist church, but you're not a Scientology apologist.
Right.
Okay.
I'm not a Scientologist.
I like that. He's a Scientologist apologist.
Ah, nice.
Throw that in a fucking rap later.
Yeah.
That's
I don't
what
believe
I
what they do.
It's like, even the government's going to come down on all these ballers and be like, so you're not a flat earther? And they're going to be like, nope. And they're going to be like, well, why do you have all of these accounts and all these flat earth Discord servers? And they're
Why'd
going
you
to be like,
spend 6
well, what
years
you got to
in a...
understand is
Yeah, you're telling me you spent 6 years in a flat earth Discord. You know what I mean? Your story wouldn't even be sound legit.
But you're not a flat earther. Okay.
Like, you didn't rob the bank. We caught you in the bank with a fucking crowbar
No, I
trying
was
to pry the
trying to count the
drawer
money to
open.
make sure you guys had it all.
For the
We were just counting for you.
To answer the other question I was asked, something Scientologists aren't allowed to know is the true war record for World War II of LRH. He actually received many letters of demarcation, including when he sent all of his torpedoes on his boat against an underwater log. And
Well,
then
that just means he doesn't want to fight.
to get out of that, the next day he went out and shelled an uninhabited island.
So one could say he knew a thing or two about rockets.
No.
Sounds intelligent to me. It sounds like he wanted to get the fuck out of the army.
He was in the Navy, and he actually attempted to stay in the Navy even after he, depending which you want to go with, if you want to go with the actual what the U.S. Navy says. He had a combat fatigue, which led to a degradation of his eyesight. If you want to go with what he said, he was mustard gassed, and that led to his temporary blindness.
But you're not an apologist.
No,
You know a whole lot about Owen Hubbard, bro. I'm just saying.
I do. Yeah.
You studied him?
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you this. You think he's a fraud, right?
Yes.
So how do you pull it off?
He
This
said
whole
it
religion.
he said it in his Grand Cayman speech. The best way to make any real money is to start a religion.
So it's about money.
Yeah.
Versus start a religion.
And what he did was he was able to give people something that they thought they needed. Specifically, he provided low-level communication and interpersonal communication skills, which is why if you walk into any church or org around the world, the first class they're going to sign you up for is a communication course. And it's actually a really good course. I would recommend it.
Have you taken the communications course?
Yes.
Are you allowed to tell us what exactly happened in that course?
It's a bunch of memorization and communication tactics.
If you took a communication course, why are you so bad at communicating with people?
I know what
drugs.
What communication would they teach you is something different than what you would learn outside of Scientology? Just wondering.
It is actually something I hear in these rooms quite a bit. It's about really stopping and listening to the other person, being completely devoted to the topic and to the conversation, not allowing your brain to wander or you to put your mind somewhere else. Simple tactics like that improve your communication skills.
Well, that sounds beneficial to me.
It is. And that's where it's so dangerous, because the low-level stuff is beneficial.
So they reel you in by the low-level stuff. Then what's the high-level stuff then? When you get into deep shit, right?
So from my studies, and I never made it, I never went clear, so I don't actually know.
What is
the
clear?
higher?
Tell us what clear is.
Clear is the state of enlightenment and oneness that you get when you have worked through all of your mess. Mess is mass energy and time. It's basically all the other stuff in your life. Once you attain the state of clear, you should have perfect eyesight, perfect memory retention, perfect, like 10 other things. The first person who ever was discovered as clear was announced by L. Ron Hubbard. When they brought her on stage, they asked her what color tie LRH was wearing. Her answer was it was a blue tie. His tie was bright red.
They said she's a fraud.
Yeah, almost like the whole thing never actually existed. If you look at stories like David Miscavige's, and his father got him into the church because he had a really bad asthma and breathing problems that were poorly controlled. When David got in, he was able to learn techniques in order to control his own mind and bring his breathing back under control, requiring less medication and hospitalizations for asthma-like symptoms.
Well, that sounds like something beneficial. Is that like high level or low level?
That's low level. That's the stuff they will teach the public and straight out the door. Where it gets dangerous is when you get into like the Sea Org and the absolute destruction and termination of families.
I mean, if that's a real
where it's
thing, what you just said, with the breathing, how come they aren't teaching everyone that, like doctors and schools and shit?
No, I believe in mind over matter, and you can actually
Yeah,
do
me too. But
breathing
hold on.
exercises.
Yeah, but hold on. Why aren't they teaching kids that?
I think they're
People
teaching kids that in Scientology, according to
Yeah,
him.
but why aren't they teaching? If Scientology knows this, why aren't we, the rest of the humanity doesn't know this? Why aren't like doctors and
That's
shit
why
telling?
the government was after him. I'm telling you that he had some good shit.
Could it be because they don't want you using this mind over matter technique, and they want you
Yes.
taking their pills and medications?
Yes.
That'd be crazy, man. Come on, what are you, one of those conspiracy nutcase people?
Yes, that's why, man. They don't want no
Yes.
people healing themselves with mind over matter, healing themselves from asthma. Come on now. Nobody wants that. That will kick farmer right in the ass.
Yeah. From all the accounts I have read, David Miscavige was actually a pretty good kid and didn't really have that many problems until he got a hold of the Guardian's office and did a more or less a hostile takeover of the financial records, which allowed him to propel himself to chairman of the board, which is the rank he currently holds.
Yeah, but listen, see, here's where I have to question: like, how does somebody physically assault a religion that he didn't create and take over because he has the financial records?
So his situation was a little bit unique. Him having the financial records was one of the biggest factors. You know, basically he knew where the bodies were buried. If you want to put it in a little more grotesque.
Okay, so he has dirt on people. Is that what you're saying?
He did. He also has, he was part of what was known as the Commandant's Messengers, which was a group of more or less kids who ran messages for L. Ron Hubbard from his place aboard the Sea Shepherd. And they were the only ones who had direct communication with Source before he moved on. Dude, you got me talking about it. I'm slipping back into the lingo. Holy shit.
Well, it's a fascinating story, and I appreciate it. I just think...
yeah, I just called LRH Source again. I haven't done that in 20 years.
There's different ways to, to interpret it, though. Because it sounds like they're doing some, communication, beating your asthma, which I believe in basic stuff like that, which we don't teach that in school. And you say dangerous because they eliminate you from your families. So you can't see your family once you get the higher ups. Is that how it goes?
Oh, show you there?
So
I think Kosho was here, and then he was sharing a screen, but I don't think I haven't heard him talk in a while.
It's fine. He's probably out banging a dude or something.
The stories from the Sea Org are really, really bad. They talk about breaking up families. It's hard to tell what's true and what's deceptions on both sides, but there's many, many stories of assault, abuse, both physical, mental, and sexual.
So you feel good about the fact that this guy, or how do you feel about the fact that this guy's directly connected to like JPL and all these other Walt Disney, and that these guys are all buddies, and they're at the root of the heliocentric space religion?
I never heard he was with JPL. I've never heard anything about these NASA connections until literally tonight.
Hang on, is Kool-Aid a glober or flat?
Bro, L. Ron Hubbard, he's the guy in the crowbar trying to count the money for the bank.
Looks like there's a little bit missing, guys. You really go. I'll tell you what. I'll help you find it. Yeah.
I just found this. This is at Wikipedia. It's called this thing called Babylon Working. The Babylon Working was a series of magic ceremonies or rituals performed from January to March 1946 by author, pioneer rocket fuel scientist, and occultist Jack Parsons and Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard. The ritual was essentially designed to manifest an individual incarnation of the archetype divine feminine called Babylon. This project was based on the ideas of Aleister Crowley, and his description was of a similar project from a 1917 novel called Moonchild.
Yeah, that's what's so crazy with the whole sex magic idea, that you're sending dicks into space, and and you're impregnating, you're impregnating the womb of the star, like the fucking, it's like, and then also you've got the whole, what do they call it with the, like sperm, like the idea that everything's spread out, like the sperm, fucking, what the fuck is it called?
Hang on, I thought about something. Jack Parsons, wasn't he the rocket scientist who went missing?
Yeah, he died in he died mysteriously or something like that. Yeah.
Right, so that's not foul play, right? That's just, it was just.
So you were talking about panspermia.
Thank you. Yes, panspermia. Thank you. Yeah, and that's where we're getting, like, this is where, like, beyond the the scientific discussion, we have to look at is these people were into this crazy shit. Like, the same people that promoted, like, the Netflix special with kids dancing as strippers, the same fucking people that are bringing off, like, this whole fucking cultural crap revolution that they're trying to come with. Like, these same fucking people, Saul Alinsky, this is all part of the same thing. Like, the fact that Aleister Crowley and fucking L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons were probably banging the same chicks is fucking weird. And, like, and then you look at the fact that they're sending dicks into space.
They're
and
probably
it's
out
all
banging.
like, it's all sexual, because for the materialists, everything has some kind of sexual, like, materialists still think it's like dick jokes and fart jokes or like the top of the notch comedy.
They're probably out banging dudes right now, right with Kosho.
Do you think that's why? Do you think that's why they call it space sex? Space sex?
Yeah, space. It's you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Just like that bitch's orgasm. It's like, dude, these people are fucking sick.
I mean, it's like with steam locomotives, they look like dicks. So the one who come up with trains, they're gay as fuck. Or it has to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think just dicks are just an efficient shape. Like, I don't think it, like, I don't think you make a rocket to look like a dick. I think you just find it the most efficient shape of a rocket happens to look like
right. But airplane, like, I'm just saying though, like, we could, like, God knows, but the point is that that's what they did. And the thing is, you could probably, I mean, shoot, you could, I mean, why not create a vehicle with wings that could go into space so that it could come back down? You know what I mean? Like, why the fucking, and then also what's
wings
crazy,
aren't useful.
What's real crazy is you put, I mean, fair, I mean, you're whatever, but, like, what gets me is if you look at, like, a bottle rocket, how quick that fucking thing takes off. And then you look at the footage of what these people are showing, and you look at the footage of them landing. Isn't there footage? It's actually footage. It's actually an idea that's from a movie.
They got caught
Capricorn or
editing.
something. And it's like they land, like, you couldn't land two pencils with thrusters underneath them at that slow motion, slow rate. Like, if you try to do any of that stuff, like a bottle rocket, that shit is like, woof. Like, nothing just slowly lifts off and, like, it's like Kubrick, and, like, people still believe it.
They got caught editing that YouTube footage once from one of those landings. I think the vertical landings.
Is it
like
possible?
They changed.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I was going to say they changed history because it was in a live stream and they just straight up edited it. Like, they were blatantly faking the video. I don't know why we're even still talking about these motherfuckers. All the space agencies are fake as fuck.
Is it possible to vector thrust?
Not without a tinfoil hat.
Morning, pagans.
Bro, vector these nuts.
Morning, pagan dawn.
Morning, dawn.
You know, like Kool-Aid, are you familiar with Operation Paperclip?
Yes.
I don't know. That shit is weird too, right? I mean, it's just weird.
Not really. It's
Well, I guess you know what? You're actually kind of right, because right now, I mean, if there isn't more evidence that the Nazis didn't lose the war and that they're in control of our government, this whole fucking bullshit that's going on right now is pretty fucking self-explanatory that these fucking Nazi fucks are still somewhere lurking in the deep state, right?
Yep.
Oh my fucking mic shit. Is it un-American to employ Nazis?
Well, Americans are all about labor and capitalism, so it depends. However, if you're at a polite dinner conversation and you're going to be a fucking Nazi, you might get punched in the face. I mean, I don't know. But the point is that enough Nazis, and you know what's sad is that the real Nazis were saying about a year ago, punch a Nazi in the face. And like, and they're actually the real fucking Nazis. So it's like, anyone who's working for this, pro fucking sex everywhere, furry fucking, revolution, like, you're a stool pigeon for people like Aleister Crowley's vision of the earth,
Oh, me too.
Well, we know what you are, Don. Don's in there like, give me the drugs and the sex, mate. I'm fucking in
into
for it.
For base desires and for character and color. I'm not into that to enslave you.
What would you say a Nazi is? It's like, what's the
Oh, that's a good
who's
question.
a Nazi?
I always like how do the young Germans tie their boots with little Nazis?
Mailman, I used to think a Nazi was a white man that hated Jewish people, but that definition now fits me sometimes, so I can't use that definition anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, sure, that's why I asked.
I think neo-Nazi is a white supremacist with big ideas. That's what I think it's now.
Sure, so all white supremacists are Nazis.
Yeah, no, Nazi is another term for white supremacist, but it actually means a special type of white supremacist.
Yeah, like the liberal type that's trying to like save people of color. That's a fucking Nazi right now. All these white people out here acting like a bunch of fucking like whatever.
All this, yeah.
They're all the same fucking people. Remember, never forget, the Democrats created the KKK. The Democrats fucking shot at the black Republicans who were liberating the slaves.
I was going to say that. This is a new breed of neo-Nazi who are Jew apologists. So now we've got a combination of ideologies. Neo-Nazi and Jew apologist.
Well, yo, show them that coin. Dude, Hitler made the coin with the fucking swastika and the Star of David on it.
What if there's someone who doesn't think he's superior but still hates Jews and puts them into camps? Would that be a Nazi?
Yes.
But they're not white supremacists.
Nazi.
Can you not
hate? That's the classic type.
Listen, Kosho yesterday said he had a final solution.
Does Nazi not?
Solution.
that sounds...
Gems went into an outrage. He got roasted.
Jesus, final solution.
I have some final solutions as well.
But isn't Kosho a Jew?
Yes.
That's what's so crazy about this whole thing.
I think he's a black Israelite more than anything.
Yes.
Jew is black Israelite white supremacist.
Well, Kosho's working with lots of different ideologies. He's quite a creative man.
Kosho's always trying to tell people he's not Muslim, but we all know he is Israeli.
Does Nazi not? Sorry,
that's a good play, Jeremy.
Israeli. Well,
I've used that like 5 times already. That's probably the last time you're gonna hear that one.
I don't mind. It's all right. What else? Yeah, so the sex thing. We're going up into the sky to impregnate the goddess, and we're landing on the moon to touch her boob. And
we got to look into the sex magic thing. Like, how do I get started?
I'll let you know. Do you often wank?
Just go have a wank. So I've been doing sex magic my whole.
Yeah. Step 1, close your eyes.
Jeremy, it's good to experiment on yourself before you do it with your partner. Because obviously, if you say to your partner, "We're going to do sex magic tonight," she might freak out and think you're crazy. So it's easier to do
My
it with
wife
yourself
already knows that, so
first.
that we're on
Well,
a step 2.
all right, go with your wife then, and you tell her, at the moment of orgasm, we're both going to hold an intention in our heads, and we're going to visualize and feel this intention as we orgasm. That's it.
Obviously, Dawn doesn't get laid much, dude. Yo, you just do that.
One
Just
night a
fucking
week.
do
One
that.
night a week, I said.
I talk
I'm just saying, you
dirty.
just tell them like, "Yo, look, you're my magical princess, and you're my dark little fucking whatever." And then they, that's where they don't need. You don't tell them the theory.
Oh, you don't have to tell her everything. You can just do it
They're
yourself,
already in.
Jeremy. Jeremy, imagine earning 2,000 Bitcoin as you orgasm, and imagine feeling the Bitcoin.
Yeah, I got busy yesterday, bro.
Looking
I
at the
didn't get
digits.
I didn't get 2,000 Bitcoins, but I got fucking busy yesterday. That was a good day yesterday.
I staked my crypto.com coins under the.
There you go. There you go.
So there
I
was a
can't get on
stake in
crypto.com. New York hates crypto.
Don't you think it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
contradiction that we're blasting off into the goddess of the night sky and blasting off to the moon, feel our boot, but we're also destroying Earth, which is like her body?
But I
Kind of
was,
a
I was,
contradiction.
I loved my other nut, and I hated my other nut, and then I came, and it was half mold. So I think there's something to be realized here.
Well, we're ruining Earth because we don't give a fuck, bro. There's no money in keeping Earth clean and green and shit. They need to keep people to keep buying shit. You got to keep producing products, keep buying shit. So the more waste, the better.
Now, yo, you know what I love is that the same climate fucking people, these losers, are the same people throwing their masks everywhere and creating more fucking pollution.
There's
Oh, that's just filthy. You got
You
fucking
fucking dumb motherfucking Nazi.
You
They're
got
in the
these
ocean
filthy
now. I said there's
fucking.
millions of them.
They're Nazis too.
Millions of them floating in the
Yeah,
ocean.
they're fucking exactly. Anyone on that white liberal fucking save the colored people fucking shit is a fucking Nazi.
Yeah,
Yeah, I drove by a Black Lives Matters little thing in my area. It was all white people.
Oh, dude, right? Yeah, that's it. They're a bunch of yo, dude. And if you go up and they don't want your fucking help, dude. Like I used to be up in 125th Street in Harlem all the time. They don't want your fucking help, dude.
I think when you go far enough left, you come out from the right side.
Really, that's how they say absolute zero works. You ever hear them talk about it? That you got to get something really hot, and that's how you get to absolute zero. I'm not even joking.
Well, I like the line if you're not just real quick before you can address that because it is funny. But if you're not a liberal under 30, you have no heart, and if you're not a conservative over 30, you have no brains. Such a good line.
Issa, have you ever heard of Operation Snow White?
I haven't. What is it? To be honest, it sounds familiar, but I really don't know what it is, man.
It's the operation that the FBI and Scientologists undertook, going back and forth at each other. Really interesting reading.
Huh.
You ever heard
Operation Snow White. I'll check it out, brother. Thank you. She noticed the Disney reference too. These bastards. They're so slick.
Oh, they love. Walt was in on it with him. Yeah. He probably was a filmer. He probably helped film Game of Studios or
Dude, he
whatever.
probably filmed the Nazi propaganda.
Yeah, he used to do American propaganda.
He
probably he used to do it. I know he did American propaganda. He also probably did fake the moon landings. Was in on it, helped them.
Yeah, they probably needed a place to film. I tell you what. Have you seen that book that the one guy wrote about? It's kind of off topic, but because I was there's like a place in Hollywood where like Jim Morrison's dad was like the naval commander on the ship that was on the false flag at the Gulf of Tonkin, which started the Vietnam War.
Oh boy, don't tell Pete Shea that. Whatever you do.
Oh, he already knows, dude. You don't think Pete Shea already fucking knows, dog? He's like, yo, you're welcome to the show, dog. Pete Shea fucking, he knows.
Bro, it's Pete 24/7 over at Gems. Like I was there yesterday for hours.
Good. He manhandles them
Awful.
too. He manhandles them too. I gotta say, Pete and I used to really scrap. We did not like each other when the subject of law came up, and we were at each other's throats. He thought I was a shill for the longest time, but over the years, we've just had to quietly salute each other for annoying the shit out of all the ballers. It's so great. I love Pete, dude, and I love his music, man.
Does
I
he
love
not
that
think you're a shill anymore?
What is it?
Does he not think you're a shill anymore?
No, well, no. I mean, we've already proven ourselves. We both think we're government shills. There's no getting around that. Fucking like, you can't not have flat Earth friends and wonder if they're all CIA. You know what I mean? Like, you have to.
Yo,
You're not doing
yo.
like, and if you're not doing flat Earth right, if all your friends aren't CIA agents, dude.
Yeah, like they probably put at least a couple plants in here, ain't it? Like they had to have.
Dude, do you know? Hey, speaking of Disney characters and shit, and Kool-Aid, have you ever heard of the Alice in Wonderland effect or technique?
Can't say I have.
It's like a technique where they come in and there's like multiple, it could be one or two or three interrogators, and it's you can almost watch it. Like, I feel I'm watching it every time I discuss simple points about fucking science with Globers out here. It's like the idea that like it's avoidance, like it's a technique to interrogate somebody and make them more suggestible to what you want them to think.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a CIA technique, and it's called the Alice in Wonderland technique, and it's employed fucking daily over here. Or anytime you come and like anytime like if someone my spidey senses go up when someone, and forgive me, Kool-Aid, not to try to put you in anything, but it's like,
you're fine.
But the idea of like, anyone who says that like the moon landing did not confirm for modern science Copernicus, Newton, Galileo, and Kepler, when we're going to argue about that minutia right there, like that's what they say. So to then tell me that, for someone to say that I'm wrong about that is to create their own narrative, but then try to belittle me about something that isn't actually true in their, in their argument. And so like, it's weird to me that somebody would come in with such authority and be so fucking wrong and not willing to concede, because anyone of rational mind is going to know that they may not know something and that they should concede at some point. Like my big argument, and this is where, I love Gem Panda, you know what I mean? But like, I think the moment happened on my show with him and I, when I took this, my whole option was this: look, I will give you that there is a little bit of curvature at fucking, what is it, 120, what is it, 120 feet or whatever up in space. They say they can see a little curvature of the high altitude balloons, and so I was saying, well, I'm willing to give you that there might.
That's all optical.
Well, I'm willing to give you that there is a little bit of curvature at 120,000 feet, so long as you will agree that no boat went over the curve of the earth from an observer on the beach. And because they will not concede, that point, and they will not concede that, well, maybe that the boat didn't go over a curvature, because they won't concede that point, there's no reason for me to concede that there's any curvature at 120,000 feet. And that's where we wind up at a standstill. And the point is that I'm willing to concede certain points. And when I'm up against someone who's not willing to concede certain points, all of us know that that person's full of shit.
That curvature you see from that high, that's all optical. It's apparent curvature, not actual.
My boats.
Hey, my boats just made the turn. They're starting to come back north.
What are you sailing?
We're talking about that. My bad, go ahead.
He's obsessed with boat races. I suppose he's tracking boats.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, the current one that I'm watching is from France to South America.
Nice. Are you waiting for him to bring out the globe and figure out which way they're going?
I mean, they already did. That's
I always
how they
loved
figure out their navigation charts.
I always loved that my boy, the cat haunted house. He would always say he wanted to take a flight and come up to the cockpit and whip out a globe and be like, "So when do we use this? when do we use this practically?" Because we don't use it. Nobody accounts for any curvature for dick to do anything real.
I mean, the Haberstein formula is used in all modern navigation. But I suppose that doesn't count, right?
The Haberstein formula?
Well, it means everyone else before that didn't know where they were going.
Are you a Glober?
Yes.
People get lost at sea. Are they using that formula?
No, they're lost.
Tell us how it works, please.
Womp, womp, womp. That's what.
You can get lost with globe model. That's the thing.
That's true. You can get lost anywhere.
Tell us how the Haberstein works, please.
All right, let me post it for you. Stand by.
I don't believe that we're changing the global patterns of Earth like the liberals say. But I do think man, as a species and a humanity and a cult and a group, has spoiled Earth to a fair degree by concreting it and covering it in bad ideologies, garbage, and masks. You know
Well,
what
the
I'm
point,
saying?
I think of it like the same thing with the cosmology and the moon landing thing. It's like someone coming and telling you that they know what happens to you after you die. And it's like, immediately you should be like, wow, you're fucking crazy and stupid. You know what I mean? Because if you're going to try to tell me that, then you're
You agree
fucking
with
retarded.
spoiled Earth a bit with all the concrete and the masks and the bad ideas?
Well, no, I think materialism has set up the spiritual awakening which is taking place right now. Because like me and like my the people that are coming behind us are not going to tolerate this bullshit.
Okay, forget the
The
bad
thing is,
ideas thing. You know,
what's up?
let's say people sacrificing other people and pulling their hearts out on the top of a pyramid. Let's say you don't think that's affected Earth in a bad way. That's just part of nature. But don't you think all the concrete and all the masks has affected Earth?
Yeah, I think that all the people dumping motor oil in lakes and shit has fucked up the earth. I'm not saying that the earth, you know what I mean? Like, but the point is that it's not like, we're dying and we have to go find a way to get to Mars before the sun explodes. Like, that's a bit extreme.
No, but would you agree? Other animals haven't really affected Earth, but we have for some reason.
Of course, man. Yeah, I mean, I think mankind, the way that I look at it is, we're the guardians of the earth, man. We're the stewards of the earth, and this is why I'm here. This is why I'm here on this platform, because as a steward of the earth, I need to, in my eyes, and maybe other people feel the same way about their ideas, but in my eyes, I think I have to make these arguments to dismantle the bullshit, the fuckery, and the agents that are out here trying to fuck up where I live. And the thing is that we're too, like, my side is very polite and nice. And we don't want to cross the bridge of fucking anything that goes too crazy. The problem is these limp-wristed fucking losers who've never been in a fist fight in their fucking life are trying to act tough online and affect discourse in our society. And they're aided by the likes of the theories from Saul Alinsky and the practitioners like Bill Clinton, Pelosi, and the rest of these fucking losers. And so therefore, we are here, like me and my friends, and I would, I could list out some people on this fucking thing right here that I think are with me. in the sense that we're here as stewards of the earth to fucking lay the ass whooping physically and metaphysically on people who think that they're going to just steamroll over us because we're polite. So don't take kindness for weakness is the recommendation. And I have faith that like materialism has set us up so that now the spiritualists can come and take over.
Mike, if I'm reading you correctly, you're saying even if we agree humans have affected Earth a bit, if a liberal or a nonsense Discordian comes around saying the words global warming, we are ready to shut it down and tell them they are full of garbage and nonsense and to shut up.
Well, no, I mean, I'm there to work through the thought process with them of why they would think what they think. Because, like, for me, I love that concept of, like, it's like even if before I go into battle on somebody, it's like, may God change their heart in the process. Like, do you not, like, I've made grown men fucking cry and not had to, do anything to them physically. You know what I mean? Like, and make them realize how they fucked up. And like, and when somebody realizes that they fucked up, then they generally won't do it again. That's why I have that Care Bear mentality of like, I'm here with a bunch of Care Bears and we're shining the love light of fucking truth, knowledge, and wisdom against the dark ages of the Nazi mentality of people who think that they read books or are educated or something. So like, we're here to destroy that fucking illusion. And, and all the limp-wristed pussies that felt, what is it, that line? It's like, the times of being, like, when it's needed, when the patriot is needed, right, it's difficult to be the patriot. But when the war is won, that's when everybody will come out and say that they were a patriot. Well, I look at it like we have to step up in the darkest of times. And right now, this is one of the darkest of times, unfortunately. But it's also the greatest of times because the Bible says no weapon formed against us shall prosper.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead. Done.
That's it. I was going to agree.
I just posted the law of Haversines in the chat. The easiest formation of it is the Haversine of C equals the Haversine of A minus B plus the sine of B, the sine of C, and the Haversine of C.
Well, no, what you need to do for us is you just need to go walk 10,000 miles in one direction, then make a 90-degree turn, go 10,000 miles, then make another 90-degree turn and go 10,000 miles, and you'll wind up at the exact place you started. Let us know when you get back, Kool-Aid.
Actually, I remember my question for yesterday, Kool-Aid. I was going to say
go ahead,
when
Jeremy.
I left my house. You've been telling me that you don't make triangles when you do using the sextant. You're not making triangles to the stars.
Yeah,
correct. Right? You told me that.
I would say you kind of are, but it's a spherical triangle.
Why
it's
did
it's not a straight line triangle.
Okay, so there is a triangle there. I'm just curious because I all this trilateration business last night, and I've been told by every Glober that they're not making a triangle, but come to find out they're doing trilateration, which is there's a triangle there.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure when somebody has said that to you, but I definitely should never have said that to you, and if I did, I apologize. There's definitely triangles involved.
Apology accepted.
Yeah.
For the Haversine, you're going to need R for that.
Cool. Good thing we have it.
It's the radius is what that entire thing depends on. It's just another one of these flimsy calculations. It depends on an assumed radius value.
Yeah,
why do you assume we don't have R?
I want to put a GoFundMe together to send ballers on the 10,000-mile trip. Because I'll never forget when I first came out to the Flat Earth thing, somebody said to me, you just need to walk 10,000 miles, make a 90-degree angle, 10,000 miles, and make another 90-degree angle, and just show up to exactly where you started. And I haven't seen I haven't seen that done. And that's the thing and that's that Haversine fucking thing. And actually, that would prove R if you guys did that. But then everyone would question whether or not you really went 90 degrees, right?
Did you walk in a straight line the whole time?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And then what map
the fact
are you looking
that this formula is used. The fact that this
Go ahead.
The fact that this formula is used every day in modern navigation and produces consistently correct results sort of justifies what you're asking for.
Well, this is what fascinates me. Like, I don't know if we had the conversation before. I think it was you and I about Bowditch. Are you familiar with Nathaniel Bowditch? Is that you and I?
Yeah.
We were discussing Bowditch, right? And the thing is that gets me, and like I said at the time when I got the book, the guy that I got it from was a captain who does fucking shipping, like literally like long distance commercial shipping. He maps their routes. He's a captain, and he did not know how to find his latitude using Polaris. And I think we went over this, but I'm going to ask you again. How do we find our How do we find our latitude using Polaris?
In the northern hemisphere, it is directly proportional to the altitude above the horizon, but it makes complete sense for me for a sea captain to not know that because Polaris is not one of the 57 navigational stars that he was trained with.
Right, but all of those 57 stars are put onto right ascension or declination in a fixed position in relationship to the North Star, which would tell you by this one of the 57 stars location how far it is from Polaris. So my point is that they do use Polaris, and it would be rather simple and stupid to think that you did, to not know that. However,
they also use Sigma and Autantis.
Right, and they also.
But you could say the same thing. So.
Okay,
how
but
do
check
you
it out.
how do you find your latitude using Sigma Autantis?
Well, you'd have to have a book because it's based off of Polaris. Because it's set up on
Sigma
a
Autantis is Sigma Autantis. It is not based off Polaris.
Actually, well, Sigma Autantis is not technically. It's not even a star. Sigma Autantis is just a star cluster and down somewhere that circles around the void. So there is no real, central point in the South Pole in that regard. However, my point being, what I found rather odd, and this is correlation, right? You know what I mean, or whatever. Like for me, was that this person who says that they're, mapping out this different like long 1,000-mile journeys, A, doesn't know how to find his latitude using Polaris, and B, didn't know, or well, I didn't really get into them, but in parallel sailing specifically, you'll find the reference that navigators treat 600 nautical miles in any one direction as flat.
What's the next line?
And you can
What's
use
the next
your
line?
trusty. It says you can use your trusty flat Earth model if you'd like to. And then it says,
what is the next line?
Okay,
don't
for
get
your
past the quote. What is the next line?
I'm going to explain it to you. For you, I will say that it also says over 600 miles they start trying to calculate for Earth's curvature. The point
that's
is
not what it says.
What does it say?
What it says is for distances over 600 miles for accurate navigation, the curvature of the Earth must be taken into account.
Okay. So if you're on a boat and you're going down to wherever, do you navigate a 600-mile journey and not check your bearing along the way?
No. You would, of course, check your bearing and make
right. So you're always correcting your course.
Maintain a true bearing and heading.
And okay, and who plots courses farther than 600 nautical miles?
The course that the Transat is doing right now is over 600 nautical miles for all three courses.
Commercial vessel?
No, that is the name of the sailing race that I'm tracking right now.
Forgive me. Okay, so are they using, did they, I would just dare say, and I guess, because again, with a lot of these arguments, I can't necessarily say that, I don't know the fucking shape of the Earth, right? But I know that most people that use boats are navigating anywhere from 15 to 20 nautical miles at a shot and then correcting course, etc. And so, they might be mapping.
Hold on. That's not true at all.
Excuse me.
If
They may be mapping
if you're moving
out
15, 20 nautical miles without checking your course, you are a danger and need to be off the water.
No. I'm saying forgive me, when you're plotting your course. So you might have something on paper, I'm saying. And then you're going to try to, attempt to duplicate what you've plotted out on your paper. And my point is that not many people are going to be doing anything more than, like you just pointed out, you're not going 15 nautical miles without checking and double checking and making sure everything's good to go. And my thing is that you can't just set a course for 600 miles in this area and then fucking, be like, all right, we're going in that heading. and like never correct. And I just think that nobody's really traveling farther than 600 miles, if even 600 miles. So it's something nonsensical. You're never going to really need to go and calculate in the shape of the Earth when you're traveling, on a vessel, because you're always, it's going to be however many increments that you're looking at. You're never using, for all intents and purposes, like actually, and I love, I've just fallen in love with Stellarium, but the Earth is flat and motionless, but it's great to discuss the stars as though it were, the celestial sphere above us. Like you could think of it as a celestial sphere and the Earth as a ball, but for all intents and purposes, we treat the Earth flat.
So they're on a really long reach right now, and I want to say it's over 600 nautical miles, but let me double check that here. And these reaches
Are they using GPS?
Yes.
So they're not doing shit.
You
They're
could
not
say
doing
that.
calculations on the deck of the boat, right? They're just sailing.
Oh yeah, they are.
Fair enough, because they're correcting. I mean, I'll give you that. No, hey, sailing, you're right. I'll give you that. They're always doing something. But my point is, they're not fucking charting their course on the fucking thing. They're following their GPS thing, unless weather or something like that comes up.
The current reach that Apriva and Linked Out are on is just over 700 nautical miles.
Right, and I'll bet that they didn't take into consideration the shape of the Earth when they fucking navigate. When they're making the
Oh
trip.
yeah, sure they did. I bet they used the Haversine formula to find the accurate distance and calculate the VMG line.
Maybe so. I just think that like I said, it's you can think of it as a ball, but there's no
reason
fucking.
They have Thomas Runna on Linked Out, and he is an adjunct professor of mathematics.
And
I mean, there's a reason he was selected for that crew.
Well, there's a lot of calculations, and he's probably confirming all the. I mean, that's probably cool because with that kind of money in a race like that, you could pay somebody to professionally go in. Because you got to remember, the original computer is us, so it's like we make those calculations and then put it into a system. But if you have somebody directly there that could actually calculate and do it all, why not? You know what I mean? It's like paying a cartographer for your map.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing wrong.
Most of the ships have somebody who can do that.
Of course. No.
I would actually go as far as to say all of them do. I just can pick on Thomas because I know a little bit about his background and the fact he's an adjunct professor.
And I will not, I cannot refute the fact that if you try to go learn navigation from a particular school, they are going to give you the ball and they're going to give you the, celestial sphere around it. My thing is that for all intent, what really trips me out, being that Jack Parsons had something to do with the confirmation of all of this with the moon landing, that it puts all of that into disarray for me to some extent, because those same angles, let's say like finding your latitude using Polaris, what you attribute to Earth's curvature, I attribute to perspective. And and I can't prove to you that it's perspective, and you, I don't think, can prove to me that it's because of sphericity.
Can you explain to me the mechanism by which the the celestial bodies drop 1 degree from the horizon for every 60 nautical miles traveled?
Well, I mean, it's like a lamppost. If I'm like a mile away from a lamppost, it looks like it's really close to the ground. And then, because
you're trying to use Earth curvature with Earth curvature. So how about something that's not Earth curvature?
Well, no, let's say I'm 20 feet away from a lamp, like a street lamp, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and a level ground, right? Now, granted, your definition of level is retarded, but that's fine. The point is,
it's just what the dictionary says, but carry on.
Well,
how many degrees does it
anyway,
move in the first 10 feet from the lamp?
just real quick before we carry on, like, because I don't have time for ignorance. But the point is, because forgive me, it does seem ignorant to say these things, just because there is the alternative perspective, and I'm willing to give you that. On your ball and in your model, you can have whatever you want. But like, if I'm 20 or let's say like 50 feet away from a lamppost, it looks at it like it's at a certain altitude, and if I start walking towards that lamppost, it's going to appear to rise in proportion to where I'm at. All the way to the point that when I'm directly under it, it will be at my zenith. And so,
how many degrees per foot?
So my thing, right? I could find out exactly how many degrees per foot for each time that it's coming down.
It's going to be uniform.
What's that?
It's going to be different. It's not uniform.
Well, it's kind of like more of like a ratio. It's more of like a ratio, I would think.
Except that's not how the stars work. The stars work.
Oh, do you know for certain?
Linear form.
Do you know for certain?
Yes.
Oh, nice. Have you ever heard do you know for sure?
Yes.
I love the line. Many a man has lost his life or fortune for not knowing what he thought he was sure of.
Do you have any examples of it not working? I mean, I tested it. You tested it?
I'm not doubting that it works. I'm saying there's an alternative, grander theory behind what you're minusculely.
Okay, your suggestion was that it's like telephone poles. Telephone poles work exactly different from how the sky works, except for the fact a loose correlation perspective.
Well, you think, the thing is, the difference is that you think level means something to do with the center of the earth going around a globe, which is retarded. So it's really hard for me to talk to you about these things.
Measurable, but we'll continue talking about the fact that perspective does not answer why Polaris changes its altitude.
You upset about it? Oh, you upset about it? It does, though. It does, though. The thing is that you won't be you were stuck in a position because you've been programmed to be like that. And the point is that if I'm 50 feet away from a fucking lamppost, like the lamppost being Polaris, let's say, and I travel closer to the lamppost, it's going to appear to rise above the horizon.
Right. At 25 feet, it's going to be 45 degrees.
There you go. Yeah, sure.
But you talk to me, you don't get it. Have a good one.
Well, forgive me. I don't mean to shut you down either, dude. I'm like this. I don't know. You know what I mean? And forgive me for even if I'm a little bit dismissive and I'm a mod in here, but you can throw it right back at me. I'm just going to throw it back at you. And this is what debating is. I thought we're all grown-ups. Forgive me. But you're all good, brother. I'm just saying that when I hear the idea of level being a sphere based off of the center of the earth that goes around, it just seems innately stupid to me. You know what I mean?
He already left.
Oh, he did?
Left.
Well, then I guess it just sounds stupid, that's all.
But I was just watching TikTok. Shouldn't those contrails or chemtrails, shouldn't they be curving? Because those planes are we could see those for farther, and that's not the horizon. They say the horizon isn't curving because it's not. I don't know something, but I mean, I feel like the chemtrails should be because that's not attached to the horizon. Does anyone else feel that way, or?
You're saying contrails should bend to follow the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the planes are bending to follow the curvature of the Earth, right?
I mean, no, they're saying level, but
I know, that's my argument. They're not following the curvature of the Earth. They're saying level and horizontal. I know, that's exactly.
Well, level's
You're in the
not
crowbar with the bank.
See, the thing is, though,
cash in your hand right now.
Yo, Jeremy, you'll appreciate this. My opinion is that people suffer from what's called aphasia, the misunderstanding and misapplication of words. And this is how they've got us down this rabbit hole, is by taking these terms. It's and I used to bring this argument up in regards to the term gravity. Because my thing is that if you're going to say gravity doesn't exist, you sound retarded. But the point is that gravity just means weight. Doesn't mean fucking velocity at this. It doesn't mean that. It means fucking weight. Gravitas.
See, when they say When
just
they
like,
say
and I will point just to clarify real quick because people try to say, well, now it means this. If I'm having a gay old time, it can still mean that I'm having a good, happy time. Doesn't mean I'm hanging out with Kosho or anything.
that means you're out banging dudes with yeah. Yo, when a baller says gravity to me, that shit automatically thinks space-time bending, Einstein, all that shit.
I see. That's the thing is that we've conditioned ourselves to think this. Like, that's why I say it's like gravity exists, but you're talking about gravitation. And gravitation is a fucking mockery against my fucking intelligence, you dumbass.
I mean,
Yeah. But I mean, these chemtrails should be curving though, right? Contrails, chemtrails, whatever. I don't want to get into a chemtrail argument, but they should be bending, right? Or no, they're flying level. It's not following the curve of Earth. Because I feel like that was about to be your argument.
Yo, and the curve is curving at 3 miles away from you too. So it's so stupid.
Like when you look at one of these contrails or chemtrails from a orthographic, side-on view, I feel like you should easily be able to take a picture, put that up on your your computer screen, draw a straight line in paint or something, and be like, oh, it's either curving or it's not.
Have you tried it?
No, before I go through all this, I want to get a ball. Like, should these be curving, or am I going to just do a straight line and it's not worth the time? Because we can get some really good shots at chemtrails.
There's a couple different things happening, right? You have to think that, two things. The planes could make a straight line, right? And
not on a globe. On a globe, they can't be making a straight line.
Yes, they could.
No, they can't.
They can make a straight line up in the sky. Let's say they draw a pentagram, right? 5 straight lines, which I've seen that, by the way. Show you a picture. Are these lines curving? If they're following the curvature of the Earth, they could be curving, but they could just be making a straight line and not following the curve of the Earth. So how do you know?
Yeah, do you know how high the plane would get? Okay, planes don't fly like that, generally speaking. Right, once a plane's up there, it's at cruising altitude. It's not going to be going, upper. If it's not like landing or taking off, there's no reason.
When you're doing these chemtrails, they don't got to be cruising altitude. They can put whatever altitude they want. They can do low chemtrail, high chemtrail.
Yeah, but when a plane's up there flying around, you think they're going? You think they're staying with the Earth at a height above the Earth, or they're going all crazy willy nilly up and down all over the place?
When you're flying from Chile to China, you gotta follow the curve of the Earth. You're on a path. But if you're doing chemtrails, you're doing all kinds of crazy shit.
So there's no such thing as chemtrails.
Yeah, there is.
See, I didn't want to get into a chemtrail argument. No, let's just call them contrails.
How come some planes come across the sky and not leave chemtrails, and other ones across the sky and leave chemtrails? Can you explain that?
Yes, contrailing requires a specific altitude and a mix of temperatures. And if that is not present, then they don't appear.
Wait, should we see the contrails?
Hang on. If it's cold or hot, they'll leave a chemtrail, but if the temperatures are right, they won't leave a gas trail.
Correct.
So it's not.
And it also has to do with an altitude. You have to be at a high enough altitude for this to work, which is why it wasn't really a thing before World War II when we gained the ability to go that high.
So should these contrails?
If I say a pentagram in the sky, it's not a toxic chemtrail.
I have no idea.
Kool-Aid, should these be bending or not? If we took a side-on view,
I don't know, Jeremy. I'll think about it. I'll run some math on it, but it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
You see with those chemtrails, you can see them farther than you can see like land and shit. So
right, because they're up in the
You know
air.
what I'm saying? Because they're even with your globe map, we see a plane for like way farther than the land or whatever. So
Yeah, Jeremy, he's got
If
it. Kool-Aid's got
if you get a one of these guys who I talk to like RC Meisty or somebody, one of the pilots, and they probably can give you a better answer than I can. I can tell you about sailboats.
Kool-Aid's got to go talk to his friends that are totally not Scientologists.
Can you please take a look?
I have a couple of friends who are Scientologists.
Can you please take a look at the live stream text? What the
bro,
fuck
he's
is
in
that?
the bank. He's in the bank with the crowbar. One of the fucking paint bombs already went
Yep.
off in his face.
Count money to make sure it's all there.
Look in the live stream text. What in the hell is going on here?
Welcome to the show, baby.
I
This
don't
is not
fucking
a
text chat anymore. It's all trolls in there.
That looks like a formation of probably contrails and natural clouds. It looks like there's a few of them in there as well.
Natural clouds? I see a pentagram. What the hell are you talking about? Natural clouds?
The one that cuts through the middle that's nice and fluffy, that looks like a natural cloud bank. This also looks like a day when you have
I'm talking about the pentagram, man. Come on.
Yeah, what about it?
That's a purposely. That's not a cloud bank.
No, that's probably tracks.
Probably.
Yes.
I just want to say, Kool-Aid, you're working your way into my heart, dude. I really like you, dude. You're fucking awesome.
Back to Jeremy.
And it's not
I
even
don't know.
it's not even a very good one. I mean, their lines are crossing way before the outer inscribed circle. Yeah. It's not a very good pentagram.
Can we confirm it's a pentagram?
No.
No.
You got pareidolia, bro.
Okay.
Pareidolia.
In fact, if you look at that line on the left, you can see that it goes down and disappears into the sun, and not over to the line on the right that would make the tip of the star. That one actually connects with a completely different line.
Okay, pareidolia. Okay, Jeremy. So here's your pentagram. So how do you confirm that these are curved lines or straight lines? I don't know how you can do it.
Hey, I'm not talking about a pentagram. I don't know why you said here's your pentagram. You're the only one that's been talking about pentagrams. I just need one line. Like, it doesn't have to be anything crazy. And then you get this one line. You go up you go as far away as you can from it, as high up as you can, and you take a side-on picture of it. And then you go home, you put it into paint or whatever the computer thing is, and you draw a straight line next to the cloud and be like, oh, look, it's curving or it's not curving.
So these are obviously straight lines, and that's because the ground is flat and nobody curves anywhere.
I believe you.
So here's your evidence. You can take
No,
the
that's
pixel.
not. I'm not using the pentagram. That's not a pentagram. We need We need like a really good one. Do you have a good one that has like a side-on view from up high or something where
You need like somebody standing at the top of a mountain, aiming out and watching a contrail go from one side of the picture all the way to the other.
Yeah, like somebody in Denver or something. Yeah, the chemtrail has to be like the focus of the thing. It needs to be taken with a rectilinear lens.
There you go.
That's
a good one.
Kool-Aid's favorite word because it got the word rectal in it.
Mailman just posted a pretty good one right there. Is that sort of what you were looking for? Because those clouds look pretty curved to me. I haven't put it in paint, but just...
Bro, have you not been listening?
No, did you see what Mailman just posted?
Yes. And have you been listening to the conversation?
Right.
And you think this is what it is? No, you need to be on the ground taking a picture of the chemtrail, side to side.
So you can't be above it.
You're bro. This is not the angle you want to be taking this from. You want to have an orthographic view, left to right, side view.
Do you know that the if you take a side-on view, the contrail will be closest to you in the middle of your field of view, and it'll be further away the longer you get to the sides, right?
Okay, so you're saying we wouldn't see it curving?
I'm not sure, but I mean, it would be further away from you at the far edges.
Okay, that's fine. If I'm looking side view on a curved line, it still is going to be curving or straight. You know, it doesn't matter. It's farther away on the left side and the right. Why does that matter?
I mean, I don't know if it matters. I'm not sure. It's just it's not equidistant, so it will appear higher all over. It actually be curving lower.
It's fine. We're not worried about high low. We're worried about curve or not.
How wide would it be in your field of view? Like 10 kilometers, maybe 50.
More than that, bro. More than that, dude. When they're that high in the sky, you're going to be seeing that plane a long fucking way away. Do the hidden math on a plane that's 30,000 feet in the air. Especially if you can get any height to yourself. Like if you can get on a mountain or something, or Denver, just go to Denver or something. You're up pretty high there.
Then why would you deny the plane for photo? Just
the one Mailman posted?
Yeah.
Isn't that curving?
I understand you said it's because it's in a plane, but I don't understand why a plane matters.
We need a side-on view of it. So
But you know
you're not
that
going to get a.
what I've. Sure.
What's up?
That just that you know that what I posted wouldn't happen on a flat surface.
Not true.
Because it's curved.
Not
it
true.
would look like that.
That's exactly what it would look like. And you know how the globe warriors always talking about that if the Earth was flat, we would get this hazy horizon that faded out. Look at your picture. That's the horizon we're looking at, bud. You're looking at the flat Earth horizon right there.
I'm talking about
This
the
is
clouds
exactly what
that
we
are
would see
curving
on
down.
This is exactly what we would see on a flat Earth. Even you guys have been telling us that for years.
No, but I'm
Every
talking
time we
about
get
the
up high,
clouds.
we see the horizon you guys depict. That would happen
I'm
on a
not
flat Earth.
talking. Sure, I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm talking about the clouds that are curving down. That you see under the wing. Usually when I want to see if something like lumber is straight and not curved, I don't get a side-on view. I look across it all along.
Sure, but we know there's this weird refraction thing that's happening, making the light bend. So in this case, and plus since we can see it so far, we can just get a side-on view and see. You know what I mean? You can
Side-on
still
view,
tell Can you tell if a 2x4 is curving if you look at it from a side-on view?
depends on how much it's curved.
What if we took a picture of it, put it in MS Paint, and then drew a line next to it? Would you be able to tell then?
Depends how far in you zoom on it.
We're gonna have the whole thing in frame. You're scrambling now.
I'm not.
We're gonna have the whole 2x4 in frame. Take a picture of it, put it on MS Paint, and draw a straight line next to the 2x4. Can you tell if it's curving or not?
Yeah, if it's curving enough, I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we want to do with the chemtrail or contrail. You don't even call it
Sure.
chemtrails. Then we're going to devolve into a chemtrail argument. That almost happened just now.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, would it be when there's all this weird refraction and shit, would it affect the side-on view too, or just one way?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean,
Estrella, what are you playing? There's some bubbles going on.
Am I not muted? Sorry. I'm playing Animal Crossing New Horizons. Sorry, I didn't realize I was hot micing.
All good?
Mm-hmm.
But literally, though, every time we go up high, the Globers have been depicting a horizon for years that we should see on a flat Earth. They've been telling me for years, if Earth was flat, the horizon would be all hazy and it wouldn't be a crisp, clear. Every time we go up in the sky, we get high up enough. That's what we see is the horizon that you guys have been telling us that it should look like on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
You don't find that
obviously when you get higher, there's more stuff between you and the horizon, clouds and sea. I don't see how that would also
that flat
happen
Earth
at low.
horizon. That's the flat
It
Earth
would happen
horizon.
on low altitude also, but it doesn't. We have a clear horizon.
Well, it would happen on low altitude horizon if there was no atmosphere bending the light, right?
Hold on, but you guys are sleeping on the important things. Tom Nook is a gangster.
No, you're sleeping on a kid like plaid pajamas, all right? The Earth is not spherical. You need to just face it.
You don't even know about Tom Nook. You couldn't handle that. He would sell you a house so fast.
Listen, I don't care about your Scientology friends. Is that who he is? What does he do?
It's Animal Crossing.
Oh, God, bro. Video games? Is that the one where you got to collect the little animals?
Wait, what?
I was just telling him how much of a gangster Nook is.
Oh.
In Animal Crossing. I don't think you know what the word gangster means for A. It really wasn't a B, but...
You show up on the island, he sells you a house that you then have to work the rest of your life to pay for. As soon as you get it paid off, he immediately sells you a bigger house you have to start paying off.
That's how they get you. That's how they fucking get you, bro. They do that in real life, too.
Jeremy.
Oh, you just finished paying your 5-year car loan off? You need a new fucking car. You know why? Because we built them just to make sure you were going to need a new car.
Jeremy.
What's up?
About your argument. Okay, so if you were a plane and you had to fly from A to B, let's say from Chile to China, halfway around the world, you would have to continually orientate your plane downward from the nose to the down to the tail up. If you did not, you would basically be facing backwards by the time you got to the destination.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't heard one person get the amount of drop from horizontal a plane would have to do yet. People come out with all these crazy fucking numbers.
I can give you the drop.
No, you're not going to give me the right number, but go ahead.
No, I can't.
It's not. I promise you, it's not going to be right.
I'm a numbers guy.
Okay, you're not going to do it. All right, go ahead.
We go 500 miles an hour, right?
Yeah.
That's 8.3 miles per minute. Do the math.
You just told me you were the math guy. I have my own math guys. I don't do math.
Okay, 8.3 miles a minute. All right. I'm gonna put 8.3 miles in the Earth code calculator. 42 feet. All right. So every minute on the minute, if you were to orientate, you would have to drop 42 feet every minute for the whole flight. If you didn't, you would fly up into space.
How many miles they do in a minute?
Listen, it's going 500 miles an hour. You cross over 8.3 miles in 1 minute.
So they're going 8 miles in a minute. All right. And you think it's 48 feet?
If you orientated, because you have to keep orientating, right?
Yeah. How often do you think they do that? You think they wait 1 minute? You think they wait 1 minute, or do you? Hold on. Do you think they wait 1 minute, or do you think it's on autopilot and it's doing it like instantly?
That's the thing. I don't know if it took 2 minutes, they'd have to orientate 16.
So over this whole flight, hold on. hold on, over this whole flight, how much do you think they have to drop?
Well, if you're comparing from a straight line, right?
Yep.
That's different because no one goes out to space then comes down.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an accurate measurement. But do you want that number?
No, but that's what all the flat Earth. That's the number I've heard all flat earthers give. They give drop from horizontal over the whole
that
distance.
would only be if you don't orientate the plane. If you orientate your plane every minute, you just have to do the drop for 8 miles, 8.3
What if you
miles.
orientate it every mile? Then you only got to drop 8
You
inches
can't.
per mile.
You can't.
What do you mean you can't? Why can't you? Why?
Because what? Because
you're telling me I can't go travel 1 mile and then orientate my plane a different way?
No, because you would have to be continually throttling forward. You know, when you're in a car and you're going around a bend, you would have to continually return that wheel the whole time around that bend. Otherwise, if you don't continue to turn that wheel, you're gonna fly off into the railing.
No, you don't turn the wheel. Turn the wheel once
This
and
is
keep
between
it
me
at
and
that.
Jeremy. Hang on a second. This is between me and Jeremy. Jeremy, when you're taking a left hard bank around the mountain, on the road, you have to continually turn that wheel to the left. Okay. This is what planes are doing, but they don't actually do that, right? So what you're saying is, what if they orientate every second? They can't, because you would have to be banking that throttle downwards every second. They never do that. They can't do that. They did that
So-
flying to the ground.
Would it surprise you to find out most planes fly with a positive angle of attack?
That's what they do. They fly with a 3% nose up, right? If they flew with a 3% nose up, right?
Then by your logic,
the curve going, how can they bend down around the curve?
by your logic,
No, I'm
they would
asking
never go straight. They would be continuing to go up and up and up.
Well, the argument's not about going straight. The argument's about bending down around the curve. How do you bend down around the curve?
Godric, what you said was not true. Like if you're going on a constant turn, then you don't turn the wheel all the time. You just keep it turned to, I don't know, 5 degrees, and you have a 5-degree turn going all the time.
Right there. Listen, you're not thinking. If you're okay, back to the car, because I know you can do this in the car. We'll take it to the plane after. If you're turning left in the car around a mountain, you have to continually hold that wheel to the left. If you don't, you're going to go right off into the rails. Am I right?
Yeah, you don't have to keep turning the wheel. You don't.
Yes, you do. You have to hold it you have to hold it in place.
Yes, but if you hold it in place, then you're not turning the wheel.
Yes, you are. You're going left on a left bank.
Yes, but you're not constantly going in a tighter and tighter turn.
You're holding it in a left turn angle. You're holding it in place in a left turn.
Yes.
Okay, now in a plane, you have to be going downwards. The same idea, but going downwards. Okay. Yes or no?
But yes, but you don't have to constantly dip more and more and more and more and more.
No, but see, measure going flat to going down. There's a difference. Okay. So you have to be continually going down in a plane. Yes or no?
Yeah, sure. In relation to a horizontal.
The sphere goes down. If you're on the outside of the sphere, and you want to make it one revolution, you have to continually going down around the sphere. If you're inside the sphere and it was concave, you have to continually be pulling up on that throttle to get back to where you started.
But how do you define down in relation to the Earth and the airplane?
Take a beach ball. You're bending. You're orientating the nose downward to stay with the sphere physically, because logic.
Towards
if you
the sphere.
did not, you would fly off into space.
Yeah, towards the sphere, not towards the ground outside of the ball.
Well, it's pointing downwards.
Down being towards the surface.
The orientation of the plane has to point downwards towards the surface. The nose has to point down, and the tail has to go up.
No, because then you crash into the surface.
You would stay at the same orientation. And then, look, take a Lego, okay? Keep it flat, all right? go on the top of a sphere, on the top of a globe. Now take that Lego around the globe halfway. So if the nose is pointing to the right and the tail is pointing to the left on the top of the globe, then you take it around without orientating it. You're gonna end up flying the plane backwards. Am I right?
What do you mean backwards?
If you took that Lego on top of a sphere, the nose is pointing to the right and the tail is pointing to the left. You follow me?
Yeah.
Yes. Perspective to you looking at it, right? If you took that Lego around from Chile to China, halfway around the globe, 12,000 miles, and you did not orientate that Lego downwards so the nose is going down and the tail is going up, and you kept the same orientation, which is flat level to the top, you would end up facing the nose with the same orientation to the right and the tail to the left, but now you're flying backwards. Am I right?
I still don't like. If you move it, I mean, you're down.
Moving it around without bending down, you would be flying backwards by the time you get to the other side.
Sure, but then why wouldn't it rotate? Because down is towards the board. So the floor of the airplane is always pointing down.
But let's confirm it. You didn't orientate your nose downwards and change orientation every so often. You would be flying backwards at the destination.
No.
Sure.
Physically
I mean,
impossible.
if you kept a straight line in your traveling, I mean, this is weird because your down is outside of the Earth now.
Yeah. You don't get confused. You're going down. The sphere is going down around. It's going down and around. No matter where you go.
Going anywhere.
If it's curving, you're going down. There's no way around that. You're not going up. You're not going flat.
No, your down is towards the center of the ball, right?
No.
Well, then you're not talking about the globe. Then you're not talking about the globe.
You're thinking about gravity.
Yes, because that's in the globe.
Gravity has nothing to do with this. Listen. Gravity has nothing to do with
Okay, so you're not talking about the globe then?
I'm talking about a globe.
Well, then if you're talking about the globe model, then you have down towards the center.
Downward is when you're going to point the nose of your plane. And I'm not saying you can't fly with the nose up 3 degrees. You're going to have to orientate the plane to where the tail goes up and the nose goes down to stay with that sphere, to be level with the sphere, to keep altitude. You're going to have to keep orientating your plane downwards, which means that you'll have to put the nose down below the horizon. That's what it would do. That's what you can call it. Put it down towards the horizon, towards the Earth, yes. But not towards the middle of the Earth, towards the horizon, into the horizon, down into the horizon, not the middle of the Earth. That's gravity. That's different.
But, so in this hypothetical globe that you have, there is no gravity. So it's not analogous to our globe, Glenn, right?
Here's the thing. You can put wind currents, you can put this is just causing more confusion. Okay?
I mean,
gravity's
not on my
part. Listen, gravity's going to pull you down on a level straight down. Okay? I'm not counting that. I'm saying to stay with that, to keep out, to maintain the altitude, to stay with the sphere, which is going down, you'd have to orientate your plane down. The nose would have to go into the horizon downwards, not upwards, not at the horizon, in the horizon, towards the Earth, but not down, not to the middle of the Earth, towards the horizon.
No, you just have to keep the plane oriented the same way in relation to the pull of the gravity.
No, are you a glober?
Yes.
Well, here's the problem. You think gravity tugs your plane around the world? It doesn't.
Well, that's the globe plane.
I'm gonna ask you a question. This is hypothetical. You have a beach ball, okay? The top is the North Pole, the bottom is the South Pole. You take a Lego, which is resembling a plane, okay? Put it on top of the beach ball, okay?
Yeah.
Now fly that plane from the North Pole to the South Pole. It's a 2-inch Lego. What happens to the Lego? You have to orientate it downwards, do you not?
Wait. Before you answer that question, when let's say we have our Lego at the equator. It's halfway down.
Well, no, don't do that. 'Cause
Hold
that's
on,
very
hold on,
confusing.
hold on.
My example is to start at the North Pole.
Right. Okay.
Because that's on the it's a top. It's on the
Yep.
top. It's flat.
We're starting at the North Pole, and we've now made it halfway around, and we're at the equator.
Well, that's not halfway. That's a quarter. But okay.
Okay, a quarter way. A quarter of the way.
Notice
which way is down?
Hang on a second. Notice
Yeah,
how the
that's what I'm
orientation of your plane has changed. Now the nose is facing down towards your feet,
Which way is
and then
down?
and the back of the plane is facing upwards past your head. Before the Lego was going to the left and to the right. Now it's going down to the ground if you have the globe on the ground, and then the tail is going up to the ceiling. Do you understand? You have changed orientation.
Which way
But
is
not
down for the Lego?
Yeah. When the Lego is at the equator, where's down?
Down is the same way no matter where the plane is.
So it's towards the center of the ball.
Okay, down would be.
Because if it isn't, then you're not talking about the ball.
Let's just say the surface would be down. Okay.
Okay.
But I'm not saying you're going to the surface. I'm saying you're orientating your plane to stay with the surface of the sphere, which is going downwards. Not down to the Earth's surface, down in the perspective that you have a ball in front of you and it's physically going down. And then you're going to go up on the other side, but still you're going down because a sphere is 360 degrees. You go down around the sphere, you get to where you started in one revolution.
Yeah, what if in your analogy, what if you keep the Lego in place and rotate the ball? Would you have to change the orientation of the Lego?
Well, here's an interesting thing. You don't believe the globe does that. The globe will never spin underneath you. So why use that analogy?
Why can't you answer the question?
No, this is real. This is because I want to put this in real life. Does the globe spin underneath you?
I mean, it spins, so.
You open this can of worms, Mo man.
It spins underneath geostationary objects.
Just like an airplane
If I
moves
get in a
below me.
balloon, does the globe spin underneath me?
Yeah, just like an airplane moves below me when I'm inside it, and it moves.
Well, back to my point. If you went straight level in the plane, you can just take this Lego and put it right over the top of this globe and go straight, and you would lose connection with the surface and go into space. That's straight. That's flat.
Yes, that's horizontal, and that's
horizontal.
That's how planes don't work.
It's not doing that.
Yeah.
So I'm saying when you have to orientate the nose downwards and the tail upward to stay with the sphere as you go around the sphere.
Do you keep the orientation in relation to the surface of the sphere all the time?
You can't. You have to continually go down. You have to like you're banking a left turn. You're continually turning left to stay with that sphere, to stay with that circle of the turn.
Sure, but in your turn, there is no down when you're driving.
Okay, so here's the thing: you're getting confused with the down. This is just more confusing.
No, it's because
let me
you
explain.
think
Gravity
south is
pulls
down.
your plane downwards. Has nothing to do with you flying around the globe. Zero. Okay. The downwards is that you'd have to put the nose into the horizon. If you do not, you would fly flat and go into space. You just go to the moon.
Sure, you would raise in elevation.
Yes. See, now you're thinking.
I mean,
but you don't
I know
raise elevation. You keep elevation. You maintain altitude. In which case you have to, just like you're turning around a bend in a mountain, you have to continually be anchoring down to stay with that sphere which is going down. Just like you're banking a left turn.
I mean, sure, but I just have a problem with your down. Because if you continually turn towards the surface of the sphere, you'll crash into the sphere.
Think again, because doesn't this? Here's a question: doesn't the sphere go down when you go around it?
Down? No. down in relation to what?
Well, in this case, in the perspective that you have a globe in front of you and a Lego in front of you, the Lego has to keep with that sphere down and around.
Sure,
Down and
but then, but if you're in this, if in the beach ball you're at the South Pole and you start moving north, do you have to dip your nose up?
Okay, this is a question that the globers say. If the Earth is concave and you're inside of the globe, you're inside of the empty globe, you would have to continually tilt up the whole way to make one revolution. If you tilted down, you would crash into the outside. You would crash into the globe. Now, let's use a real globe. If you're on the outside of a real globe, you have to continually turn down. If you did not, you have to continually turn down to get one revolution to get back where you started. Continually. The sphere is going
answer
down.
my question? If I'm at the South Pole,
you would go towards Jupiter.
No, if I'm at the South Pole in the beach ball with the Lego and I move it north, would I have to dip my nose up?
No, you have to dip it down.
Where's down then?
In this case, down. Well, maybe it's best to draw a globe. If you're looking at a globe in front of you, you're at the South Pole. Your nose is facing to the left. Okay, to your left hand. You'd have to, in this case, you'd have to dip down.
Well, if you're horizontal in the plane,
you have to get up to the ceiling. You're going up to your ceiling in your room if the globe is.
He's running you and listen, Mo man, you're in the plane. You're horizontal, right? You're level and horizontal at this point above the globe.
Sure.
You're traveling. You have to go which direction to stay with the curvature of Earth? Left, right, up, or down?
I mean, level to the surface.
Yeah, you're flat. Listen, your plane is orientated horizontal, right?
Sure.
Yeah, your plane's horizontal in the air. You have to go left, right, up, or down to stay with the curvature of Earth.
You have to go down.
Well, you have to be level with the surface.
Okay, your plane is orientated in a horizontal position above Earth. Earth's curving beneath you. You have to go straight, left, right, or up or down to stay with the curvature of Earth.
Well, you don't go down.
Why is this scary for you? Why is this scary for you to answer,
scary.
bro?
I'm answering. If you're going down, then you're going towards the surface of the Earth. If you're going up, you're going away from the surface of the Earth. I mean, what question?
So you're going to fly in a straight? Are you going to fly in a straight line? Okay, let's go through this step by step in all the directions. Yeah. Your plane's horizontal above the surface of Earth. Are you going to fly in a straight horizontal line?
No.
Okay, are you going to go up?
No, because that's away from the surface.
You're going to go left.
Wait, if I want to turn, sure.
We're going in a straight line, trying to stay with the curvature of Earth.
You have to stay. Okay. You have to go down.
And then I don't go left or right or down or up.
No, so you're going to go in a straight line and fly off in outer space.
Nope.
You have to go down.
Down. What is down? Jesus, what's down?
Are you going to travel in a straight line? Hold on, bro. Are you going to go in a straight line and fly in outer space, Mo man?
No, because I'm following the curve.
Which direction are you going to go?
I mean, what do you mean? Which direction? It's a weird question.
With the curvature of Earth. You want to stay with the curvature of Earth. Which way are you going to go? Are you going to go straight, up, down? Which way?
I can't go down.
You have to go one way. You have to go away.
I'm following a curve. I have a curved path.
Which way does a curved path? Does it curve down?
It's like pulling teeth, man. Fucking ridiculous.
No, let me help you. Let me help you, Glober. This is a globe killer. The reason why you don't go down, you can't say you're going to go down because planes never do that. They fly level flat. If they went down, they would crash into the ground.
But airplanes fly using the altimeter. They don't fly by pointing it in a direction.
Here we go.
That's why airplanes fly like you can fly 3 degrees nose up and keep the elevation. So the plane is not horizontal, and it's still following a elevation. So,
if it maintained elevation, it would have to continually orientate, pushing the nose down.
Sure.
This is not hard.
Even if it would,
the plane
it's not like it's 1
the
degree.
plane is not going to go in a straight line. It's going to go. This is not hard to understand.
But how precise
you're in
do
a
you think
plane
an
above the
airplane
you're in a
is?
plane above the surface. You're gonna go. You need to go in a direction. The directions are up, down, left, or right, or straight.
Yeah, but if you
go
if you
straight,
drop your,
if
but
you go
why do you
straight,
think
you're gonna fly into outer space, right?
why do you think the airplane needs to correct itself all the time?
Straight,
Like
are you
even
gonna
if you
fly?
fly manual now.
If you go straight, are you gonna fly into outer space?
If you I don't know what you mean by go straight, but if I were to just point
Straight
the
line.
airplane at a certain direction and just release the stick,
Gotcha.
it's gonna wave some direction anyway. You correct the airplane. You can't just point the airplane and just like go and take a nap for 3 hours. I mean, you need to constantly correct it because of wind and shit.
Bro, this is like trying to negotiate. This is like trying to negotiate.
Isn't that true?
This is like trying to negotiate. This is like trying to negotiate with the demented with you guys.
Your argument is that
this
they
is
need
like,
to